Good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Laura Mays, and I'm the Chairman of Wiltshire Council. And I'd like to welcome members and the public to this meeting of the Council. So let's prove that democracy can be efficient and mildly entertaining. And just a quick reminder to everyone that I don't think no good story ever included the words, and then we had a really long meeting. So I think let's go to my original brief about being kind, respectful and succinct. I've received apologies from Councillor Pauline Church and Howard Greenman. Are there any other apologies that any members are aware of? No? That's a good start. Okay, so we start with item 2, which is minutes of the previous meeting. I move that minutes of the meeting on the Council held on the 22nd of July, as contained in pages 9 to 50 of your summons, be confirmed and signed as a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder? Yes. Do we have anyone who wants to make any comments on the meeting minutes? Mr. Nicholson? Is Mr. Nicholson here? No. Okay, good. So are there any objections to the minutes being approved by the assent of the meeting? No. Okay, so the minutes are approved. Item 3, declarations of interest. In a moment, I will ask members if they have any disclosable interest to declare at the meeting. I remind everyone that where a member has a disclosable pecuniary interest, they are required to leave the room during discussion or vote on that specific matter unless they have received a dispensation. If a member has an other registrable interest or non-registrable interest, then they would need to withdraw from the meeting in their capacity as a councillor during discussion or vote on that specific matter unless they have received a dispensation, but would not be required to leave the room. I hope everyone understood that. I will now ask, do members have any declarations of disclosable interest to make? So can you put your lights on? Do I need light? Okay. Councillor Jeans.
I declare a non-registrable interest in relation to item 9 by virtue of my wife holding a blue badge. I have received a dispensation from the monitoring officer to remain in my capacity as a councillor, contribute during the debate and vote. Further, the same agenda item, for the sake of clarity, I will explain, involves Visit Wiltshire. This is just for the sake of clarity. I belong to the local Chamber of Trade that used to pay Visit Wiltshire and no longer do so. I visit familiarisation called FAM visits because I drive a minibus in the Visit Wiltshire are there very often with stalls, etc. But I believe the average person in the street would not consider that I was biased. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Chamberlain.
By virtue of my mother and my mother-in-law, both Wiltshire residents, holding a blue badge, I received a dispensation from the monitoring officer to remain in my capacity as a councillor, contribute during the debate and to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, my list has gone. Councillor Chris Taylor.
Hi, I'm Councillor Chris Taylor. I declare a non-registrable interest in relation to item 9 as well, by virtue of holding a blue badge. I have received a dispensation from the monitoring officer to remain in my capacity as a councillor, contribute during debate and vote.
Okay. Councillor Eric Wakeman.
I declare a non-registrable interest in relation to item 9 by virtue of my partner holding a blue badge. I also have received dispensation from the monitoring officer to remain in my capacity as a councillor, contribute during debate and vote.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Griffin.
Thank you, Chair. I declare a non-registrable interest in relation to item 9 by virtue of my spouse holding a blue badge. I have received a dispensation from the monitoring officer to remain in my capacity as a councillor, to contribute during debate and to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Graham Wright.
My dispensation is exactly the same. My wife holds a blue badge, but I've gone to the monitoring officer who's quite happy for me to stay, take part and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny Westbrook.
I declare a non-registrable interest in relation to item 9 by virtue of my father, who lives with me holding a blue badge. I've received a dispensation from the monitoring officer to remain in my capacity as a councillor, contribute during the debate and vote.
Thank you. And Councillor Dave Lumsden.
I submitted a request for dispensation regarding item 9 this morning. I found out late last night my father-in-law holds a blue badge. He doesn't live with me. I submitted it to the monitoring officer first thing this morning, but I haven't received a reply yet.
Thank you, Councillor Lumsden. I think in relation to yourself and Councillor Holder, who's also messaged me today, just for the sake of clarity, where there are parents who have the benefit of a blue badge but don't live with you, is that the position for you? I guess it is quite a distance from the decision making. However, it's possible when they, I just thought this, it's possible when they visit you, they might benefit from it and therefore be impacted by today's decision. So, Madam Chairman, allowed through the Constitution and efficiently, I hope you believe, I'll make the decision to give both Councillor Lumsden and Councillor Holder a dispensation for the reasons that I've just set out, and we'll record that in the minutes as well. I did contact all group leaders about a week ago to ask them to consider this, so appreciate that may not have got through to you, Councillor Lumsden, but thank you for alerting us, and that's the decision, Madam Chairman, through you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Any other people? Monica.
Just want to declare an interest as my husband has a blue badge and he's a blue badge holder.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll agree that the same decision that was made before will be relevant to you as well. Thank you very much. Okay, any other people I've missed? No? Excellent. Okay, so if we move on to Chairman's announcements. On the screen will be a list of some of the recent engagements that have been attended by the preceding Chairman and Vice Chairman, and these will be included in the minutes. Are those on the screen yet? Oh, they're behind me. Ah, it's too early for pantomimes. I just want to make special reference to the Princess Royal's visit to Silverwood School, which from a personal viewpoint was very special to me, having been the Cabinet member for 8 years working with Jane Davis on this project to bring it to fruition. So that was a particularly special day. And obviously I want to thank Councillor Hopkinson for the work that she has done as well in her role as Vice Chairman. Further notices from me, Parvis Kansari. Members will be aware that it was announced on the 13th of October that Parvis Kansari, the Corporate Director for Place, has made the decision to retire. Parvis has been with the Council for over 20 years, including many years as Director of Highways and Transport and 4 years as Corporate Director. Those who have had the privilege to work with Parvis in this critical area of the Council will be very aware of his expertise, his diligence and his unerring ability to remain calm, no matter the situation, as well as his gentle and courteous manner. On behalf of the Council, I offer my thanks to Parvis for his years of service and offer him our best wishes in his very well-earned retirement. Are there any officers who'd like to speak about Parvis? Members. Did I say officers? I'm so sorry. Members. Rich? No? All right, sorry. Councillor Whitehead.
I won't take very long. Parvis is one of the best people I've ever met in my entire life and taught me a huge amount. You might not believe it sometimes about staying calm and looking at things in a different light. So you can tell what I was like before I met Parvis. I think it's really sad that he's had to retire in this way, and I wish him all the best for the future in every way. And I do remember him losing his temper once with the famous Balfour Beatty, and boy did he lose it, and they were scuttling out of the room as fast as they could because he actually went to town on them, and it was a beautiful thing to see, especially considering I'd never seen him even flicker before then. So thank you, Parvis. My thoughts are with you.
Thank you. Ian.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief, and I'll try and be brief right through the course of today, based on your, and I think the very evident nature of the agenda. Just echo what Councillor Whitehead has said. If he wanted to meet what I would say is an inscrutable officer, somebody that was very clear and focused calm under often very intense pressure, then he was absolutely the person. The other thing I want to say, and I say frequently, are the number of people who have committed so much of their professional lives to Wiltshire Council, and Parvis is one of those people. So again, I echo what the Chair has just said in terms of him having hopefully a peaceful and restful retirement, and that he will look back on his time with Wiltshire Council with a real sense of achievement. Thank you, Chair.
So can we all have a round of applause for Parvis? Oh, Richard, did you want to speak? Sorry.
Sorry, really briefly. Just to echo a lot of the points. Parvis was frustratingly unflappable at times. There were times when you wished he'd be a little more emotive on topics. I gather he was a psychotic when it came to contractors, particularly contractors who we were having issues with, and was able to be an absolute Rottweiler, which was brilliant, and a totally different side of his character I never saw. But just, I have been in touch with him. I expressed my sort of regret and gave him best wishes on his retirement, to which he responded by having a discussion about roadworks and the frustration of roadworks on the A36, which I think sums up Parvis perfectly. He was always about getting things done.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay. Another announcement from me, an extraordinary meeting. Members will have noted that after this scheduled ordinary meeting of the full council, an extraordinary full council meeting has been arranged to take place. The reason for this is that the council has received a statutory recommendation from its external auditors, and this must be considered at a separate meeting. For anyone who has to leave before that extraordinary meeting begins, I would intend to record an apology for absence. Length of meeting and agenda order. As members will have seen, there are a lot of items to get through on today's agenda, as well as an extraordinary meeting. It's therefore my intention that all speeches in debate today are limited to 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes. And I would also like to propose a slight change of the agenda order, moving item 10, which is the notices of motion, to be after item 14, so that we can concentrate on the business of the council. Anyone who wishes to speak on those items who may not be able to stay until then, I will offer the opportunity to speak earlier in the meeting. That's particularly for members of the public who've come today. Are there any objections to this proposal? No. Thank you very much. Okay. So, notices of motion. Also, on a point of meeting duration, you will see that 10 motions have been submitted for today's meeting. It may be that not every motion is debated at length, but for clarity, I will remind members of paragraph 18.6 of part 4 of the Constitution, which states, there is no limit on the number of notices of motion that may be submitted to each meeting. However, the chairman will apply this rule in the context of the length of the agenda to ensure proper conduct of the business to be transacted. Members are therefore encouraged to continue to submit such motions as they consider to be appropriate, but please be aware that depending on the level of business, it may not always be possible for them to be received at the first available meeting. So finally from me, part 2, members will have received an update from the monitoring officer regarding item 18, which includes exempt information as defined in part 1 of Schedule 12A to the Local Government Act 1972. Given the exempt nature of the information, Council advised to move into part 2, a private session for discussion and decision at item 18. As circulated to members when we break for lunch, it will be for 1 hour. I will ask members to return to the chamber after 45 minutes, or I think it could be sooner than that. We will be given a numbered copy of the part 2 papers to read at that point. If we need more than 15 minutes at that point, I will consider it. So, item number 5, announcements from Cabinet and committees and council updates. At this point, I will ask if there are any Cabinet members or chairs of committees who would like to make any announcements. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I will be, again, as brief as I possibly can be. This is the one opportunity to share updates with all of our colleagues, and I thought I'd be very brief and do this. One of the frustrations I had as a backbench member was my opportunity to challenge the Cabinet opportunities to be part of celebrations of this council, and so forth, and partly responding to a point, I think the first cabinet meeting we had with Councillor Nick Holder, who raised an issue of backbench members' communication. We have produced a protocol, a process, which is designed to ensure that there's absolute clarity in terms of how we engage and inform backbench members across the council. We'll be trialling that over the next 6 months and then reviewing it to make sure that it's successful. The second issue which was raised in the past council was the opportunity for backbench members to bring unannounced questions to Cabinet. And again, we have introduced that particular process, which I feel is working relatively well. We've also, again, the issue raised by, again, another backbencher in terms of backbenchers having opportunities to be invited to events. And again, we have produced a process that allows and encourages backbench members to come along and be part of that process, which wasn't the case before. And my final point is that there are a number of issues were raised around timing of cabinet questions, providing more time for not just members but for residents to raise issues, and we'll be bringing forward a paper very soon setting out some proposals that will address that very issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make any comments at this stage? No? Okay, so we're moving on to item 6, which is public participation. Sorry. This wasn't where I need my puppeteer. So if there are no other announcements, in that case, I will draw attention to the updates on pages 51 to 54 regarding previous motions to cancel, and to note the temporary designation of the role of the Director of Children's Services for a week in September. Any comments from anyone? Nope. Okay, so now we move on to item 6, public participation. So at this point, I will explain how public participation will work for this meeting. In statements, members of the public who have registered to make a statement will be called upon to speak for up to 3 minutes each, and I will apply the 3-minute rule very strictly so that it's fair for everybody. I remind any speakers that any statements must relate to the item of the agenda they are speaking to, and that once their statement is concluded, they may not speak further on the item. I will remind speakers to remain on topic. Questions. We have not received any public questions for this meeting. Petitions. The petitions update can be found on pages 55 to 56. I ask that the Council note the update on petitions. Are you happy to second that? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Any abstentions? No. Thank you. So that is carried. As stated earlier, as this is going to be a long meeting, I have offered the public the opportunity to make their statements at this point in the meeting if they wish. So any such statements will count towards the 3 per item. So are there any members of the public who wish to speak now before we get into the body of the meeting? Okay, we have quite a few. So we need to make sure we've got those isolated to each item on the agenda. Okay, I don't have a list of the names. No, Perry's got it. And also, before we get into the body of the meeting, I just wanted to say to people, we will break for lunch and probably mid-afternoon, but that doesn't stop anyone getting up and walking around if they need to stretch. I may even do that myself, so sitting down for hours at a time is not a good thing, so please feel free to do that. Although I have been told if I stand up, apparently you're all meant to sit down and be quiet. So I will try that out at some point. It's a new superpower I didn't know I had. I'll try it now. No, I'll wait. I'll save it for later when I've had enough. Okay, so if I call out the names, Mr. Andrew Nicholson wants to speak on our Wiltshire plan, so I will keep to him speaking on that item. And Mr. Temple Brown, and likewise the annual update. I think it's particularly the motions that I want to offer the people the opportunity to speak to if they've just come for that. So if I move to item 10B and ask, is Aggie Sorska here? Yes, if you'd like to speak. The microphone's at the back there.
Good morning, councillors.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to support the motion of Councillor Liz Alstorm. My family, me, many other people in Wiltshire are affected by this motion personally, on a personal level. I grew up in a post-communist Poland where misogyny and discrimination against minorities were normalized, where xenophobic slurs often came from MPs and government officials. As a lesbian, I was assaulted many times verbally and physically. Authorities did not intervene. In fact, they often made it worse by blaming and victimizing me. The UK gave me something precious, dignity. When my partner and I first arrived in the UK in 2014, we were amazed that no one pointed fingers at us. No one was hostile. No one told our family didn't belong. To this day, when we visit Poland, we are met with intrusive questions and hostile comments, sometimes even coming from the border guards, simply for having children as a same-sex couple. Here in the UK, that never happens. The safety is not abstract. It is life-changing. I want to help you imagine what it feels like to live in a country where minorities are not protected. On top of normal everyday worries, people such as LGBT people must constantly hide who they are. They worry whether their children will be bullied for having the wrong kind of family. They worry if authorities will protect them or join in the abuse. Today, those fears are returning. The voices we hear in this country, in parts of the media or politics, are now frighteningly similar to what I grew up in Poland. This is why motions like this matter. Symbols from our leaders matter. When a council takes a public stand, it sends a clear message. You are safe here, you are valued, you belong. Wiltshire has an opportunity to lead with compassion and courage, to show that we are one community where everyone matters. We do not ask for special treatment. We only ask that Wiltshire continues to be a place where our families can live without fear, where our children grow up knowing they are just as worthy as anyone else's children. Please support this motion. Please keep Wiltshire a county where equality and respect are not just words, but lived reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Reid, I understand you want to speak on item 10B.
Might be a bit high for me. Sorry.
Move it down a bit.
Sorry. How do you move it down? Is it okay there? Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to make a statement on this motion today. Councillor Liz Alstorm and Councillor Ian Thorne, I completely understand why you have brought this motion to Council when the UK, which was the top of the leaderboard a decade ago of the LGBTQIA+ rights in Europe, no longer even makes the top 20. I do, however, have reservations that this will open the door to some debate that will fall short of respect towards others. So please remember that we still have laws to protect people from harassment, victimisation and discrimination related to their sexual orientation and gender reassignment. Nothing has changed there. There are some political parties that seek to divide us along what they consider to be culture wars, trying to set people against each other because of differences. And I say what we need right now is unity and fairness, because we've had enough of the politics of fear. We are a nation of neighbours and not strangers. For perspective, there are only 2.49% of people who identified themselves as LGBTQI+ in Wiltshire at the 2021 census. So why are we spending so much time discussing people's sexuality when it mostly does not impact on us? Trans people are having a really difficult time at the moment. They do not have equity of access to healthcare like we do, and find getting hold of treatments from their GPs limited. When I talk to people, it's not trans issues or sexuality that they're concerned with, but lengthy NHS waits, having a dentist, and high energy and food bills. These are the things the public worry about. The controversial guidance issued by the Equality and Human Rights Commission has had a devastating impact on trans people. It told employers and service providers they must exclude trans people from accessing gender spaces and services such as toilets, following the Supreme Court's decision on the meaning of sex. But I am pleased to report that the guidance has been taken down by the EHRC following a ruling this month by the High Court that found it to be unlawful. People that belong to the LGBTQI plus community also belong to our community. They go out to work, they're elected councillors, they are volunteers, nurses, and someone's child. So let's be respectful and accept people for who they are and ignore all the hate coming from those that wish to divide us, to distract us from their own agendas. My wish today is that councillors debate this motion with kindness, compassion, and empathy. And remember, any one of us may have relatives, friends, or neighbours that are part of the 2.4%, and we need to speak out and advocate for them too.
Annabelle Sanderson.
I'm a lot taller than everyone else. In 1857, British courts allowed women to seek divorce for the first time. In 1882, women were allowed to hold property in their own name. In 1895, the City of London made it illegal for a man to hit his wife between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., but only because the noise was keeping people awake. In 1919, women were allowed to attend higher education and serve on juries. In 1928, fewer than 100 years ago, women were given suffrage. In 1975, women were allowed to open a bank account without their husband's permission. It was only in 1991 that the House of Lords decreed that rape in marriage was a crime. Why are these dates relevant? Because they represent the advances women have made. How have they been achieved? Gradually, incrementally. They were achieved only because of the determination and the bravery of women and our allies who fought for them. Despite this record, our rights are again at risk. On the 16th of April 2025, our Supreme Court ruled that sex in the Equality Act referred to biological sex. As a result, single-sex spaces, such as women's refuges, changing rooms in workplaces or leisure centres, are single-sex spaces as defined by biology. Yet despite the Supreme Court ruling, Wiltshire Council is debating a motion to fully support the LGBTQIA+ community in Wiltshire, to demonstrate support for our diverse communities, and in an Orwellian twist, that they will be carried out in ways the administration deems suitable. Nowhere in this motion are the words woman or women mentioned. It feels like this motion is trying to show that the council is trying to swerve the law, to indulge in the fantasy that a man can become a woman. Over 200,000 women live in Wiltshire. It seems to me that with this motion, Wiltshire Council is prioritising the rights, feelings and fantasies of a tiny but vocal minority over women. Wiltshire Council must not turn the clock back on women's rights, fought for and secured over decades. The council needs to confirm that it will not obfuscate and must not remove single-sex spaces by making them gender neutral, and confirm that it will follow the law as confirmed by the Supreme Court ruling. Thank you.
Ira Thompson.
Hello. I would just like to say that we live in a time at the moment which is scary for a lot of people in Wiltshire and in our country. And I think that for me and for a lot of my friends, it's been so important that Wiltshire, that my hometown Chippenham, is such a safe space that people feel safe to be themselves and to live without fear of their actions, and that they feel supported by everyone around them and by their representatives in the council to live how they would like and have their rights be the same as the rights of anyone else in this country. And I think, especially for trans people, it's a terrifying time. Sorry, it's a terrifying time to live in. And I think it's so important that people are given the respect they deserve in their lives, and that the council reaffirms their previous promises to the LGBTQIA+ community. I think everyone in Wiltshire deserves equal respect and a chance to be themselves and to live a happy life. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly J. Keane.
Thank you, Chair. George Orwell once wrote that in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. So I begin with that because language matters. When we distort words, we distort reality. So I will only use accurate language this morning. I will refer to men as men and women as women. I appreciate that for those who have become used to surrendering female language, saying people with cervixes or calling men women, hearing the truth may feel uncomfortable, even offensive, but I intend to speak plainly and truthfully, and I trust that every member here will accept that as my right. The motion before you speaks of inclusion for all, but councillors, you've often been given shoddy advice and dishonest statistics about who is actually the most vulnerable. We are told that inclusion demands unisex facilities or that men who identify as women pose no risk. This simply isn't true, and the evidence shows this. A Sunday Times investigation reported that almost 90% of sexual assaults and voyeurism incidents in changing rooms happens in unisex facilities. Some might call those changing villages, even though such spaces make up less than half of all changing areas. So when you're told that unisex services are safer or more inclusive, remember that those statistics and common sense say the opposite, and actually they totally disregard the safety of women and girls. Think of your teenage daughters, councillors. Imagine them in a changing room with a man. She will always move as far away as possible, even if that man is wearing a nice floral dress. Because she knows, as every woman knows in a confined space, we are acutely aware of our femaleness and our comparative physical vulnerability. When a woman walks home at night, she doesn't need a lecture on inclusion. She listens for the density of footsteps behind her. That's instinct, that's experience, and no political slogan or motion can undo that. Even women who claim to see men as women, and there are some, even in this room, betray their instincts at the moment they are alone in a small space with a man. We all know it, we all feel it, and as grown women, we know that we would protect girls from any man entering a female-only space, however he dresses. An elderly woman receiving intimate care deserves dignity of female-only carers. A woman in hospital, frightened or unwell, deserves to know she will not wake up next to a man in the female-only ward, again, no matter how he dresses or what he may refer to as himself.
You have 20 seconds left.
A girl in care deserves to know her boundaries. I will just wrap up and say there is a chilling effect in this council. I've spoken to members where you are not able to speak freely and truthfully, and this includes employees of the council, and that is because once you have
Thank you very
members,
much. We've had 3 minutes.
They are trans activists.
Thank you. Thank you. Ellen King.
Good morning all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm coming to you to speak as a resident of Wiltshire County. I don't have any kind of fancy statistics or quotes to give you, but what I can say is that as a relatively new resident of Wiltshire, it saddens me that we even have to be here today to discuss this topic. My husband and I moved to Wiltshire from London, choosing this county and the town of Chippenham as the place that we likely want to spend the rest of our lives. We've chosen to invest our life savings in buying a home here. We've chosen to set up businesses here and actively contribute to our local economy. We've chosen to enmesh ourselves in life in Wiltshire, and we chose Wiltshire because it felt like a safe, welcoming and vibrant place for us to set down roots. As a queer woman married to a straight man, one of the biggest deciding factors in moving here was the sheer amount of support there seems to be for the queer community from the amount of independent pride events that happen in several towns throughout the county every year. And as a queer woman married to a straight man, it's not me that I'm concerned about in the rise of extreme right-wing rhetoric when it comes to anyone deemed as other. It's the amazing LGBTQIA+ people that proudly live their lives out loud and have made me feel so welcomed and at home here. It's the amazing community that embody the Chippenham motto of unity and loyalty. The hard-working, kind and caring people of this county that would do anything for each other. And it saddens me to think that our county council might not want to take pride in this thriving community that do so much for each other by explicitly stating their support. I urge you to fully support this motion and prove that Wiltshire is the place that we all know it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. There's only one other speaker who wants to talk about the motions, and that is Matthew Short. Is Matthew in the room? Do you want to speak now rather than during the debate? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Oops. Good morning, councillors. My name is Matthew Short. I'm a Chippenham resident. I spent the past 10 years working on sustainability, initially in my own caution-based chocolate business, and latterly as a volunteer for local community groups. Back in 2016, as a small food producer that sourced cocoa from the global south, I saw firsthand the impacts that climate change was having on our supply chains. One of the first things that we did as a business was to move to a 100% renewable energy tariff. We did this because it was the right thing to do for present and future generations. In time, we installed our own rooftop solar and achieved net zero for both market and grid-based emissions. I'm pleased, therefore, that Wiltshire Council has done the same for some years. From my calculations on publicly available information, it looks like your electricity tariff is about 30p per kilowatt hour, and sourcing from guaranteed zero carbon energy sources is about 1p of that tariff, which is a small price to pay. I'm therefore disappointed to see motion 10I from two councillors representing Reform. The motion requests that the council removes green tariffs from energy with immediate effect. Reform, a limited company who, according to the investigative group DSMOG, between 2019 and 2024, received 2.3 million from fossil fuel interests, amounting to 92% of its funding during this period. Surely a pecuniary interest to declare their councillors. I understand that the contract procured by Wiltshire Council runs until March 2027. So councillors should question, what would the penalty be for an immediate exit? The sensible approach would be to review the electricity contract next year, move to procure direct energy via power purchase agreements from local Wiltshire renewable energy projects. This should lower energy costs and support local community energy build-out. I understand 138 schools in Wiltshire have also chosen to opt into this energy plan, choosing renewable energy. I wonder how councillors will look those 100,000 Wiltshire children in the eye if you support this motion. I closed my own business 2.5 years ago. A large part of that was due to the impacts of climate change on supply chains. If you understand climate change, it's a bit like knowing the future. A recent poll of Chippenham residents by the Town Council showed that 84% are concerned about nature, the environment and climate change. I therefore urge councillors to reject this motion and put in place a strategic review for when the contract ends in 2027. Choosing renewable energy is the right thing to do for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to say that anyone else who's down to speak is part of an agenda item, so we will just go through the agenda as usual now. Thank you. So we move on to item 7. The reports for this item, which is our Wiltshire Plan 2025 to 35. The reports for this item are on pages 57 to 116 of your summons. So I call upon Councillor Ian Thorne, Leader of the Council, to move the recommendations and then introduce this item. Apologies, Andrew, did you want to speak on which item?
Chair, the statement I want to make is relevant to the Wiltshire Local Plan and the Climate Emergency Update. I'll be more than pleased to make it now.
I think,
but
hang on, I'm just getting some advice. Yeah, it would be, we'll wait for you until after it's been introduced, if that's all right.
Yes, and the other thing was, I understand that Miss Catherine Reid had asked to speak about her other agenda item now rather than much later in the meeting as a member of the public.
Which item does Catherine Reid want to talk about? The
item 12, air quality.
Oh, air quality. Okay, Ian, I'll let Catherine Reid speak on air quality, and then Andrew, if you can be part of the main agenda item. Catherine.
Hi. Thank you again for the opportunity to make another statement. Having clean air is a human right, and we all deserve to breathe air that is free from pollutants, which cause thousands of preventable deaths a year, and it makes life difficult for those with lung conditions. There are no safe levels of air pollution. The Air Quality Supplementary Planning document does set standards for the number of EV charging points on residential and business sites to encourage future use of zero-emission vehicles. But the fact is, electric vehicles will not help with climate change emissions unless all those charging points are run from renewable energy. Electric vehicles will not completely cut roadside pollution. They will not cut the particles coming off tyres and brakes. And electric vehicles will not stop congestion or cut the number of people killed or injured on our roads. The real solution is traffic reduction. More people on buses, bikes and local trains means fewer cars on the road, less pollution, less congestion and fewer casualties. For people to walk and cycle more, they tell me they need to feel safe and infrastructure needs to reduce conflicts. So any new developments should have walking and cycling routes that connect to existing networks that are LTN 120 compliant and with segregated cycle paths on spine roads. Moving to indoor air pollution, having a more robust plan that excludes polluting heating and cooking sources from new homes and requiring developers to install heat pumps and electric cookers will slash air pollution, what makes homes safer and set homeowners up for a fossil-free future, which is inevitable as gas and oil run out and gets more expensive. And whilst we're here on public health, how long is it going to be before all schools and public buildings have ventilations and air filters to clean the air? Why are our children still exposed to deadly viruses in schools? They have no immunity against COVID, and it is on the rise. But I would like to congratulate Wiltshire Council on its Wiltshire Community Air Quality Network monitoring of PM 2.5. I can see from the Purple Air website there are many monitors across Wiltshire, so I will be interested to see the data coming out and what the annual average in Wiltshire and how it compares to the World Health Organisation's recommendations of not exceeding 5 milligrams per metre cubed. So in summary, this is an opportunity to promote healthier lives both indoors and out. You have powers to give directions to developers that don't relate to any legal duties you have. And I would like to see you use those powers for the best air quality plan that puts people first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, right, Ian, we'll move on to our Wiltshire Plan now. So if you could move your recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor, yes. So are there any members of the public who want to speak about our Wiltshire Plan? Mr Nicholson. Ms Nicholson, can I remind you to speak up because we need clear diction in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Cabinet members, councillors and officers, including, not least, the dedicated and high-powered climate and emergency team. I'm Andrew Nicholson from Wiltshire Climate Alliance, and not every generation in history gets to say, we helped save human civilization from catastrophe. That's why we are partnering with you and Swindon Council on summits. And here are some intelligent and thoughtful quotes from Danny Kruger, the MP for East Wiltshire, from an earlier such event. Danny was elected not long after you as a council acknowledged the climate emergency when his predecessor stood down to become the president of the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference. Danny Kruger said, "Climate is treated very much as a scientific phenomenon. What we think it is a holistic challenge that has multiple causes, and these need to be taught to young people. And what can be done about it should be done about it. Do you not see that these are essentially political questions? What children need to learn in school is the foundations on which they can then construct their political opinions. Fundamentally, we are talking about science, which is largely agreed." Danny stated on behalf of the previous government that we're trying to lead by example on coal, and we're effectively eliminating domestic coal use. We are actually trying to get the world off coal. As a Wiltshire MP, Danny commented that the army should play its part in climate change reduction. Danny disclosed that Graham Martin of Sustainable Devices has helped me
Mr Nicholson,
understand...
can I remind you that we're talking about the Our Wiltshire plan here? Are you...
I tried to tell you earlier, Chair, that one statement would cover our Wiltshire plan, which has climate action at its heart, and also the other item, the climate emergency response update. I hope that's acceptable. And the clock is ticking. Danny disclosed that Graham Martin of Sustainable Devices has helped me understand a lot about these questions. He added, "It's an absolutely inspirational story what's been happening in Devices, and the strength of the institutional life of the place with a good, committed, engaged town council." Danny expressed the view that we need some kind of totemic legislation to commit to this agenda and beyond rather depressing numerical targets. Other jurisdictions have created Future Generations Acts. And Danny Kruger finished by saying, "The expertise is not in town halls and governments, it's
You have
in our
15
communities.
seconds left.
So we need to build on what people know and can do, and we can together come up with the right strategy for our country." Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear, are there any other members of the public who want to speak to this item on Our Wiltshire plan? This is not the climate update, this is Our Wiltshire plan, item 7 of the agenda.
Good morning, councillors. We talk about plans and policies today. So since 2019...
Sorry, can you confirm your name, please?
Sorry, it's Adrian Temple-Brown.
Okay, thank you.
So since 2019, we've dumped another 130 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide into our atmosphere. And that will trap enough heat to melt 200,000 cubic kilometres of polar ice by 2050. Our poles drive the weather systems. They were significantly melted in 2002 and have lost 400 cubic kilometres per year on average since then. That's why we have all recently experienced extreme weather events in Wiltshire. And that's why extreme weather events with greater intensity are guaranteed to come more often every year moving forwards. Since before 2019, my local government has had a core policy of economic growth, and it still does. It does not have a policy of securing a future for itself, for any business, person or living thing in Wiltshire. My local government has policy which advocates the purchase of new diesel-fuelled vehicles, which ignores the emissions from all funded taxi journeys, which doesn't recognise that ruminants are the biggest methane emission source in the county, which has failed to force conversion of all refuse lorries and buses to electric, which ignores upstream emissions from fossil fuel extraction and processing, which believes that the grid can supply zero carbon electricity to Wiltshire, and which doesn't understand that most of our soil is dead. My local government has a plan to emit around 1/3 billion tonnes of CO2 over 18 years by destroying vast soil ecosystems, living ecosystems, to create thousands of mortgages serviced by 100,000 new residents drifted into Wiltshire to convert precious resources, animal, mineral, vegetable and human, into money to finance those mortgages, where everything drives more emissions. It doesn't even see the lost opportunity to sequester carbon by rewilding this land. Its plan is to cover it with concrete and tarmac. It's called the Wiltshire Local Plan, and it's your plan, councillors. Today's meeting may evoke hope, even pride in some, but look at the measurements on climatelevels.org. We've made zero progress on net zero, because around the globe, national governments and local governments, like this one, have been ineffective addressing emissions. This council's core policy is economic growth, guaranteed to make global heating worse. So I know my local government cares more about money than future. This council's greenhouse gas accounting is
You have 10 seconds
self-delusional
left.
by design. So I know that my local government will continue to be effective beyond today.
Thank you, Mr. Temple-Brown.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, I want to make sure that people understand the item that we are debating is the administration's plan for Wiltshire for the next 10 years. It is not the local plan. I just want to be sure that everyone in this room is clear about what the item is about. So I refer back to pages 57 and 116 of your summons, because this is what this debate is about. So there are no other members of the public who are registered to speak, so I now ask group leaders. Councillor Richard Cluer. Sorry, you haven't had a chance to introduce it. Sorry, you've moved it, you haven't introduced it. I apologise. Introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry,
it's going to be a long day. The Our Wiltshire Plan is a document which, as the Chair has just said, sets out our plans as an administration, not quite for the next 25 years, and I won't be here in 25 years' time, and perhaps some of my colleagues won't be either, but certainly for the next 10 years in terms of the essence of what this council is about. So, of course, an awful lot of the detail will be in the work plans that come with this document. So this provides, in many ways, the essence, the headlines, the vision, the whole element of what we're seeking to achieve across this council. And of course, it's a document that will be owned by the council, a document that will drive the work of the cabinet, and of course also drive the work of our senior officers and our staff across all of the areas of the work that we undertake. I will just say, if anybody wishes to ask, I've forgotten my glasses today, so I'm borrowing somebody else's. These aren't normally my particular choice of glasses, so please forgive me. So we set out in the document 3 key principles: together, fair, and open. And the together part is particularly critical as we move forward in what I think will be extremely challenging times financially. It recognises the fact that we as an authority can only do so much, and that critically partnership, working with others, recognising others as equals in our journey, will be a vital part of this council's forward plan. It'll be about building relationships, recognising mutual strengths, and delivering for the people of Wiltshire effective, cost-effective, and of course ultimately policies that deliver for the people of Wiltshire. I've been very clear in the introduction. There are 2 really key parts to the mission of this document. One is financial stability. I've said it many times in the last 5 months, and hopefully I'll have a chance to say it many times moving forward, that is very, very vital to our existence in terms of delivering services, supporting our residents, that we have a very, very clear and stable financial position. And then the second key feature, which is also of critical importance, which we recognised in the climate debate in 2019, but which we also recognised in rejecting the climate motion at the last council, is the critical role this council plays, not simply in delivering our own climate objectives, but also, of course, in terms of doing everything we can to influence our neighbours, our friends, our partners across this county to play their part. And that's not to suggest that they're not doing so, but I think there's even greater emphasis that we need to place as Wiltshire Council on moving this agenda forward. I think for the first time, somebody, of course, because they always do, will correct me if I'm wrong, quite rightly so, that we took for the first time this plan, a council plan, out to consultation. And we wanted to talk to residents, we wanted to have conversations with residents, with businesses, with our parishes, with our towns, with our city, to hear from them. Because we don't have a monopoly on good ideas. We don't have a monopoly on inspiration and thought. Our residents, quite rightly, pay for us to be here, and they quite rightly have an opportunity and should have an opportunity to engage with us, and that's what we have done. And I think in total, in terms of the events, in terms of the surveys, we had about 1,000 responses. Now, is that good enough? I'm pleased with what we achieved. It's the first time this council's gone and done it. Can we do better next time? Yes, we can. We're working very hard at the moment on the engagement and consultation over the budget. And we're seeing a very large response, as you would expect from residents, on that very specific issue. So is 1,000 enough? Frankly, no, it's not. Is 1,000 a good step at this stage? Yes, it is. Will we be engaging, certainly, our colleagues in this chamber again? Yes, and we've committed, I committed at the scrutiny that we would come back and take a look at this and debate this every year. Why is that? Because change happens. It seems to me that change happens more and more quickly, and therefore the document needs to reflect those changes as we move forward. One of the most interesting parts of the consultation that I experienced was meeting with the Youth Council. And if you remember, we had various speakers on the Youth Council at the last council meeting, and I committed to attending, and my colleagues on Cabinet committed to attending over a longer period of time, and I was there to talk to them about the council plan. And what was very evident was the importance of language and how we describe what we seek to describe. There was a very interesting discussion around one priority which talked about protecting our communities. And of course, language is important because people, young people in particular, came at that subject from a whole raft of different places. So in terms of listening, we've done that. I think we've listened with what I would just call discernment, in the sense that we've listened, we've thought, and we've responded. There were comments about the language in the document. There were some fantastic responses through our scrutiny, and we've tried to respond to a lot of the points raised by scrutiny. And I'll finish by saying that the document has, for the Cabinet's purposes, 75 KPIs. There are many, many more KPIs, of course, that are used by our officers through our scrutiny process, but these are 75 KPIs which have, in essence, two key qualifications. They are KPIs that allow us to influence the outcome. In other words, every KPI, with one or two exceptions, are KPIs that we can influence rather than purely observe. And then the second key factor about the KPIs is that they are based on regular and updated data. So the analysis is strong, but we're still open to debate and discussion. I think, looking at Graham, there will be a deep dive on the KPIs in a couple of weeks' time. But I'm here today to present the document. I'm very proud of this document. I think that officers have been extremely helpful. I pay tribute to Martin Nichols and his team, who have given a huge amount of time to ensuring this document is the best it can be. But is it good enough? No. We will be moving again in a year's time to seek to review it. So I'm very happy with what we've got. I think it's a huge contribution to the working of this council. I think the input from residents has made a real difference to the document, and I commend the report to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So now we open it to group leaders. So, Councillor Richard Clewer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Before I come on to the detail of the document, Ian's referenced consultation levels. Should one consult on a council plan? You have, but the consultation levels are simply too low. 554 more responses for a population the size of Wiltshire. You should be getting 2,000 responses to claim you've got a meaningful data coming out of that. You've got responses looking at the report from, Swindon, Frome and Bath. Yeah, really, Wiltshire residents. Carried out over the summer holidays when most people are away, it leaves us with, I'm afraid, in my mind, a meaningless consultation. It's a disservice, I'm afraid, to everyone who's put the plan together and to those who've consulted. You've also referenced metrics. We haven't seen metrics for 6 months now. We've no idea how this council's performing. We've still not got any metrics. That's a frustration. But anyway, coming on to the council plan itself. What does the council plan need to do? We're a strategic authority with responsibility for delivery of a large number of services, complex statutory services. A council plan or business plan should act as a roadmap that outlines an organisation's strategic objectives and how it will achieve them. Now, this is where this plan starts to fall apart. Together, fair and open are nice concepts, but there's no way you can build a business plan for a strategic authority financially constrained by statutory service provision on them. How do you suggest measuring togetherness? How can you measure fairness when, as we've heard today, you've got people with diametrically opposed views? And how can outcomes then be fair? As for openness, well, we've already seen, I'm afraid, the Liberal Democrats' approach to openness over St Stephen's Place car park, with dodgy decisions being made behind closed doors that are definitely not fair, as far as the people of Trowbridge are concerned anyway. And in no way are they open or being made together. Perhaps it should read, I don't know, dictatorial, secretive and prejudiced. I mean, that example alone makes a mockery of this plan as a strategic document. Now, the last business plan, well, the current business plan, if full council rejects the plan today, is focused on clear, thematic, strategic direction, on prevention and early intervention, combined with tackling inequalities, the need to maximise delivery alongside our partners, and to understand unique issues in different contexts. This has delivered significant savings and controlled our costs over many years. It's a strategic approach that is laser-focused on dealing with the challenges Wiltshire Council faces. Now, the new plan simply isn't. It's a loose document of nice words with no strategic direction driving it whatsoever. It's a wish list of ideas that anyone could use to claim that their particular issue or desire is clearly covered by the plan, and therefore it should be acted on. Unlike the current plan, it doesn't deal with the budget pressures local authority faces, as Ian has raised. In fact, it encourages those budget pressures, because anyone can take that plan and make them think it means anything they want, that everything they look at should be acted on. I've already started to see people saying, well, look, based on this new plan, you should be doing X, Y, and Z. Arguments about extra money that should be spent, and that's before we've even adopted it. I want to be blunt. Wiltshire Council, in fact, no council in this country can do everything it wants. Either we control our costs, reduce demand through prevention and early intervention, or we will lose the strong financial position we have and go the way of the rest of the local government sector. We've already heard from the Cabinet Member for Finance at various meetings, from Ian as well, that next year's budget is extremely challenging due to pressures. But there is no realisation in this administration that those pressures grow through a lack of focus caused by documents like this. There's a lack of understanding that being in administration is mostly about saying, sorry, no, we can't do that. By trying to do everything for everyone, the administration has already taken its eye off controlling finances, and as a result, costs are clearly ballooning everywhere. And that's just in a few short months. This is not a business plan. It isn't even a council plan. It's a financial suicide pact written in a word salad of disjointed, undeliverable, fluffy words. We need a clear strategic plan if we're to thrive as an authority, and this plan is not it. The current business plan is. It's evidenced it worked. So I urge you all to vote against the council word salad and stick with the plan that's been working and with the right management will continue to deliver.
Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I mean, our test on all of this is simple. Does the plan deliver, does the plan deliver real results for Wiltshire's families and communities? And is it at a price that taxpayers can afford? And I'm afraid on all of those tests it fails. It's a lot of rhetoric and short on results. And I agree with a lot of what Councillor McClure just said. And, you know, I could really put down issues to the consultation. Frankly, the number consulted just doesn't have a meaningful result. And, for example, you know, ranked priorities were only done after the council had preset them. So you're measuring agreement within the framing that's already there. Even the online survey asked residents how the council should act if it followed your principles, rather than test competing options. So it's full of leading questions, and I just don't feel that the result from that can give us anything meaningful. Some of the answers we do see in there, however, practicality over rhetoric comes up a lot, and I'm afraid that this doesn't deliver on that. It delivers on rhetoric, but it doesn't deliver on practicality. Again, we look at the KPIs. I find it difficult to vote for a plan where we're supposed to approve it now and then we define the success later. The KPIs need to be published now so that we can see exactly what the measure is of what we're voting for. And then we come to the issues on net zero. Again, it's a big claim. We're trying to get Wiltshire net zero by 2030. It's aspirational, but as I've said previously, the general public want us to do things that we can actually deliver on. They're sick of politicians saying, we want to do this, and then not believing they'll do it. If we're putting in aims that are completely unachievable, then all that is doing is telling the general public that we can't be trusted and politicians can't be trusted. And I think that it's therefore very important that we don't vote for this. I mean, another point that I'd like to make is that it doesn't make clear at all how much has been spent on net zero since 2019, and we haven't got anything about the measurable benefits that have been seen for that. And the consultation ranked environment second of priorities, but this was only after the list of preset priorities was there. So my question is, how many people actually raised net zero as their priority unprompted, or indeed any of the other priorities on there? And my final point that I really want to raise is the promise for transparency and quarterly reporting. We really need to see what those KPIs are, and we really need to see how those are reported before we can vote for this. I think that the change of title from a business plan to our Wiltshire plan makes it indicative of what the content is. It's more fluffy and less content, and we need to actually see deliverable targets that we can achieve. So I urge you not to vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Rimmer. Exactly 3 minutes. Well done. Councillor Clark. No vote. Councillor Ricky Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I had some differences of opinion this morning, haven't we? That's interesting. It's obvious that the plan can't please everyone. That's for sure. I think I do want to put on record my actually recognition of the amount of work that has gone into this plan. You know, no matter what we think of it, there's a huge amount of work gone into it. And I think I'm convinced we can't please everyone. It's the ambition of the new administration to take us forward. I'm happy to support that. And I think I'm happy to hear the words that the plan is still open. We're happy to listen to new initiatives, to new ideas as they come along, as a grown-up authority should do. So for that reason, I'm going to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So before going into general debate, I will now call on Councillor Graham Wright, Chairman of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee, to comment. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. The draft council plan was considered at an extraordinary meeting of ONS Management Committee on the 3rd of October this year. This follows significant work by each select committee to review the draft plan and agree their comments and questions ready for the scrutiny by Overview and Scrutiny Management. We held a long and detailed discussion about the aspects of the plan, and I'm very pleased to see that many changes suggested by scrutiny and accepted by the Cabinet have been listed under paragraphs 25 of the covering report. Scrutiny also looks forward to reviewing the KPIs proposed in the report, and I encourage all backbencher members to look out for the advert seeking their participation in this exercise. The final list of KPIs will form the quarterly corporate performance reports to Cabinet, so it's extremely important members get involved and influence which ones are included. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I will now open the item to general debate. Any member wishing to speak, please press the button on the microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. And I will take them in order. So, first person to request to speak is Councillor Ian Blair-Pilling.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to get in quickly and I will try and be quick. I can't support this and I'm going to quickly explain why. For me, the purpose of this plan is to give clear strategic direction, and in that it should be driving the Council's work. It should provide a framework for key elements of work, such as, in particular, budget setting, which is right upon us all now. And I regret that I don't think this plan is yet fit for that purpose. Much is made of a consultation exercise that reached, in my calculation, somewhere about 1 in 400 of each of our voting residents. But I don't think enough attention and thinking and resolution of the detail has been applied since then. I've heard now a couple of times about it's a living document, we'll revisit it, etc. I'm afraid that doesn't cut it for me. We're into budget setting now. This document needs to be ready for purpose. I don't think it is. And I will pick out 2 examples that are in particular from my area of experience. When we first saw this document, the outline of it, at scrutiny, I asked what was meant by, when referring to area boards, it said to provide strategic leadership and decision-making. Inthor then replied he needed to think about it. Later, when we saw the full document at ONSM, and we were scrutinising it again, I asked again, because the same wording was there, unchanged, without any illustration. And the Cabinet member, Mel Jacobs, I'm afraid couldn't provide any specifics to my suggestions on that. So it's not fit. Secondly, the KPIs. And that is the 75 KPIs, 15 have been singled out, 15 have been given an actual target as, I suppose, corporate targets as opposed to scorecard. One, in my area, has a target set of an increased footfall of 10% over the 10-year period. Do the maths. That is less than 1% increase in each of the next 10 years. That is singularly unambitious, or it is a clear signal, that there is no enthusiasm for further investment in leisure. That's what that tells me in that. Or it's a mistake. Well, which is it? Because either of those, in my view, it's not fit for purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Blair-Pilling. Councillor Mel Jacob.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to respond to a couple of points that have been raised. So I know we rehearsed this in overview and scrutiny about the numbers, and I just want to reiterate, it might be, you might think it should be 2,000. I would love it to have been 2,000. And Ian's already said that we're obviously wanting to improve our consultation as time goes forward. We want to encourage people to respond, and quite a lot of people don't respond because they say in the past councils haven't responded to what they say, so there's no point. So we're working from a point where people feel that there's no point in having a say. So we're trying to move forward on that point. But actually, for me, the consultations were about more than just getting the responses on the day. I took away many contacts from people who came to speak to us, who travelled to speak to us, who had their voices heard, and it was about developing relationships with our community. Okay, maybe it was only 500 people that we spoke to, but those 500 people are still important. And as we've heard from people talking about equality across our county, everybody matters. So if it was only 500, if it was only one, they were still an important person and an important resident. So I'd just challenge you back on that. It was done in the summer holidays because that was the time we could first get to it, and we will have further consultation, so it's not the end of the road. I was interested that you thought your plan was better than our plan, because you put cost as a #1 priority. I was just interested in how well your plan had achieved an overspend, because if you were putting financial things first, how did you end up with an overspend? That was just a question as you were speaking. And the lack of focus, we have a huge focus on financial pressures, and we spend more time talking about than anything, and I hope that we'll be able to move it forward. But we are in a position where we've inherited a really tricky financial situation, and therefore I'm not sure your plan is any better than ours, and ours is a change. So I would like to just let you think about that as I have. I think it's really important when you talk about saying it's lack of focus and it doesn't say anything, that this wasn't just consulted with residents and members and you didn't all reply, so that's a shame. But it was actually worked through with staff, and the staff, the officers, have had a huge input into this, and it's their work that you're criticising. They know the services, and their service delivery plans are the things that have fed into this, and we have worked with them to come up with the council plan. It is a team effort.
20 seconds.
Okay, and just quickly to go, I'll skip through my other bits, just to talk to Ian. 10% again was a target that's come via the officers. We're still, you know, it doesn't mean it's set forever. We've said it's a living document. No enthusiasm for further investment. Of course we've got enthusiasm for investment, but we are coming up to that budget time, and we'll be looking at that as we go forward.
You've had 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Councillor Liz Alstrom.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Local Youth Network in Chippenham, I noted in the report that following in-person engagement, 16.3% of the responses ranked making Wiltshire child-friendly and providing opportunities for our young people as their #1 priority. So I welcome the Council's dedication to working with families, schools and communities to provide safe and secure foundation for children and young people to succeed and be happy. We just had our second successful teen takeover event in Chippenham, a weekend of free activities, workshops and events for young people in the Chippenham area for ages 11 to 19 and up to 25 with SEN. And the level of uptake this year has nearly doubled. So it shows that investment in our young people is needed and wanted in our communities. So I appreciate the Council's support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. I stand here today to give my wholehearted support to this council plan and to speak particularly about what it means for the babies, children and young people of Wiltshire. This plan represents more than just a strategic document. It represents our promise to the next generation. And I am genuinely delighted, proud in fact, that we are declaring our ambition to make Wiltshire child-friendly. Let me be clear about what this means. When we say child-friendly, we're not just talking about playgrounds and youth clubs, though they matter enormously. We are talking about embedding children's voices, rights and well-being into everything we do as a council. We are talking about a Wiltshire where every decision we make about transport, housing, the environment, culture, the economy, every decision is made with our children and young people in mind. As Cabinet Member for Children's Services, SEND Education and Skills, I see every day the difference it makes when we put children at the heart of our thinking.
I see it in our investment in SEND provision, in our work to ensure that every child can have access to the education they need. I see it in schools across this county where staff work tirelessly to help young people thrive. But we can't do this work in isolation. That's why this plan's principles of together, fair and open resonate so strongly with me. Together, because safeguarding and supporting our children is everyone's responsibility. Fair, because every child, regardless of background or need, deserves the best possible start in life. Open, because we must listen to what children and young people themselves are telling us about the Wiltshire that they want to grow up in. This plan gives us the framework to build that Wiltshire, a Wiltshire where our children can flourish, where families are supported, where communities are enriched for future generations. A Wiltshire that doesn't just accommodate children, but actively celebrates them and centres their needs. The commitment to making Wiltshire child-friendly isn't just one priority among many, it is a golden thread that runs through everything else in this plan. Safer, greener transport matters to children walking to school. Healthier lives begin in childhood. Culture accessible to all means young people can explore their creativity and potential. I urge colleagues to support this plan. Let's make this a declaration of ambition. Let's make it a reality. Let's build a Wiltshire
you've overdone your time.
Every baby, child and young person
can I call on
thrive.
Councillor Martin Smith now to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reflect on some of the comments that Councillor Cluer made. I mean, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. I mean, he seems to forget that his own business plan was very much a high-level word salad, his words. He forgets that the plan had no public consultation. He also forgets that we had to wait many, many months before we saw any of his KPIs. He says that the council was in a strong financial position. Well, sadly, that's not what we've found as an incoming administration. Expenditure was already careering out of control before we took over. And now we've discovered yet more financial nonsense that was a legacy of his previous administration. But our plan, our council plan, is aspirational, challenging, and sets a clear direction for this council over the coming years. It's had huge input from a variety of different areas and sectors of Wiltshire. And so I really do commend this plan to everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Zoe Cluer.
Thank you. I have a couple of points to make on this plan. Firstly, that fair is a subjective concept, and I wonder how this administration will be measuring that. When residents have a different viewpoint of what is fair, how exactly is this to be arbitrated? The dictionary definition of fair is impartial and just, without favouritism, and equal representation for all its members. So when two or more of our 520,000 population disagree on what is fair, don't you risk breaking your own pledge of fairness to the losing residents? That was on page 59, if you want to reference that point, point 20. Page 66, 4.2, the first bullet on transparency and communication. Does this apply to St Stephen's Place car park, which seems to many residents and members as neither transparent nor open? Or indeed, is this a chamber of secrets? The fourth bullet on page 67, about ensuring good value for money, where indeed does St Stephen's Place fit into this? I can't support this plan. It is vague and nebulous, lacking leadership. I prefer the meat and potatoes of the previous administration rather than this particular word salad. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon King.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, wherever I go in Wiltshire, people often say to me, where is Wiltshire Council? What is Wiltshire Council? It's just a building in Trowbridge that spends all of its time looking at its own navel. Well, this council plan isn't about nasal gazing. It's about looking out. It's about reaching out. It's about being fair. It's being open and transparent. It's about treating communities and building communities and working with people and making sure that everybody, everywhere matters. No longer will people say, you know, Wiltshire Council may no longer be on the backside of the moon. It won't be. It will become front and centre in everything they do. That is the ambition here. This is our ambition, and we are proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Hagger.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to disagree with one point, that I think it does provide a clear framework. We went through this, as Councillor Wright said, on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I was very pleased to see that the points that were made have been listened to, and they are detailed in this paper, which shows there's a listening exercise going on as we develop the agenda, which is within this framework. And I was just thinking of one particular item that I'm very passionate about, and that's safer communities. And if you look at safer communities, we do have the reference in there to the work of the Community Safety Partnership. And when we consider that many, many departments within this council have a fundamental role to play in delivering the safer communities within Wiltshire, I think this does provide a clear framework within which we can develop that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chris Vaughan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to build on the public consultation point. I think this is so important. One of the things that struck me on the doorstep was how people are frustrated about not the lack of public consultation, but how there should be more. So I'm certainly not belittling the efforts made. That's all very welcome, but we must remember that we are the voices of our residents, and their voices need to be heard as much as possible. So I urge us all, as much as we possibly can, to have as much public consultation as possible, because I think that looks good on us, and it certainly helps our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Gavin Grant.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hadn't intended to take part in this particular discussion until I heard Councillor Clewer-Richard's contribution, to avoid any confusion with our councillors Clewer. Richard, £4.852 million. That's the legacy of your administration. It's no good grimacing, Richard. It's rubbish, is it, Richard? So you think our officers are making these numbers up, do you, Richard? Well, certainly your deputy alleged that, or came preciously close to so doing. That is a disgrace, if that's your suggestion, and you know it full well. £4.852 million of debt you left this council in. And you came to this council chamber and you went to the electorate of Wiltshire boasting about the fact that you were a council that didn't have to increase the council tax to the full amount. So was the brilliance of your financial management. £1.9 million. Not just this year, but next year and every year is the impact of that decision, Councillor Clewer, and that decision is already finding its echoes in the budget we've inherited from you and we're having to manage. And boy, is that a challenge. And as this council will discover over the coming months, it's not the only challenges. The failure to grip the payment to providers project in adult social care, that was down to you, Richard, and your leadership. St Stephen's car park, are you having a laugh? Did you not read the report on the state of St Stephen's car park? Were you not briefed in exactly the same time as this incoming administration was briefed, before it was clear which one of us would be leading the council? You were briefed on those matters, Richard. So it is simply, and I'll be polite, disingenuous of you to come into this council chamber and suggest something different. It is disingenuous of you to say you didn't know the state of that car park. Those reports were sent to your cabinet. They were available to you. The reality of the situation is this council has changed, and why? Because the people of Wiltshire spoke and decided it was time for you to go, Richard, and a new leadership and a new plan to arrive. Thank goodness they did.
Councillor Chuck Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. As they say at school, play nicely, children. I have a question, really, for the whole plan. And I would agree with you. I think it is fair, which is somewhere between good and bad. It doesn't say a great deal about what will happen if. And I think the biggest problem we have as officers and members is we don't know what's coming around the corner. We don't know what government's going to do to us. We don't know how they're going to exploit councils for their own gain going forwards. And that's something we don't really have in the plan. And we're planning for 10 years. So it could be one government and it could be another government in that time. We have no idea. And I think the worry about that, the worry about producing a plan along those lines, as best as we can, we are bound to make errors. Those errors, we know, centre around a couple of big things in the council, namely adult and children's care, effectively. That's what runs the council. That's what is the council spend pretty well. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone what's going to happen in 10 years' time. So how can we plan for that? I don't see anything in here that tells us what we might do if. I don't see anything in here which worries about what could happen in the next year, the next 2 years, what could happen if minimum wage changes, national insurance goes up, all of those things, any of which could happen actually a month away. And here we are bravely putting together a plan before that announcement. I think it's the wrong time, and I think we need to do a lot more work just to try and look at how we deal with the potential issues as a result of government. We don't have control, and I'm sorry to say, public, we don't have control of your council tax because we don't know what we're going to spend on it next. So please give us some patience. Let's work on it harder and deliver something that's more concrete, that has some answers to possible idiosyncratic issues in the future from governments in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I have two final speakers, then I am going to call it to a close. So I've got Councillor Dominic Munns, and then the last person to speak will be Councillor Andrew Griffin.
Thank you, Chair. A few minutes into the debate, and we are already hearing the excuses from the Lib Dems to cover their inability to control a budget. These are the same excuses. You can laugh.
Sorry, can we let people speak? Please, can we let people speak? Sorry. Can I ask for quiet, just so people can be heard? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It blows my mind that you can all be in hysterics with Wiltshire watching on a live stream, that this is somehow funny that you cannot control this budget. We've seen these tactics time and time again. Blame someone else as quickly as possible. It wasn't our fault. I'm not ashamed that the previous administration put financial performance... I'm talking, Councillor Sample. Chair?
Can I ask that we just allow the speaker to speak? It's not a place for banter across this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not ashamed that the previous administration put financial performance at the very core of its plan, and I am seriously concerned that the new administration doesn't do that. The fact is that the previous Conservative administration delivered a £24 million underspend in the last 4 years. The simple fact is, if we don't have strong finances, then we cannot deliver anything. So, to all of the points about children's services that Councillor Hubbard made, which I fully support, I offer a stark warning. You cannot deliver any of it if you don't put finances first and protect our budget.
Thank you. Can you please keep order? I will let people speak, but it has to be through me. Thank you. So, last person to speak, please, is Councillor Andrew Griffin.
Thank you, Chair. There's been some quite emotional speeches over the last few minutes. I shall try and remain as objective and calm as possible. Next Saturday, the 1st of November, it will be 6 months since all of us sitting here today as councillors were elected to our places. It's right and proper that within 6 months, after 15 years of a previous political administration, the new administration coming in seeks to establish its own view on what its plans are for the coming future of Wiltshire. That makes sense. It's almost essential that we do that. With regard to the consultation process, there was extensive online social media publicity about the process. We held face-to-face meetings with residents in 8 separate towns across the county. It is terribly disappointing that we only got the relatively small number of participants that communicated to us in that way. I wish, as others do, that it had been much higher so that we would get a representation. However, we can't go out and drag people in from the streets and from their houses to speak to us. We have to try and be as public as we possibly can in engaging with our residents and our population. So I hope and trust that whatever vote arises from this discussion will be objective and sensible and meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I had one last speaker who I hadn't seen on my list. It's Councillor Jane Davis, then that will be the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like others, I will start by saying I wasn't going to speak today, but given the way the debate has unravelled, I want to say a few things about adult social care finance. One is it's a statutory responsibility. It deals with some of the most vulnerable people in the county, so I'm horrified whenever I hear people laughing about the spend. Also, it's simply not fair to say we didn't plan ahead and we didn't plan properly. We had a new government who increased national insurance, increased the living wage. There were unexpected in-year cost pressures. The financial stuff that had to be unravelled in order to pay and deal with the net to providers took a consultant over a year, specialist consultant working with the finance team, to unravel that. And 10 items have come out of that. I'm really hoping we get scrutiny and oversight of that. And most of all, I am hoping for the people of Wiltshire, those vulnerable people who really need our support in this area, that work has been done properly. I'm not yet convinced it has been. So I would be very careful about laughing about overspending on adult social care. One, it's not funny, and you better be careful what you laugh about because it may well come back and bite you.
Thank you very much for a good debate. We conclude the debate. Does Councillor Thorne have any comments before we move to the vote?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just echo the point that we're going to be here for a very long time, and so I would certainly ask colleagues to respectfully listen to all of the contributions, however much we may vehemently disagree with the contributions that speaker might be making, and I want to make that absolutely clear. I just want to reflect back on Richard's comments about word salad and so forth, and the KPIs. I'm just sort of reading a note that I made earlier in terms of what happened with the previous administration, which was that the business plan, as it was called, came to council in the February of 22 following the election of 21 with a draft scorecard. There was no actual scorecard KPIs set out in the document. It was draft. As I understand it from here, that then went on to a cabinet meeting. So I'm not sure the KPIs were ever agreed by council. So we have taken this process on several steps further as we will do so on many occasions from the previous administration. I'm not going to get into the money debate because we'll have plenty of opportunity to do that over the next weeks and indeed months until I suspect we are sick and tired of it. Councillor Berry's point about timing, well, if we waited for a period where there was nothing changing, nothing ever happening, we might get back in 30 or 40 years' time with a council plan that we like. Is this document perfect? No, because no document I've ever read is. Is this a reflection of the Liberal Democrat manifesto? Well, of course it is, because that's the reason why we're here. Has it been infused with the views of residents? And I have to say I've spent a lot of my years in professional consultation and engagement, and the response, in my opinion, was excellent. Could we do better? Yes, we can. Is 1,000 better than 0, which was the performance, if you want to look at it as a KPI from the last administration? It's significantly more so. And what I think is important, as important as the number, is our intent. That we don't believe we have a monopoly on ideas. We don't believe that only our position is the right one, because we're open for discussion, we're open for debate, and particularly amongst the people, as I said earlier, that pay for us to be here. I'm just going to finish on the question of fairness, because I'm disappointed I've got to defend the word fairness in any document. It seems to me that fairness is an incredibly important part of our British values. Fairness is something that we all believe within ourselves, and Councillor Cluer is absolutely right. How do you judge that? Well, it's about how we feel. This document will be owned by the Cabinet, and if Councillor Cluer feels that we aren't being fair, she will come along to Cabinet and she'll tell us so. And if she feels that she's still unhappy, she can, as somebody did the other day, draw us all to a special scrutiny to discuss it. So there are opportunities. But I'm not going to apologise for using the word fair in any document I have any involvement in. I urge colleagues to support it. I think it will be transforming as a document. Is it different to the last document? Of course it is. That's the whole purpose of why we're here. So please support it. I think it provides a fantastic basis for us moving forward as a council, as colleagues across the chamber, and as those sitting in front of me for our officers as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. Please indicate on your microphone console whether you are voting for the motion, against the motion, or if you're abstaining from the motion. I will allow 20 seconds for members to vote. Councillor Cooper, you've got your microphone on for some reason. So we have 51 for the motion, 43 against, and no abstentions, so that motion is passed. Well done.
Chairman, I don't think my console was working. Could somebody possibly have a look at it?
Okay, we can check that afterwards. If we can do that, we can check that afterwards. Okay, thank you. Okay, with the agreement of the Cabinet, I've agreed that we will move now to item 9, because we've got members of the public here who are waiting to speak, and I'm conscious that they've had to wait for a long time. So we are now moving to item 9, which is the Revenue Budget 2025-26, which is includes the blue badges and local visitor economic partner. The reports for this item are on pages 221 to 242 of your summons. Now, on my script, it's saying, I call upon Councillor Gavin Grant, Cabinet Member for Finance, to move the recommendations and introduce them.
Chair, I'm happy to move the recommendations as set out on the agenda paper and ask for a seconder, please.
Who is going to second them? Councillor Belcher will second. So Councillor Grant is to introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Chair. You have 2 items before you. They come before you because they are amendments to previous budget decisions. The first is an item calculated by the previous administration and confirmed by this one.
Chair, on a point of information, can we clarify whether we're taking a single vote on this or two votes on this, please?
We're going to take separate votes. One on the blue badges, one on the other item, the local visitor economic
Are we having one debate or two separate debates, or do we intermingle the two debates? It just might get a bit confusing.
I think one debate, but with two resolutions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Whitehead, for that helpful intervention on clarification. So the two resolutions before you to be voted upon separately. The first relates to the withdrawal of charges for blue badge holders in Wiltshire car parks. This matter has been debated by this council in its previous form through amendment. That amendment was rejected at the time. The costings provided by the administration in relation to that amendment were the sum of £40,000. Those costings have been re-examined and confirmed again. So that is the figure that we are dealing with, and I trust it's not going to be a figure that is challenged in the course of this debate. So it's a question of cost and value, colleagues. It is my sincere belief that the challenges that blue badge holders, and there is available through the documentation the list of those who qualify for blue badge holders, their lives are challenging enough. This is a gesture that Wiltshire Council can make of solidarity with those individuals and, importantly, with those members of their family, their friends, the wider community who drive them into our car parks. This allows them to park in safety. It was pointed out in previous discussions, well, blue badge holders are entitled to park on double yellow lines. Yes, they are, but we all know the reasons for those double yellow lines being in existence. So this provides equity, safety, fairness, the matter we've just discussed, as to those in our community that face greater challenges than others. If you'll permit me, Chair, I'll also, if I may, introduce a second item, which is the Visit Wiltshire item, and I hope this matter will not be in any way contentious before us. There was in the previous administration, there is in this administration, a commitment to boosting our visitor numbers and internal tourism within our county. It's an enormously important economic driver in our various communities. The previous government and this government's strategy is to work through local visitor economic partnerships, LVEPs, as they're known. To be an LVEP requires a contribution not only from the private sector, and there are many businesses in Wiltshire that have stepped forward to fund Visit Wiltshire, but also from statutory bodies, the public sector. This council took the decision, in my view, foolishly, to say that it would withdraw funding from Visit Wiltshire. And while this is a single and, in essence, a procurement item, because of that commitment in previous budget to say that there will be no funding of Visit Wiltshire, it comes before you today. I'm sure you would have all read the papers, and you will have noted the letter written when he was leader of the council, Councillor Cluer, stating his intention to provide monies for works to be undertaken to complete the strategy, the management plan, to drive forward the overarching piece of work as to how we attract more people into our county and generate more economic wealth within our county, particularly in our visitor attraction and hospitality industries, our hoteliers and so on. So this should not be a matter of contention. The assessment as to who is best placed to undertake this work, well, it needs to be an organisation which has already built relationships with those visitor attractions, those businesses and the wider community. And it should be noted that a significant number of broadly our market towns are making contributions to Visit Wiltshire, and of course they are already working with our principal visitor attraction organisations and the businesses that relate to that. So frankly, and I'll use a financial technical term, this is a bit of a no-brainer. They're obviously the right organisation to undertake this work, they're ready to undertake this work, and we should allow them to get on with it. And it's simply the existence of those words in a previous discussion around the budget that requires us to bring this matter before you today. Madam Chairman, I have moved both resolutions and I am looking forward to listening to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to invite members of the public who asked to speak on these items. So in the order I have them here, Laura White. Is Laura here? No? Okay. Emily Pomeroy-Smith? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Before you start the clock, I would like it noted that speakers on this agenda item were advised that they could speak in the public section, so have been waiting a considerable time. I thank you for bringing it forward. I also note that we were advised that there is a limit of 3 public speakers per agenda item, and I note that double that speaker spoke on another item. I therefore request that the reserved speakers be permitted to speak in this debate, considering the topic that we are discussing today and that we have disabled visitors. Thank you.
Fine.
Emily Pomeroy-Smith speaking on item 9 today as a disabled resident of Wiltshire. Choice is something that many of us take for granted. Where to shop, where to socialise, where to work, where to park. For disabled people, however, choices are frequently made for us, not by virtue of being disabled, but because of the barriers that society puts in our way. When Wiltshire Council decided to charge blue badge holders for parking, it didn't just introduce a fee, it introduced another barrier, and barriers for disabled people mean fewer choices. When we talk about inclusion, we can't separate it from the ability to choose to take part, to work, to volunteer, to shop locally, to see friends, to contribute to our community. Charging blue badge holders to park tells people your participation is conditional. It says you can come, but only if you can afford it. That is not inclusion, that is exclusion wrapped up in a parking ticket. If you're a wheelchair user, you can't just park further away to save money. If you live with chronic pain or fatigue, you can't simply walk a bit more. You need accessible, safe parking close to where you're going, and if that comes with a price tag, it effectively becomes a tax on necessity. This isn't about special treatment, it's about fairness, something we've all been talking about today. Fairness means recognising that equality isn't everyone being treated the same. It means giving people what they need in order to have the same opportunities as everyone else. Let's face it, disabled people do not need the added costs. Research by Scope shows that disabled households face an average of £1,095 extra costs every month for care, equipment, transport, the list goes on. 3 out of 4 of Trussell Trust food bank users are themselves or have a member of their household who is disabled. Adding parking charges just piles on another cost for trying to live an ordinary life. If we want our county to be open, welcoming and accessible, then we must remove barriers, not build new ones. Let's make sure disabled people have a real choice, the same choice everyone else enjoys, to go where they need to, when they need to, without penalty. And finally, a few reminders. First, a blue badge is issued to a person, not a vehicle. Many disabled people, like me, don't drive. Telling us to just use public transport, as I quote one of the members here, isn't a solution, it's another way of removing choice. Second, council-run car parks are usually the most accessible and conveniently located. For example, if I go to my GP in Bradford-on-Avon, I park in a council-run car park and have to pay to see a doctor. Third, on-street parking is often unsafe or impractical. No dropped curbs, narrow spaces, no room for a wheelchair to exist. Disabled bays exist for a reason. On-road parking isn't always viable or safe. Finally, please remember accessibility isn't a privilege, it's a right. And fairness means freedom, the freedom to choose. Thank you.
Another person to speak in exactly 3 minutes. Congratulations. Kez Adi.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. My name's Kez and I am the founder of the Disability Interest Group, an accessibility advocacy that helps businesses across England become more inclusive, from websites, workplaces, staff training, physical access in our high streets. But today I'm not speaking as a consultant, I'm speaking as a disabled person and a representative of Salisbury's disabled community, and as someone who sees every day the difference the small, thoughtful decisions can make. Bringing back free parking for blue badge holders isn't a luxury. It's a matter of independence and dignity. So I went out the other day on a little journey with a lady who has a blue badge, and it took her 27 minutes exactly to get out the car, get a walker out the car and be ready to proceed with the journey. We then had to take 4 or 5 different stops along our journey to let her rest and to let her gather her thoughts, shall we say. By the time Doris has parked, unfolded the walker, made her way slowly across the car park and found a safe route into the shops, the clock is already ticking. She needs to stop, rest, and sometimes the journey takes longer than the visit itself. When parking stopped being free for blue badge holders, many of us stopped coming to our local towns as often as we did. The worry about running out of time and getting fined made everyone anxious. And like many older or disabled residents, she began staying at home instead. That's the quiet reality of these decisions. When access becomes harder, people disappear from community life. Reinstating free parking isn't about giving more, it's about giving equal opportunities to the disabled community. It gives people like me and many others the confidence to come back into town to shop locally, to see friends and just to stay connected. And it's not just good for individuals, it's good for our local economies. When parking is accessible and affordable, disabled people and their families stay longer, spend more and contribute more to the community. At the Disability Interest Group, we work with councils and businesses across England, and we've seen the impact when accessibility is made a priority. Footfall raises, local business benefits, and residents feel welcome and not excluded. Because accessibility isn't just about ramps and signs, it's about removing the quiet barriers that keep people away. Paid parking is one of our biggest barriers. So I ask you today to look beyond the policy and see the people it affects. People like me, people like Emily next to me, who simply want to be part of our community. When access improves, the whole community benefits. Let's make inclusion a standard and not an exception. Thank you.
Well done, Kez, you spoke very well. It's an intimidating audience. So I just want to check, is Emma Calland back in the room? She is, good. Emma.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak on this topic. One of the problems with going after other people is that things have already been said that I was going to say as well. But the point is that saying them again just underlines the importance of what's already been raised. It is more expensive for those of us who are disabled to just live. That's the reality. The other harsh reality is that we are about 50% less likely to be what is termed economically active in terms of being employed. So therefore, a cost per trip we take to the shops is going to be prohibitively expensive for some people. In terms of if you compare us to those people who have got a significant, average wage, the proportion of what we're paying in terms of our expendable income is more significant per trip that we take out. It does make it less likely that we are going to participate in community activities. In terms of the financial impact that has been brought up as an argument against reinstating free parking, just think about the fact that if we are paying for private therapies to help manage our conditions, the chances are those therapists are within the high street. So if we are going to find somebody for massage, for chiropractor, for osteopathy, etc., we are significantly likely to be accessing our town centres. Therefore, we are actually, in essence, putting more money back into the local economy by being allowed to have the opportunity to have free parking. As has been outlined before, we need these bays because it is not necessarily always safe to park on the road. We need wider bays, we need better access. If also we are being, if we are in parking bays that are nearer to where we want to be in terms of the distance to the shop or the service that we need to access, it makes a complete nonsense to make us then get out of our cars away from where we need to be into the car park, across the car park, to find a machine to put money into it. I mean, that is just ludicrous. It doesn't make any sense at all. We are parking where we need to be because that's where we need to be. The argument that has also been brought up is that people can pay on smartphones and apps, etc. That is not necessarily what everybody wants to do. I do it, but not everybody will. My mother, for example, who actually doesn't have a blue badge, but if she were to have a blue badge, she wouldn't be able to do that. She doesn't have a smartphone.
We've reached the limits of your time. If you can wind up, please.
This is about inclusivity. This is about making things fairer so that we can access things better.
Thank you very much. I just want to check if Laura White is here. No, okay. And then finally, I've got Daniel Cave.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, councillors. Hidden deep within this year's budget is a decision that should have been front-page news, but only was due to a leak from Cabinet. A plan to demolish Trowbridge's multi-storey car park and shopping centre, to give the car park land away for free and spend £2.8 million of public money doing it. It's a decision that was never debated, never consulted on, and never campaigned for, yet it risks changing the heart of our town forever. Let's be clear, this site isn't some forgotten
Mr.
corner.
Cave, this item, this agenda item does not make any reference to the item that you're talking about.
It's removal of blue badge disabled parking spaces and local visitor economic partnership. Visitors to a town, free car parks.
Well, I'll let you continue, but I do make a note to everyone that we must keep to the agenda point. Thank you.
Well, it's very important for local visitors and for the economy of a town. So let's be clear, this site isn't some forgotten corner. It's right in the middle of Trowbridge, the multi-storey and the large Castle Place shopping centre. Prime land that could help revitalise the town centre, attract families and more visitors, create the kind of leisure and community spaces that bring life back to our high street. Instead, we find a plan to hand over millions of taxpayers' money to support the most profitable and least community-minded option possible, more housing. If a developer already stands to make a huge profit from building flats, why do they need millions in encouragement? And if the council insists on offering nearly £3 million in public money, then surely it should be for a less profitable option for the developer. And
Thank
something
you.
the market
Mr.
wouldn't do by
Cave, can you
itself.
wait for 1 minute? I've had someone who's asked for a point of order.
I'm used to this.
He hasn't mentioned blue badges at all, apart from when he was trying to explain why he's talking about something completely different and what the debate is. That's all I'm
Local visitor
saying.
and economic partnership. And the revenue budget.
You need to mention blue badges or you need to mention the Visit Wiltshire. Otherwise, you're not really talking to the agenda point. You can carry on, but you do need to keep on to the agenda point.
Fantastic. So we talk a lot about Visit Wiltshire, but how are we going to visit Trowbridge when you're knocking down the free car park that brings people here? But this comes as no surprise, as time and time again, the Liberal Democrats seem determined to chip away at Trowbridge. They weren't satisfied doing it at town level, they're now doing it at County Hall. The town Lib Dems enforced an 80% rise in council tax over just 4 years, and yet what do they have to show for it? Well, now they're knocking down the main reason why people will come to shop into Trowbridge, free car parking. Just look at the state of the park next to the multi-storey. And now, as if residents haven't been insulted enough, they decide to
Mr.
ask
Cave,
themselves...
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you because I don't think that what you're speaking about is relevant to this. I'm sorry, that's my final decision. Thank you. Just to let you know, there will be a future council item on that will cover this specific item for you, which I think is a more relevant place for you to speak. Okay, so I'm now going to move to group leaders. I've just discussed that I think it's going to be difficult. I think we need to take the two items separately. So can I ask that group leaders talk on Visit Wiltshire element first, and then we'll go back and do the blue badges? Oh, sorry, we want to do blue badges first. But I think we need to keep the two elements separate. So if you could, if group leaders could talk about blue badges, we will have the vote, we will then, and the debate, and then we will, sorry, we'll have the debate, then the vote, and then we will do the same with the Visit Wiltshire. Yes, sorry. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's going to be a long, long day and a long, long night. Can I just begin by thanking Emily, Kez and Emma for your speeches, which I thought were excellent. And kind of made, in my opinion, virtually all the key points that one would need to make. I just want to make a very brief couple of other points. And that is just to touch on who gets automatically a blue badge. Well, it's somebody receiving a higher rate of disability living allowance. The key word, of course, is disability. It's somebody who is severely sight impaired, so very unlikely to be driving their own car, I would have thought. It's War Pensioners Mobility Supplement. It's a lump sum from the Armed Forces and a Reserve Forces compensation scheme. There's quite a lot of military people who are in receipt of blue badges. And I just reflect on, I think, one of the points that was made by, I think, a Conservative councillor in the last debate, and that was, well, why should we be providing free parking to people that arrive with a blue badge in their Land Rovers or Range Rovers or Jaguars? Well, of course, large numbers of people, as we heard from our speakers, don't drive, don't have a car. They rely on the goodwill of their friends, their neighbours and their relatives to help them. And I think that's a really important point. Somebody touched on the use of apps. I've got a lot of residents in my ward who are very capable individuals, but frankly don't have phones where you can use an app to pay to park. So I think that's, again, an important issue. And it was, again, time and time again made by the earlier speakers that people with disabilities, as a matter of fact, face a higher risk of poverty due to higher living costs and barriers to employment. So what we are proposing here, it actually touches back to Councillor Kluwer's point, Mrs. Kluwer's point, and that's about fairness. And it seems to me that if we have an opportunity to show fairness and togetherness and regard for those people in our communities who need just a bit more extra support and a bit more help, then I think that is exactly what we should be doing. And I'll just finish, Chair, on a couple of points. One is the point that Councillor Grant made about costs. The figure that the previous administration gave us for the loss of revenue was £40,000. Nobody has come forward who actually knows what they're talking about, i.e. our officers, with any different figure. So I would just warn you that we're about to hear this is going to cost 100,000, 200,000, £500,000, goodness knows what. Please, please discount those types of scaremongering figures. So I will just finish, if I may, Chair, by encouraging you to support the motion. I think it sends out a really powerful message from this council that we believe in fairness, that we believe in bringing our community together, and we believe in ensuring that some of the most vulnerable people in our community get that extra little bit of help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Kluwer.
Thank you, Chair. As we've heard, this is a complex issue. It's an issue that becomes quite emotive, and I will try and stick to the facts, at least, that we have to look at. Ian was giving some of the criteria for reasons for a blue badge. The main criteria, the main reason blue badges are issued is because people can't walk anymore, because primarily they've got old. That's data, that's solid, that's a primary reason that blue badges are issued. And I've sat up at in Ian's seat and said if there was a way of specifically targeting, specifically getting through to those who had the various forms of credit, whether it be whatever form of credit, whatever form of income support with a blue badge, that was something I would like to be able to look at. But we can't do it. We've tried, we've had the answer back repeatedly that it cannot be done. And so, from our perspective, we looked at what a reasonable adjustment was. And it's great to hear Kez here today. It was attending a meeting of Kez's group in Salisbury. I was there early. I was watching the difficulty people had getting out of their cars. That we came to say that there should be an extra free hour for anyone with a blue badge to make that adjustment to help deal with that issue and make that as fair and equitable as possible. But we've also heard a lot today already about finance. We're going to be talking clearly a lot about finance in the next few months. And we've heard this figure of 40,000. Now, it's really important to actually read all the papers in front of us because even the report that we have today says that while the additional revenue at the time was forecast to be 40,000, the Council's seen increasing off-park revenue since that time, and data isn't available to differentiate the reason. So basically saying we actually don't know how much that cost would be. Well, you can try and use the data points that are available to us. 5% of the UK adult population have a blue badge. So if we were to look at off-street parking, brought in, last year, just over £7 million. And if we were then to take 5% of that on the assumption that 5% of those people who used it have blue badges, typical of the average member of the public, probably not actually accurate because you've got then issues around, as we've said, people who have a blue badge travelling with someone else. That would give a pretty reasonable estimate of income at £351,955, to be specific. Somewhere in the region of £350,000 of income that will be lost. If the budget is as difficult as we are hearing, and given that we have proposals for next year to be looking at a full parking strategy, how on earth can we right now as a council be making a decision that will cost year on year £350,000 of revenue income? And then on top of that, you've got the fact that there is £40,000 estimated cost for changing over the signage. So we're not talking just about £40,000 here. We are talking about a significant impact on the budget of this council. And as I said earlier, it's very, very easy to sit there and say, oh, I want to do everything, I want to help everyone. When you sit up there, you can't do that. You've got to be controlled, responsible. You've got to actually grip the finances. So if we had a way of delivering this where we could bring forward some form of blue badge combined with the relevant form of disability credit, yes, I think it would be something we should look at and we should try and find a way to achieve. But this blanket approach is going to be significantly financially damaging to the council. And given everything we've already heard, and they may laugh about it, it isn't a laughing matter, given everything we've already heard, this is a really serious issue and not a step we should be taking now, and certainly not a step we should be taking until we've had that review of parking that we've been promised over the next year. So I would urge members to vote against this particular proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, it's a really difficult one, and over here we can see both sides of this, and we welcome what was said by Kez and others earlier on, and we think that, you know, it really should be an ambition to be able to offer free parking to people with blue badges. But I'm also finding the figures very difficult to wrap my head around, because reading the report, it feels like, unless I'm missing something, the report seems to say we don't know how much it's going to cost, so therefore it's 40,000. And to me, it feels a lot like we're being asked to base the costing on just sort of general vibes in the report rather than any actual figures. So it's hard to escape it being a lot higher than that. I mean, what Councillor Kluwer just said, 5% of revenue, it feels like even if it's not 5%, even if it's 4%, 3%, it's a lot more than 40,000. But come back to the fact that it's something that we would really like to see. So I would like to propose an amendment to point 1. I gather it has to go around the other group leaders first, at which point I'll propose the amendment. But my amendment will be to add when using designated disabled bays at the end of point 1, with the idea being that this amendment preserves the spirit of the motion, ensuring disabled residents receive parking where it matters most, in designated accessible bays. By limiting the concession to these spaces, we reduce the financial impact on the council while still supporting those who genuinely need closer, safer access. And we hope this is a fair compromise that will deliver what's needed for those with blue badges, but will also hopefully deliver on better financial prudence. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rimmer. I'm being advised that I need to carry on with the group leaders as per the motion that's in the papers, and then we come back to the amendment. So, Councillor Clark? No. Councillor Ricky Rogers?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm one of those, there's a few of us left that heard this debate before when the charge was introduced. My views haven't changed. You've had members of the public who got several disabilities who have given passionate speeches as to why this charge should be rescinded. My views haven't changed. I've been lobbied by members of my division, not by Kate and Emily, but ordinary members of the public in my division to support this, and exactly what I'm going to do.
Thank you. So before going into general debate, I'll now call upon Councillor Dr Nick Murray, Chairman of the Environment Select Committee, to comment.
Thank you, Chair. So this item came to the Chair and Vice Chair of the Environment Select Committee as a briefing on 29th September. The high importance of supporting disabled residents was acknowledged. From a scrutiny perspective, questions asked were about the data that had been used to calculate the financial costs of the proposal, how the costs and benefits would be measured going forward, and how the costs and benefits compared with investing and supporting disabled people's access in other ways. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So again, I'm advised now, because there's been a proposed amendment, that I go back to Councillor Rimmer to formally propose his motion. Apologies, amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So I propose that we amend point 1 and add to the end of the sentence, when using designated disabled bays. And I've already given my reasons why I think that's a good idea.
Do I have a seconder? A raft of seconders. Can someone choose one? Thank you. No, unfortunately not. I'm being told. Councillor Grant, are you prepared to accept this amendment?
Chairman, I think it's a constructive and helpful amendment. I do have some concerns about where disabled bays may be already filled by our blue badge holders, and therefore we are discriminating against those who are unable to park in those designated bays. So I have a concern about that. I would also want to take some advice from officers on this matter. So I don't know if we can take a couple of moments just to find out, because this has implications for enforcement and other parts of the way the council's parking team work. So if Councillor Rimmer is prepared to bear with me to seek that advice, it may well be that we end up with a form of words which achieves what we're both attempting to do. Councillor Rimmer, so with your permission, Chairman, if we could take a few moments to do that. I appreciate it's a very full agenda.
Yes, okay. I think we'll have to... yes, I'm happy to adjourn. It's just whether people want to go for lunch and then come back and do this. Okay, general consensus?
Well, thank you, Chairman. I do enjoy your lunch while I confer with officers about
okay,
this.
no. So,
thank you so
right,
much.
so if we are breaking for lunch, if with people's agreement that we will break for lunch now, we have got this issue of the Part 2 papers. So the Part paper, if you could take, the Part 2 papers will be here, available to you in half an hour. And I will say that we will meet back here for 2 o'clock. And you can use that time to read the Part 2 papers. It's up to you how long you take. But you have to read the Part 2 papers in here, in the room. So back here for 2 o'clock, having eaten lunch, got advice and read Part 2 papers.
On a point of information, please,
right.
Chair. Point of information.
Okay, excuse me, can everyone be quiet for a minute, please? Councillor Whitehead is... I like using that. Councillor Whitehead.
Point of information. So are you saying to me, if I'm a slow reader, I should not have lunch and carry on reading the papers? Or are you saying to me, I should take 30 minutes for lunch, 45 minutes for lunch, or an hour for lunch? Because I want time to have lunch and I want time to read the papers. Please advise me what I should do.
I would advise you to take half an hour for lunch and come back, leaving you half an hour to read the papers. Good. Right, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Grant.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Mine was a particularly entertaining one, it has to be said. So, Councillor Rimmer, firstly, thank you very much for your amendment, and I take it in the spirit of the positive and constructive one that it is. And it's certainly worthy of scrutiny and examination. Now, it's not for me to tell scrutiny what to do, but this is my proposal. And I hope in this spirit of this open and honest proposal, you might consider withdrawing the amendment. So why is it not right to take it at this specific moment? Well, there are two pieces of work which are underway for the Council. The first is the overarching car parking strategy, and the second is our local transport plan 4, which was adopted by the Council previously. And those two pieces of work will combine in an examination in part, there are many other facets to it, but in part on the provision of the number of disabled car parking bays in our car parks, their number and their location. And I don't think it would be right to preempt in fact I can't preempt what the outcome is because I simply don't know what it is. My suggestion, respectfully, to the Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Management is that we give a commitment from the Cabinet to drawing those two elements together and the provision of the disabled bays in our car parks, that is the subject, but it's entirely a matter for scrutiny, clearly. That is a matter of a scrutiny examination and report that is brought back to this council chamber in the spirit of, does this adequately meet the policy objective that we're trying to achieve here? Right now, I couldn't give you a commitment that either it does or it doesn't. My instinct tells me that probably on balance it doesn't. So if you force me to, forgive me, I will be saying I don't accept your amendment. We would obviously then, through you, Chair, debate the issue and vote on it. But I hope with that commitment, and I have checked it with the leader of the council, with the cabinet member for highways, which includes car parking, both of them have agreed that this is a way in which we could proceed. I hope in that spirit you might withdraw your amendment, but that is clearly entirely, through you, Chair, a matter for you, Councillor Rimmer.
Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Grant. With that commitment, I agree to withdraw the amendment, subject to it going to Scrutiny Committee to discuss further.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have now heard from group leaders and the Chair of Environment Select on the blue badges issue, so I am now going to open the item to general debate. Any member wishing to speak, press the red button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. So, if I start, we have Councillor George Jeans.
3 minutes begins, I see. My wife Sue, as several of you know, is disabled after a stroke and cancer. I've asked her for permission to say the following today, in the hope it will help others. Sue is unable to use her left arm, can only walk a few steps, having a near-locked ankle with the aid of a 3-prong walking stick. Sue can only stand if grab rows are present. Plus, Sue has other more personal problems. When arriving at a car park, we can afford to pay. Yes, I can afford to pay, which I know some, requiring personal help, find their finances tight. Specialist stroke physios, for example, are around £85 per hour. The state only provide a limited offer for physiotherapy, so you're forced to pay these rather high sums. Lack of capacity within the National Health sector is one reason. Partners being carers are less able to earn, and so it goes on, being generally less able to find funds in general. I must stress in the most forceful terms I can, it is not the ability to pay we should be looking at here today, it is what happens in practice, which makes payment difficult. I will give an example. I'll have to go rather fast looking at the clock. I have 2 grandchildren and a disabled wife. With respect, unless you have experience of caring, it is hard for the everyday person to understand the problems experienced by physical disability, and indeed, I'm sure, applying to those disabled in other ways. 2 able-bodied grandparents are usually capable and would wish to take their grandchildren out in a car. Grandparents, one of which is disabled, would wish and should be encouraged to take their grandchildren out in the case they should wish. Now, please picture one of the many difficulties I've experienced. I took my wife and a grandson aged 7 only. I had only decided I could not take the granddaughter aged 4, as this would be too much for me. This was to Portland Bill Lighthouse on a busy summer's day. On arrival, all the disabled spaces were full, and therefore I had to park awkwardly to give my wife room to exit the scooter, which, while watching the grandson, I had to assemble her scooter with vehicles manoeuvring around us. I could not put fully into the space, as Sue would not have had enough room to exit. As you will appreciate, if you are physically disabled, you cannot answer the call of nature with travelling easy. Therefore, it is essential to get Sue plus my grandchildren to the loo. Before making our way to the loo, I had to move the car forward into the space while seeing Sue sat in the scooter with cars moving around and the grandson to observe is stressful. I then had to reverse the procedure to get Sue into the car, and I think I'm going to have to
Councillor Jeans, we've reached your limit. If you just want to use your last sentence, perhaps.
The last sentence is that basically that I got in the lighthouse and remembered I hadn't paid, and therefore, you know, it's the ability to pay, and also my wife, she can drive, but how is she ever going to get to a machine to pay or a one-hand use an app? Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Councillor Mike Phillips.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a great ambition for this council to want to support blue badge holders with better accessibility for parking. However, I am a little bit concerned about the stated cost of £40,000. There are 38,000 blue badge holders in Wiltshire, according to the Department for Transport figures for March 2024. And there are 420,000 adults as population in Wiltshire. So about 9% of them hold a badge on that basis. And our parking revenue, I'm told, is around £7 million per year. So if you apply that 9%, that's 630,000 in lost revenue. And to look at it in a slightly different way, if you take the 40,000, that means that those blue badge holders are only paying £1 for parking once a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Free parking for blue badge holders was introduced by the Conservative administration some years ago, and I am in favour of allowing blue badge holders to park in our car parks free of charge. Many people view blue badges with the same annoyance as VIP passes for sporting or entertainment events. Driving around car parks for ages looking for a space can be frustrating when we see numerous empty disabled spaces. Many seem to believe counterfeiting badges or misusing them is acceptable behaviour. Admittedly, blue badge applications are not means tested, and it is understandable that we might wonder why wealthy holders of such badges should not have to pay to park. Firstly, believe me, you do not want to be entitled to a blue badge. Councillor Thorne's already mentioned some of the issues, but it might mean you're blind, have a child under 3 who has a severe medical condition, or serious walking problems, often in acute pain. Such conditions often preclude the use of public transport or bicycles. Given a choice, all blue badge holders would gladly trade their badges to be without disability. We must all do our best to allow those with mobility issues the best possible chance of living lives as fully as those without. Secondly, why should we provide free parking in our car parks when the blue badge scheme only applies to on-street parking? Parking for 3 hours in Salisbury costs £5. For some, that might not be a significant amount, but you've already heard for some today it is. This has the consequence of encouraging street parking. The scheme allows badge holders, with some caveats, to park on yellow lines. But yellow lines are in place for good reasons, often safety related or to ensure adequate traffic flow. Exiting a vehicle for a typical blue badge holder is not straightforward. Invariably, doors have to be open fully, thus narrowing the road significantly. Badge holders cannot easily alight onto pavements and often have to park well away from the curbs. Offloading walking aids and wheelchairs can be time-consuming and often puts badge holders at risk of being knocked over, or we all suffer tailbacks as kindly drivers choose to stop and wait. Very often, the safest place to park and exit a vehicle is in a dedicated disabled parking space in one of our car parks. Surely we should be doing all we can to encourage badge holders to use car parks rather than park on streets for their safety and ours. But the million-dollar question, or is it £40,000, £350,000, £600,000? I don't think we know. How can any of us vote for such a significant impact to the budget without being confident the money will not be taken from equally worthwhile and vital services elsewhere? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to challenge these very broad brush assumptions that are being made about what the likely cost of this policy would be. I mean, you're assuming that blue badge holders are going to do exactly the same sorts of things at the same frequency as non-disabled people. This is very wide of the mark. As we've heard from some of the public contributions, they're far less likely to be going to work. So this is absolutely not the way that we can measure these things. If we actually do look at the cost impact back in 2022 when blue badge charges were introduced, unfortunately they weren't introduced in isolation. They coincided with broader changes such as inflationary increases to car park charges and the expansion of some of our off-street car parks, like in Duns Lane and Castle Combe. So, and the rise in off-street parking income in the subsequent year was also linked to several operational improvements, which include the replacement of pay and display machines, which up to that point had been very unreliable, the addition of new payment methods, and enhanced enforcement due to recruitment of enforcement officers. So these factors contributed to increased fines as well as parking charges. So the best figure from officers at the moment is that £40,000 cost. So the in-year cost for this year is 5/12 of that. That's about £17,000. And that's the best number we've got. So I think it's a very good policy. I mean, for those of us lucky enough not to need a blue badge, we can look forward to less congestion on our roads, as fewer blue badge holders will actually be parking on yellow lines as they are entitled to do. So this policy promotes independence and inclusion whilst being about fairness and improving the lives of people with disabilities. I think it's a really positive move to make Wiltshire a more equitable place for everyone, and I recommend it to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Alstrom.
Thank you, Chair. I was very disappointed when the Conservatives first tabled removing free parking for blue badge holders. As our public speakers today have clearly said, this has been a big barrier to members of our communities participating in their communities. Time and time again, I've been told by blue badge holders that they are no longer visiting our high street as frequently due to the additional financial and physical burden of having to make their way to the payment machines before going about their business. For some people and their physical mobility, it's not easy for them to do that. I've had several residents tell me that they no longer feel welcome in our town centres and are now feeling further isolated as a result. This needs to change. Reintroducing free parking for blue badge holders is about fairness, that word again, dignity and inclusion. Our town should be a place where everyone, regardless of their mobility, can participate fully in community life without facing unnecessary barriers. By restoring free parking for blue badge holders, we send a clear message that we value accessibility, that we welcome everyone, and that we are committed to rebuilding a high street and community that truly works for all. Please let us do the right thing. Let's make our town accessible again. Please support the reintroduction of free parking for blue badge holders. Thank you.
Councillor John Hubbard.
Chair, colleagues, today we consider removing parking charges for blue badge holders, and I wanted to address the dangerous assumption that has been given sometimes underlying these discussions that disabled people are somehow happy or able to absorb these costs. As we heard earlier, the disability charity Scope's latest research paints a stark picture. Disabled households need an extra £1,095 every single month just to achieve the same standard of living as non-disabled households. That is over £13,000 a year in unavoidable extra costs for medical equipment, higher energy bills and specialist support. Now, personal independence payments, PIPs, were designed to help bridge this gap, but they fall woefully short. The average PIP payment is £465 a month, still leaving disabled people with a £630 monthly shortfall. This is money they simply do not have. And against this backdrop, we're now charging disabled people to park when accessing essential services. It simply isn't fair. It's adding insult to injury. Now, I've heard the argument today that this motion is unacceptable because it's universal and can't be targeted. Councillor Cluer, I find this rather selective. This council chamber recently heard your group bring a motion lambasting the current government for removing the universal winter fuel allowance. You were outraged at the loss of universal access. Yet now, when this administration is proposing universal free parking for disabled people, suddenly universality is a problem. What's the difference, Councillor Cluer? Is it that you like universal benefits when it suits your political narrative, but not when it requires the council to actually support disabled people? This motion is not about special treatment. It is about recognising that disabled people already pay a price tag of over £13,000 per year,
Hubbard.
and our council should not add to that burden. I urge you all, support this motion and show some consistency.
Councillor Eric Wakeman.
Madam Chair, the debate so far has focused on the financial side of the benefit. I would point you at the other equally important matter, well raised by our speakers from the public and within this chamber: access. For those whose challenge is the payment system itself, for those not having to make the payment is the main benefit. Both those needing assistance themselves and those giving assistance, but having reduced friction to access our town centres and council facilities, having the freedoms which the rest of us enjoy, freedoms some of us take for granted, but freedoms we here today have the opportunity to provide for others. I would recommend that we support the proposal so that we have an immediate positive effect on those that need it and undo the negative impact of the past decision to remove this access.
Thank you. Councillor Jerry Kunkler.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard many of you say in this debate one word: fairness. That is what I think this is about. And disabled, I took the number from you, sir, but the figure I found out that the amount of people in receipt of a disabled badge, whether it be for car or non-thing, is about 26,500. Around about 4,000 of those have access to a vehicle or a blue badge. Now, the figure is disputed, and if you were to take the 4,000 drivers to go once a month, that would be 48,000 a year. If they went once a week, it takes it up into the high nearly 200,000. I'm going to come back to fairness. With 26,000 people that are disabled, a lot of those people don't have the access to a vehicle. So we'll take Bill and Ben. They work together in the garden centre making flower pots. Both the same type of disability. Bill's got a car. He's got it on his forecourt. He's got a minor disability. He drives off to the shop, parks for free, as you were proposing, puts his shopping in the car, goes home. And he's gone at 8:30, 9 in the morning. Ben gets up. He goes to get on the bus. He has to walk 600 metres with his shopping bag. But can he get on the bus for free? No, because Wiltshire, Wilson Dorset, I call them, Salisbury Reds, and the Stagecoach do have a price where you have to pay until 9:30 in the morning. £3. Is that fair for a disabled person? He might have to go to the doctors or something at 9 in the morning. So he's paying. So it is difficult because a lot of this money that we collect from car parks goes back into public transport. The public transport needs the money to subsidise the transport that we've already got. I accept that Connect 4, their timeline goes up at 9 a.m. in the morning. But is it fair that, yes, I mean, Rachel Reeves will always say those with the broadest shoulders have to bear a little bit. Many of these disabled vehicles are quite good condition, petrol, insurance and all that. And I'm not saying some of the ones that are severely disabled can actually drive and they have to rely on a neighbour. But is it fair? I think it's a bit more like double standards. All the disabled people, all of us in here, we're all the same. We're Wiltshire Matters. So if we're going to do that, how can you help the poor man in the street that has to rely on public transport before 9:30 in the morning because he has to get to the surgery, he needs that sort of service, and then that poor man's got to lug the shopping back, get on the bus, make his way home.
15 seconds, Councillor.
And I'm sorry, so unfortunately I would not be able to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon King.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think if I take away anything from this meeting today was the speeches of the three ladies who spoke to us before lunch. It was, quite frankly, inspirational. I'd also like to thank my colleague Liz Alstrom, Councillor George Jean and Councillor John Hubbard for their words also. Whether we like it or not, the policy taken by this council in about 2022 set this council on a course of actively discriminating against a significant member of its own community. That has to change. This motion brings about that change. It was unfair then, it is unfair now, and it will continue to be unfair until it is changed. I have campaigned against this absolutely, relentlessly, ever since it was first mooted. And I'm here today to ask all of you to make that change and make this matter right. It has to be right. We've heard from various people about the struggles that people go through in order to get on with their daily lives, the dangers that they face by unloading equipment on busy main roads, on WL lines, and even in George's cases, in their car park when they have very little control over anything. It's time, colleagues, to stop discriminating against a significant portion of our own community and start supporting them instead. Vote for this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Holder.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to address my remarks predominantly at the most recently elected members of this council. And just explain, to follow on from Councillor Smith said, just to explain how we in our administration try to deal with the very relevant issues that were raised by the public speakers and some members of the council here about accessibility. When charging for parking in a disabled bay was introduced, we had consultation and feedback from the disabled groups. I know that my colleague, Councillor Kluwer, did a lot of work with the Salisbury group, but it wasn't so much around paying, it was around accessibility and the fact that they struggle, many members of the disabled community struggle with taking out wheelchairs, walking aids and those sorts of things. So we gifted the disabled residents an hour's free time to enable them to unload their cars and load their cars when they finish the shopping. The other thing that we did, and Councillor Smith referred to it, is that last year this council undertook a £380,000 capital investment in its car park payment machines and undertook a £260,000 revenue spend in improving its car park machines. At the same time, there was a consultation with the disabled groups and said, what would you like to achieve from this investment? The overwhelming feedback was this: make the disabled spaces bigger, better, more easily identifiable, and put them adjacent to the payment machines. And at the same time, make sure, and to address the comments that Councillor Thorne made, make sure there are many ways to pay. So all of our off-street parking investment last year dealt with that, and it also enabled residents to use MI permit, contactless, cash, and through an app. So we dealt with all of the comments that came back. The least priority that came back from the disabled groups was making it free. And all of the comments that I've seen and the residents that I've spoken to have said, thank you for dealing with the issues about accessibility. We don't want a free ride. And on the basis of the research that I've done and the lobbying that I've had, I will not be supporting this motion. And the final thing I want to say is this: if this was such a good policy, why does the Liberal Democrat-run administration in Baines, just down the road, continue to charge for disabled spaces, as does Hampshire, as does other parts of the South Coast? This is a bad policy, and actually it is not fair.
Thank you. I have quite a few people down to speak. It's actually, yes, Councillor Wright in a second, but I was just saying, I'm going to end this now, so no more people adding their names to the list, please, because we've got dozens here that are due to speak. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a question, actually, and forgive me if I haven't read it in the detail. Is there a time limit for the free use in this proposal of a disabled bay, please? Because that could lead on to...
that will be picked up in write and reply. Have you got any other thing you want to say, Councillor Wright?
There's an obvious conclusion you could draw from the fact that if you could park there all day, technically you could park there for a week. You know, I'm not suggesting anybody would, but I've just wanted to make the point that, you know, it isn't just the odd hour that you might use. The finance implications could be greater than we thought of. Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. I doubt I'm going to get any applause from anybody, but but you know, feel free at any stage. But what I'm trying to look at here is our plan was produced with a relatively small number of consultations. Interestingly, if you look at the figures of the number of consultations we got back for parking only last time we decided to charge, it's more than you got for our plan. Interesting. And it's a bit like our plan, so we don't really know how it's going to affect us. We think it might be about 40 grand, but we really don't know, so we're sort of punting. The good news is, at the end of this process, assuming it gets voted through, you'll know how much it cost, because you can then transfer that back and say, oh, it costs us this, do we keep it going? So it's up to you after that. But look at the people who don't charge. Look at the people who charge, first of all. Cornwall, Wyre, Boston, Newcastle, City, that is, East Suffolk, Torridge, Midlothian, Havering, Plymouth, South Lakeland, Derby City, and those who don't charge, Bedford, Southampton, Bromsgrove, Bradford, Ealing, Cotswolds, Stratford-upon-Avon, South Gloucestershire, and then somewhere in between, Cambridge, Westminster, Guildford, Surrey Heath, Conwy, etc. So there are options there, but it's about 30, 30, 30 for your info. And a lot of mixed political councils there charging and not charging. So really interesting. And I think something we need to bear in mind, when you've done the sums, after you've probably won this vote, you can actually see from a plan perspective how much it really is going to cost you. And I think that's the best thing to do. It's head and heart, really. My heart says, let disabled people park free. My head says, well, actually, only in disabled bays and probably for a limited period. But listen, that's not what you're offering me, so I've got to vote it down. Sorry. Not that I will be able to. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Councillor Philip Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. The Mobility Act came in 1974. It talks entirely about mobility. It talks about access. It talks about drop curbs. It talks about parking spots being close to where the shops are with drop curbs. It talks about having to have 5% of all parking spots set up for disabled people and make them wider. Nowhere in the bill, or any of the 9 bills since, does it talk about money. Benefits bills, and there have been twice as many benefits bills as mobility bills since, talk nothing but money. Mobility was never set to be free. Parking spots in car parks were never set to be free. Some councils adopted that attitude from the start. This is a budget item. The administration is already sitting on a £6 million revenue debt. I believe that's got worse from the reports I'm hearing. I believe it's going to continue getting worse. You're just about to go through budget consultation. You're just about to go through the budget set in the next 2 months. I've done it many times. And you'll bring that back to this council in February. Why are you being premature on something that's going to cost you £350,000 to £450,000 a year? £40,000 is a nonsense. We all know it. Made up number. We all know it. It's great to hear the leader saying of the officers that no one knows what they're talking about in terms of the numbers of cost. That's nice and reassuring when you're scrutinising things. 5% of parking spots occupied on the same rate of every other parking spot. 5% of the turnover, which is 7 million, about 350 plus thousand. But that's not the main reason. The main reason why we should oppose this is that free parking is not free. Free parking is paid for by the budget. The budget is paid for by all our residents. I've got 25 people thereabouts in council flats in my village, most of whom cannot afford a car. They haven't got a blue badge because they can't afford a car. But they are paying for this through their council tax. You talk about exclusion, they're excluded. They're excluded from many forms of life now because they're old age pensioners with a limited income, and you're making them pay for a millionaire's blue badge Bentley because they can do it. And I pick up Ian Thorne on this, and I don't often pick up Ian on this.
You have 15 seconds,
He was very economical about the qualification for blue badges. You only read out the auto qualification, not the rest of it. Read down the list, it's below. The rest of them is someone who is unable to walk very well.
Thank you. You've had your time,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Whitehead. Thank you. Councillor Bucknell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm standing here as somebody who many, many years ago was deputy leader of a council that had some spare money in their budget in North Wiltshire. In North Wiltshire. I've been around a long time. And as part of investing that money and being nice to people, we gave free parking. And I'm sitting here possibly regretting it now. So today, I find myself conflicted. I have all through the discussions we've had on charging and taking it away again. And I just feel at the moment that you're currently going through parking strategy review, you're going through consultations on the finance and the budget. This may well be a good, affordable thing to do, but the timing is wrong in my mind. I can't support this today because of the timing aspect of it. So if this came through as part of the budget and it had all been costed and it was, the parking strategy was there to support it, then we'd be having a different conversation, I think. To me, what people are saying is it's about where the parking places are and how big they are. and how many there are, which this does not address. And I think the other thing is that, as Chuck has actually, sorry, Councillor Berry has pointed out, different councils have different parking offers. So if I was a blue badge holder and I went to any other council, I'd still have to check whether or not I had to pay. So I think we're attacking this from the wrong angle. I think what we should be doing is going to the government and saying, hey, government, make this a national policy that every council in council-owned car parks should be giving free parking to everybody. And then if you have a blue badge, you don't have to worry about it. You go into any council-owned car park and you know that you can have that free parking for however many hours. And you know, I'd cheekily like to put that as an amendment, but it's probably not going to be worthwhile. But so that's what I think we should really be doing. We should be going to the government and saying, government, we want free parking everywhere, not in ad hoc places. And also we should be tying this in with the parking strategy and the budget discussions. So sadly, I'm going to have to vote against it.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Dalton.
Chairman, thank you. I was part of the discussion, sort of, was it 2 or 3 years ago on this, and I challenged the then Cabinet member, who was Caroline Thomas, who stood up and misled us. I'm very sad to hear a past leader of the council, Councillor Whitehead, just stand up and say exactly the same thing. You've misled this chamber by saying or suggesting that the cost of this comes to the general council taxpayer. Wrong. It comes from the car park revenue account, not the council. Don't nod your head, it's correct. Somebody will stand up there and say that in a minute. There are two funds, the car park revenue account and the HRA, which are protected. So the car park revenue account, which is where this would be funded from, which is what I was told last time, which I was told
Sorry,
last
hang on a sec. Sorry, what are you saying, Councillor Whitehead?
Legal response and financial response to that last statement, because I think it's totally incorrect. It doesn't come from HRA at all. It comes from our revenue
HRA.
budget.
Chairman, I said the car park revenue account. I said there are two protected...
But the point that's being made is that this is coming out of the parking revenue account. Now, you could argue...
Come out of the council tax budget. The parking revenue part is an integral part of the total budget. It's not a separate part of the total budget. Gavin can reassure on that.
Okay, I think you've made your point, Councillor Whitehead. I'm going to let... can you stop now? I'm going to let Councillor Dalton carry on.
I think some members over there were telling some members here to be quiet and listen to you. If you could kindly be quiet and listen to some over this side as well, it would be much appreciated. I've heard a lot of salad talk today, and I guess it's the iceberg lettuce that's still in the brains of some of the members opposite.
Can we keep personal insults out of this chamber, please? And Councillor Whitehead, I want you to sit down. Councillor Whitehead, can you sit down, please? I want Councillor Dalton to finish his speech, but can I keep personal insults out of this chamber? We stick to the meeting points. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. It was refreshing to hear those speaking earlier on, which is probably where most of our thoughts ought to be going towards earlier on. Now, £40,000, I did raise that 2 years ago, whenever it was, as a notional figure. It's probably a notional figure today, not a pie in the sky figure, sorry, of 350,000, and none of that was discussed 2 or 3 years ago. It's pretty shameful to bring those figures here today. And I assume, like Councillor Bucknell just said, she was on one of North Wiltshire or West Wiltshire, whatever it was, sorry, I can't remember. And the free parking for blue badge holders is probably a legacy from the old district councils. So we need to get that right as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Tamara Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Today we've heard many relevant and heart-rending stories from around this chamber, from members and from members of the public. I am gravely concerned, though, that the maths do not stack up. They have simply not been scrutinised. £40,000 for our 38,000 blue badge holders in Wiltshire would equate to £1 or thereabouts each year. That doesn't feel right, but it concerns me that we have not looked at this in detail. And so I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion, please, to say that the proposal should be reviewed by the Finance and Procurement Select Committee before implementation, and if there is a significant variance from the £40,000 that is in our paper today, that it comes back to full council for discussion before implementation. Thank you.
So, Councillor Ray, I'm being advised that you need to write that down. Councillor Whitehead, I've been told that Councillor Grant will answer your question when he sums up at the end. So, Councillor Ray, please can you... how does this work as far as getting it up on the screen? Councillor Ray has made an amendment. We need to get it up on the screen.
I'll second it.
Do you want to come over here and
Can I say that Councillor... The people I've got left to speak are Councillors Zoe Clure, Kevin Asplin, Councillor Christopher Newbury, Councillor Ashley O'Neill and Councillor Oatway, and then I am drawing a line under that now, please, because we've got to get on with this. Okay, so the motion is up on the screen. I'm going to ask Councillor Grant to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Tamara, for the amendment. And the reason I'm not going to accept it is because it doesn't take us anywhere. There seems to be a view that if there were thorough and vigorous scrutiny of this, the number would be somehow different to that it is in the report. And the answer is this number has been the same number under Richard's leadership as it is under Ian's leadership. And Richard, again, you're shaking your head at me, but if you go back to the original debates, the papers show the figure of £40,000. So we can have all the discussion we wish of any calculation you care to name. And as the son of a statistician, I was taught to do long division and long multiplication in my head to 4 decimal points, so I love it. But the number will still be the same. So I don't accept the amendment because we're just going to go round in a circle here. I think the time has come where we either decide this is something we are going to do or something we're not going to do, Chair. Thank you.
So, Councillor Ray, do you want to proceed or would you like to withdraw the amendment? So, well, no, we've got to. Do we have to? Are we happy to debate the amendment?
Does anybody want to speak on the amendment?
Okay, I'm being advised. Does anyone want to speak on this amendment? So I start with group leaders. Councillor Thorne. Okay, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Ray for bringing this forward. I mean, if we're genuine that we A, want to be making use of scrutiny and B, want to properly understand, I do not see the problem with this. The contention over this issue has always been, is it a £40,000 figure or not? And you're right, Gavin, it's always been in the reports, and every time I have spoken to it, I have said, this number is an estimate, officers can't give any more detail than that, and you'll see, even in the report today, it basically says, we don't know if this number is accurate or not. It's almost certainly higher because we've seen a significant increase in parking, yet no increase in the amount that we charge for parking. So you're then left with the evidence that you've got. So 5% of blue badge holders nationally, that would be 350,000. We've got some granular data for Wiltshire. I'm very grateful for you pulling out some more granular data, suggesting it could be up to 630,000. Overall, parking has increased, parking revenue has increased by something in the region of £800,000 over the 2 years after we got over the COVID blip, which made the data really hard to deal with no other increase in charges. So the evidence, the common sense says there may well be something wrong here. So I do not see what the problem is of actually scrutinising that evidence and trying to get to the bottom of it. It suggests that actually what we're getting here is a view that we don't really care what the number is, this is just something you want to do. This will have a huge effect on our budget. We're going to keep coming back to that time and time again, I know, but it will. So I'm very much in favour of some proper scrutiny and some proper data before policy is implemented.
Councillor Ed Rimmer, do you want to speak to this amendment?
Yes, just very briefly. I think that, like I said before, we're left with two options, one of an increasing cost or one of the 40,000, and I still haven't heard any real justification for the 40,000. So personally, I think it seems to be a good idea for it to be scrutinised, and we can talk about where that 40,000 came from, and we can justify what cost it might be. So I support the amendment.
Councillor Clark.
Very briefly, Chairman, go to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, proceed to vote.
Is everyone happy for us to go to the vote on this? Okay. Okay. So those in favour of... Are we happy to go to the vote? Any nays? The ayes have it. We will go straight to the vote on the amendment. We are voting on the amendment.
Am I ready?
Okay, so there were 45 for the amendment and 46 against and one abstention. Okay, so the amendment is not passed. So we now go back to the original motion, and I had, so trying to now remember who was, Councillor Cluer was due to speak, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Newbury and Councillor Davis. And Councillor Davis, you weren't on my original list for the original motion.
So did I. No, hold on. The amendments failed. I appreciate that. You had a vote where this would go. I wanted to speak on the amendment, so at least could I have the right to be able to speak to the main motion?
I will allow it on this occasion, and Councillor Lay, and then that is it. No more speakers, please. So, Councillor Cluer. Sorry, Councillor Cluer, start.
Thank you very much. In the thousands of interactions I've had with the residents of Wiltshire, including those in my own division, the disabled parking has not come up except on one occasion, which was to do with the interview process. So for me, this hasn't been a particularly prevalent issue. But what this issue has been about is about proximity and mobility rather than wealth or income. Benefits and allowances are the way that financial hardship has always been dealt with, which is completely separate to this matter. I'd also like to say that the cost of filling one's vehicle up with fuel, whether that be wet fuel or electricity, is far more impactful than a few pounds here or there to park whenever one needs to. That's true for non-blue badge holders too. Private car parks do often charge for their disabled parking, and they do this because it takes up a space. And these spaces are obviously conveniently located near to the entrances and exits and without having to use steps and lifts. So that demonstrates the point very clearly. To Councillor Hubbard's point on the extra money needed to live as a disabled person, which I don't dispute, nevertheless, the £40,000 figure quoted as the cost of this policy is less than £1 a year per blue badge holder. I think we can all clearly see this simply doesn't stack up, and I think we should have better and more reliable numbers to work with. And my final point is a question, perhaps to Councillor Smith. What is the evidence that we have for the increase in parking by blue badge holders on single or yellow lines within the county since the current policy came in? I'm really interested to know that, to see what the impact might be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lay. Can someone get Councillor Lay's microphone working, please? Thank you.
Right, I wanted to actually speak about the amendment more than anything, but also for our new members, what this paper doesn't really give us the information on is what we spend some of our car parking monies on, and that is on our rural bus services, the subsidies for those bus services. So that information is not available, and that's why I fully support that we should take this back to scrutiny, for scrutiny to look at all of the very valid points that have been raised in this debate, to look at the figures, and then to see how perhaps our subsidies on our bus services might be affected. Because going parochial, not many years ago, Stagecoach announced to this council that unless we increase the subsidy for the one bus that we have in my community, which, as you all know, is one of the biggest divisions that there is, a single division, with one parish, they wanted £90,000. So it was an increase from 35 to 90. And this council could not pay that increase. We did manage to sort of negotiate an increase in the subsidy, but the people of my village lost their Sunday service. We had no buses on a Sunday, and we had no evening services, and they cut various others, so we were like a 2-hour service in the day. So we have got our bus service back, we have got a better bus service, but there are many other services that perhaps I don't know about, you don't know about, that are subsidised, and I think we need to see that in a scrutiny, even if it's in a part 2, to know exactly how much we are subsidising our rural buses and what impact this will have on our car parking charges.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Newbury.
Thank you, Chairman. 3 brief points, if I may.
You're not on yet.
Well done. So, first of all, I want to underline that we have, as a council, we manage well over £500 million a year, not counting the schools, and there is a huge imbalance between the discretionary spending, which is a very small part of that, and the statutory spending, which we can't wriggle out of. And ever since capping of council tax came in, the balance has been moving what you might call the wrong way against the discretionary spending. So as a proportion of discretionary spending, even if this is only 40,000, it is quite a lot of the small pie. The next point I wanted to make was that it does seem a bit irresponsible to go ahead with such a decision without being more sure than we are of what the actual cost is. I can't see any clear, persuasive, convincing argument as to why this figure should be seen as 40,000. I can hear the arguments as to why it might be more like 300,000. I can hear the arguments as to why that is a huge overestimate, but we don't really know. And my best stab at it is that it's going to be somewhere between 40,000 and 300 and something thousand a year, but it's a lot of money. And then my last point, Chairman, is that if we suppose that we do have some room for manoeuvre in our discretionary spending budget, and that if we suppose that the best way to spend that room for manoeuvre is on giving free car parking to someone who deserves it, may I pose the question as to whether all holders of blue badges are in fact the target group that we would choose to give the free parking to. I think if you held a public consultation on this, you would find that the old couples or the old single people living only on an old age pension but somehow struggling to run a car would say, well, we are the obvious people to give the free parking to. I think if you were to ask other people, the single mothers, I might say the single parents on low incomes might say, we are the people to give the free parking to. And there will be all kinds of different views, I think, on who should be getting this magic free parking that is somehow or other available. And I do think what we're doing here is rushing into taking a decision on a sort of hearts on the sleeve basis without a proper basis for it.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wasn't planning to speak at this meeting today, but the one thing I wanted to say is that in my area alone, despite all the press that's been out about this item, not one of my residents has contacted me to say, will you support the free car parking for blue badges? The second point, it is a shame that the amendment was voted to go without being talked about, because had it been talked about, I think there were some very genuine points there over the finances and the concern. Just go to the phone. The thing is, the one thing I wanted to actually say was, in one of the speakers in the public said that sometimes they go to a car park and the car parking spaces are full. Being that the car parking spaces are full, surely that's an indication of the revenue that's being generated by those car parking spaces as being far more than the £40,000 that's been quoted in this report.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it was a great shame that the last amendment was voted on without debate, because I think we're on to something here. I think just how close that vote was shows that there's probably some concern in this room about, what is the true figure here? What is the true impact on the council's budget? So I would like to propose an amendment, please. Sorry. And that at point 1, that we add, before implementation, the financial impact of this policy will be reviewed by the relevant Overview and Scrutiny Committee. If there is found to be a variance greater than 150% above the £40,000 estimated cost, the policy will be brought back to Council for consideration. And I do think we should debate the amendment. And I seek a seconder.
Okay, well, I'm being advised it's the same amendment, but it's up to Councillor Grant what he would like to do.
It's kind of deja vu all over again, Chairman. I have the feeling we've already taken a vote on that. I appreciate it was a close vote, and I've always viewed Ashley as a constructive and positive colleague when I've worked with him, so I don't think there's any skullduggery here. And I hear the disquiet in the chamber. And funnily enough, as the Cabinet Member for Finance, I want to know that these figures are as accurate as they possibly can be. But these are the figures from our officers. The same set of officers that have served this council with distinction and professionalism for a number of years, and this is what they are saying to us. Now, could we get to some different set of figures? Well, that's possible, I suppose. Maybe we could get a consultant in for 40,000 or £250,000 or 400,000 or whatever it might be to do the whole piece of work here. And might they come up with a different number? Well, I suppose it's possible. Having been a consultant, you can come up with all sorts of things when you're being paid to do so. But the number is the number. And therefore, I have to say gently, having been on scrutiny committees and a big fan of scrutiny, and having made the offer to Councillor Rimmer in all good faith, and obviously it's a matter for scrutiny to decide if they wish to take up that offer, I'm a big fan of it. But we're not going to get to a different number, because this has been precisely the same number for, and forgive the pun, for a number of years. So I don't feel this takes us any further along the road, Chairman. And I think councillors, I have a number of important issues that councillors have raised in debate, which I would need to respond to when I get to it. Candidly, I think we've taken this decision. We should just move on.
I'm being advised, but so Councillor O'Neill, but I'm being advised, because this is so similar, that really we shouldn't be taking this as an amendment.
So, Madam Chair, the Constitution, it says that a motion or amendment in similar terms to one that has been rejected at a meeting of Council in the previous 6 months cannot be moved unless the notice of motion or amendment is signed by at least 10 members or a quarter of the members of a committee. And given the number of people that voted for the last amendment, I do wonder whether or not we have the required support.
Do we have 10 people who are willing to sign it? Yeah.
To sign what?
10 who are willing to sign it? An amendment. Read the Constitution.
I'm going to need to take some advice. I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to make a statement, please, because these are exceptional circumstances, and the Constitution is not as clear as it might be on this. So I'm handing over to the monitoring officer on this.
Yes. So thank you, Madam Chairman, and can I thank Councillor Neil for his valiant attempt to bring forward effectively the same motion with a slightly amended figure at the end, so the same wording with a figure amendment at the end, which is the only difference between it and the previous matter, at the same meeting. And I don't think that's what this section 21.2 refers to. I've sat in this chamber for the last 4.5 years, and members have put forward amendments. Those have been either won or lost. If they've been won, they've been voted on as the new motion, or if they're lost, as has happened in this case, then there's a debate on the substantive motion. We haven't got to that part yet. What this means is you can then come back to another meeting the next time this council meets, and you can ask 10 people to sign a document, and then the same thing, in this instance, that I'm afraid has been lost this afternoon, can then be put again. It does not mean you can do that at the same meeting. I appreciate it doesn't state that specifically, but that's my view, and that's based on custom and practice in this chamber, and I think the need for there to be consideration that there are many other matters on the agenda this afternoon as well, Ma'am. I think, Madam Chairman, this matter's been covered in some detail as well. Members are clear what the options are, and I would suggest that you therefore take further comment on the substantive motion, then put it to the vote. Thanks, Ma'am.
Okay, do I have any other speakers on the substantive motion? I've just got Paul Oatway.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the time to speak. I'm not going to be talking about blue badges. I'm going to be talking about another matter around car parking. And members, I have sought advice as to how I could deliver that today, and I speak with authority from the monitoring officer and above. So what I want to talk about very briefly is parent and child parking provision. Now, across most of our supermarkets in this county, they cater for parents and child parking facilities, a wider area for parents to safely get their children out of their cars. Across our car parks in Wiltshire, we do not cater for that safe environment for our mothers, fathers and young children. And what really brought this home to me the other day was I was in Salisbury when I saw a young mother park a car halfway into a car park. She then got out of the car, got the pram out, the child out, then she got back in the car, leaving the child all alone to drive back into the car park and then go on her way. So I asked the leader and perhaps the cabinet member to consider that when you're actually doing the car park review, you think about our young mums, young dads and their children in car parking provisions for young people across this great county. And what that will do, if you do this, it will give better safety for our children, a safer environment and child-friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oatway. That comes to the end of the debate on the issue of blue badges. I'm going to hand over to Councillor Grant if you've only got any comments you want to make before we move to the vote.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll try and be brief. There have been a lot of important interventions in the debate and a number of significant questions asked. So let me try and deal with those questions. And I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to say that my understanding of the position we're in means that Councillors Whitehead and Dalton, you are absolutely correct. Now, you might find that a bit bizarre because they were arguing with each other. But in the spirit of unity, this is the position. Our car parking is part of the general fund of this council. However, any profit made on car parking is ring-fenced for transport purposes only. So we can have an interesting and I'm sure very stimulating debate, possibly send it to scrutiny as to which is what in that regard. The simple position, so if I may, that's the position. You are kind of both right. And Philip, I would expect nothing less from you, and knowing you, Brian, that's the same kind of applies. So if I may move on to well, how long would somebody with a blue badge be allowed to stay having parked free of charge? There's no suggestion of changing the current policy of the council, and that is a 3-hour policy. And with a no return in the subsequent 4 hours. So this proposal does not change that particular provision. In terms of the cost, well, the number is the number, and I'm sorry if I was being a little flippant, and Ashley kindly came up and had a chat, and I always welcome that with him, and I know the amendment. I know there is concern in this chamber about the validity of the figure, but the figure is the figure, and it's the best that our officers can do for us. Could we get to a different figure by spending quite a lot of money employing consultants to do it? And that's what the piece of work that would need to be done, possibly. Might the employment of those consultants bring us back a different answer? Possibly. Might we spend quite a lot of money with those consultants and come back with exactly the same answer and then all be kicking ourselves for having done it? Quite possibly. So the number is the number. The point of implementation, well, these procedures, as my good friend Councillor Smith, as the Cabinet member will know, will have to, because he has to sign them. And I am going to donate a pen to you at the end of this, Martin, because they are traffic regulation orders. So if colleagues are thinking this will come into effect as and when we vote on it, the answer is no, it won't. It will come into effect when traffic regulation orders are laid and various adjustments are made. The earliest that might happen is in the month of November. It's quite possible that it may be a little longer than that because of the legal procedures involved. And you'll be interested to know, getting back to the numbers, which is my kind of shtick, that what you're talking about is from that point of implementation, which may be 5 months, it may be 4 months, it may be 3 months, you do your quick mental arithmetic of dividing 40,000 by 12 and multiplying it by those number of months, which I'm sure you've all already done, but just to save it for you, if it was implemented speedily, it would be £16,666.67. I haven't taken it to 4 decimal points, forgive me, only 2. Or 13, if it's a month today, 13,333.3 and 34 pence. So those are the figures that we're dealing with. I'm not going to deal with the substance of the debate because, frankly, I think respectfully we've all heard each other in that matter, and this, at the end of the day, is a decision that colleagues will take, either because they think this and believe this is the right thing to do, or they fear that it's the wrong thing to do. And I'm respectful of both of those sets of opinions. I personally will be voting for it as the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now go to the vote.
Hopefully it's not going to be debated at any length. I hope not.
So for the motion 49, against 40 and 7 have abstained. So that motion is passed, but so now we're still on item 9. We've still got item 8 to do. So we now move to the element of local economic partnership. So who is going to introduce that item?
I thought I'd moved it. Yes. Sorry. Forgive me, Madam Chair. I thought I had moved it as part of it. It may seem a lifetime ago. It was certainly pre-lunch. But I do believe I'd formally moved it. But I'm sure my colleague, Councillor Belcher, can do the job
Okay, so
properly.
Councillor Belcher will introduce the item. Okay, so Councillor Belcher.
Thank you, Chair. You may remember some time ago, when dinosaurs still roamed the planet, that Gavin gave a very good speech introducing the elements of this. So just to remind people, what he basically said was the proposal is to provide funding to develop a destination management plan, that the decision is required by Council because of wording in a prior budget, which basically said cease funding Visit Wiltshire. So in order to overturn that, we have to have a vote in Council. That £50,000 had already been allocated to produce the destination management plan, so this is not new expenditure, it is existing expenditure allocated. I will also say that in order to produce this, what kind of organisation would you want? Well, you'd want an organisation which has good connections with accommodation providers, good connections with tourist attractions, good connections with local parish and town and city councils. Well, guess what, my friend? You have just described Visit Wiltshire. That is exactly what they have been set up to do. And we have actually a commitment from the previous administration. I have in my hand a piece of paper. It was a famous phrase. And in it, it says, Wiltshire Council will fund the development of a tourism strategy destination plan in 25-25, I think it means 25-26, with up to £50,000. And it's dated 7th of February 2025, and it's signed by Richard Kluwer. So it's not something new. It is something that the council has already committed to. It is expenditure which has already been allocated. This vote is effectively a technicality in order to overcome the previous budget decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to Group Leader, Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. I think Gavin, or Councillor Grant, used the phrase no-brainer a little bit earlier. I think this is a no-brainer. Yes, I met with officers and colleagues, representatives, the Chair and the Chief Executive from Visit England. The figure of 22%, the drop, annualised drop, in overnight stays in Wiltshire came from that conversation. Now, you could describe it as coming from the horse's mouth in the nicest possible use of that phrase. It is critical to this council and to this county that we, in my opinion, invest very carefully in the most investable places, and in this particular instance, in terms of our tourist offer. We have, as colleagues will be more than aware, some of the most iconic and famous attractions. It's probably not appropriate to call them attractions, extraordinary sights across the world, and we must do more and be more focused in ensuring that we attract more visitors, more overnight visitors, that we have the right accommodation, we have the right offer for those residents that bring themselves to our county. And I have to say, the debate is about Visit Wiltshire and the vehicle that's being used to promote tourism. And I just say, and I say this quite often, you can judge the person by the company they keep. And the company that Visit Wiltshire keeps in terms of those organisations that sit on its board are, and I'll just be very brief, Chair, Longleat, one of the most significant visitor attractions in the country. Wadsworth, very, very famous brewing family. Bowood, a attraction that's very close to my heart and indeed close to where I live. Macarthur Glen, of course, because there is a Swindon aspect, and there are representatives from many of our towns and indeed our city that take the time and the trouble and, more importantly, invest their time and their money. This is the towns and I think the city in Visit Wiltshire. So I really don't want to say anything more. I would urge colleagues to support the proposal. As you heard already, and I shall be making this point in one or two debates later, we're following in the enormous footsteps of Councillor Kluwer and his colleagues in seeking to support Visit Wiltshire. I think we must do it. I think the figures show how urgent that support is, and I would just urge colleagues, let's get on with it, let's get that investment to them, and let's attract more visitors to Wiltshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Kluwer.
Thank you, Chair. I wish this was just a technicality. It would make it so much easier. I have to be honest, I am really bemused as to why this is here before us if everything we've just been told was accurate. Because, as you said, we set aside £50,000 to develop a tourism strategy, not for Visit Wiltshire to do it, to develop a tourism strategy. And we did that as part of the budget setting last year. We also ceased funding for Visit Wiltshire. The budget report in front of us talks about reversing the decision not to fund Visit Wiltshire, which would suggest ongoing continuing funding to Visit Wiltshire. I'm hoping, I certainly can't see any evidence that that's what we're suggesting here, that we're suggesting the allocation of simply this £50,000. Now, before I come on to the problem, and this is really technical, and this is a procurement issue to my mind, and I will come on to why I'm really worried about it in a second. Just want to bring Ian up on his some of the numbers there. You've glibly used the figure of a 24% reduction, or 22. Well, I've now got 24%. The actual number is 24% when I do the maths based on the data. We've got an answer to a question that says 21, 22, whatever. That's based on data that when you look at it, and I'm very happy to circulate the data to all members if they want to see it later, data from Visit Britain's domestic tourism regional, sub-regional data, and it's colour-coded when you look at it. So this particular piece of data is colour-coded in yellow, which means this data is only of a quality to be used for indicative analysis. If you look at what the data did the year before, tourism to Wiltshire apparently increased by over 50%. The data jumps around all over the place. And if you look at the same data for tourism spend, the tourism spend data for overnight stays increased over the period that Councillor Thorne says it fell by 22%. So something's really not right here. And all of this data is as if that indicative quality. But then you look at the rest of the data for the entire country, it just jumps around all over the place. And certainly when I was leader, when I talked to officers about this, they said that data it's evidence that they really were not happy to rely on because it is so indicative. Some of it gets colour-coded as red. So the number of holidays in Wiltshire apparently increased. But that's colour-coded as red as it's such a small sample. The only bit of data actually in there that isn't qualitative for Wiltshire, that doesn't have a qualification on it, is the day visits, which would relate to the Towns programme, the work that we've been doing to encourage people to visit our towns. And that showed a significant increase. I think it's about a 14% increase. Let me make sure I get my data right. Yes, 14% increase from 9.3 to 10.6 million visits. So if we're going to use data, can we please use data not selectively, not grabbing the one headline figure that we can use to try and justify a point, but can we look at it in the round to see what's happening rather than selective nonsense? Moving on to the actual issue, the actual decision. I am concerned here. I really am. So tourism strategy, that is not something that only Visit Wiltshire can do. Only Visit Wiltshire can be our partner in the LVAP. And I agree, and that's why I agreed that we should re-engage with Visit Wiltshire on the basis, through Visit Britain, that they run the LVAP. But anyone else could develop the tourism strategy, and there are loads of companies out there that could do that. Now, we then look, you look at then the Liberal Democrat manifesto in the last election. They said they wanted to re-establish a relationship with Visit Wiltshire. Well, the only relationship we had with Visit Wiltshire was to fund them. So the only relationship to re-establish is to continue funding them. Councillor Ragg, until, well, 2 days after he was appointed as portfolio holder in this area, resigned as a director of Visit Wiltshire, so has very strong links. Peter, you've been actively lobbying me, others, and town councils over this process. And we've now got something coming back here to say that we should automatically give this, and apparently there's a procurement exemption that's been provided, to Visit Wiltshire, when there are a raft of other companies out there that could be approached on this issue. And I'm afraid the links to that Lib Dem manifesto and the other information, and then, as we see in the answers to questions, the fact that Councillors Belcher and Ragg met Visit Wiltshire without officers on the 10th of June, it just doesn't smell right. It doesn't pass the sniff test. We should not be giving an exemption here. We should not be agreeing to something that doesn't go through the normal procurement process for the development of a tourism strategy. And on that basis, I'm just really nervous that what we're doing here, it doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't make that logical sense. Put out a procurement. If Visit Wiltshire win it, they win it. But let's go through a procurement process. So, no, I'm not going to support the idea that we automatically give funding to something that happened to be in a Lib Dem manifesto because on a technicality we need to change it. No, I'm not.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have quite as much detailed historic knowledge of how this has worked in the past, but I think there's certainly a question to be answered there about Councillor Ragg and how that worked and the meeting that took place. I think we need to have an answer about that before we can support this, because it's, as Councillor Cluer says, it doesn't pass the sniff test. It does, I think we need to know what's going on there. But in general, I'm not against the idea, and I think that as long as this isn't committing us to long-term funding of Visit Wiltshire, that it seems to be potentially a good idea.
Thank you. Councillor Clark? Councillor Rogers? No. Okay, before we go into the general debate, I then call upon Councillor Dr Nick Murray.
Thank you, Chair. So the Chair and Vice Chair of the Environment Select Committee were briefed on this on the 29th of September. The importance of visitors to Wiltshire's local economy was acknowledged. Scrutiny questions were asked about the scale of the economic benefit likely to result from the investment, the potential environmental impacts of increased numbers of visitors, potential impacts on specific local communities and locations in tourist destinations, what consultation and engagement will be undertaken when developing the plan, and who would own the plan, and therefore what the Council's future influence over it would be. The importance of sustainable tourism being a core principle was emphasised, including protecting the natural environment in Wiltshire, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, particularly from transport, and building resilience to the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I now open the debate. So anyone wishing to speak, please press their buttons. Ooh, got a raft of people. So we'll start with Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little uneasy about this also, in that I sell a lot of things, really good things to local government, public loos, and I steer away from selling really good things to Wiltshire. And thankfully, actually, when Wiltshire went unitary, they passed all the public loos down to parish and town councils, much to parish and town councils' chagrin. But anyway, I'm not quite so likely to be held as guilty for selling to a friend. However, I think we have a real problem here. And I mean, Peter, I've loved what you've done in the past and supported you in the past during the tough days of slowly weaning off Visit Wiltshire. But this doesn't strike me as being the right thing to do. If I were you, I wouldn't be suggesting it because I think it's wrong. Having said that, how do we now market locations? Well, the answer is not necessarily in the way we used to during the time of Jane and John. It's much more about the social media and people's experiences and what they enjoyed, what they saw. Laycock, I mean, you look at it, Laycock, you look at Castle Combe, now, I mean, it's mobbed. You go there. So I dropped my kids off at the top by the car park, was waiting to park, and by the time they called me, I was still waiting, by the way, by the time they called me to pick them up, I sort of had to drive down and pick them up because it was so busy. And that's how successful we've been in Wiltshire, dare I say it, without Visit Wiltshire. Having said that, it's because the public search in different ways. It's all about what's best, TripAdvisor and all those things. It's not about the old traditional way of doing it. Gavin, you've been an absolute wizard when it comes to marketing Malmesbury, the greatest town in our county, I hasten to add. And you've done it without Visit Wiltshire. Largely, it's been through the town team's expertise and doing things differently, and it's been fantastic. And we have so much to sell there. And I don't think Visit Wiltshire has the tools to deliver it. And for heaven's sake, even if they do, let's stick it out to tender. That's the only fair way to do it. Sorry, team.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Chair, I'm candidly absolutely astonished we're debating this. Why is it before you? Because you would have expected this to have been a cabinet decision with officers. And it's before you because the advice of our monitoring officer was that a phrase used in a budget, 2 years ago now, in an appendix, set a policy of not funding Visit Wiltshire. So in other words, not accepting an invoice from an organisation and not paying that organisation, not engaging with them in any way, shape or form. So this is a procurement issue. So is the right thing to do to go out to competitive tender? My general instinct would broadly be yes. Other than, is this a policy that is universally adopted within this council? No, it's not. And why isn't it? Because officers advise as to who are best placed to undertake whatever piece of work it might be that we're looking for. Because procurement processes are rightly rigorous and they're rightly pretty extensive, and that therefore there is a cost that comes with them. Now, Richard says that there are a number of companies and organisations that could be undertaking this work. You've heard from Helen, you heard from me a lifetime ago, the provisions that are required here, which is the specific connections with our principal tourism locations, with our hospitality organisations, with those that are offering rooms in which to stay in our county. And with our local town, city and parish councils. And thank you very much for your kind tribute, Chuck, thank you. But here's truth. When Wiltshire withdrew its funding from Visit Wiltshire, Malmesbury was one of a number of our towns that stepped up and said, we will fund Visit Wiltshire. So it's not quite as it's, like all things with wizards, it's not quite as it always appears, Chuck. So the Great West Way, which was a Visit Wiltshire initiative, is something Malmesbury has, in the right sense, vigorously and rigorously exploited. But are you being asked today to have an ongoing commitment to funding Visit Wiltshire? I'm going to say this clearly and slowly. No, you are not. No, you are not. You're being asked because of that phrase, the wording of that phrase and that addendum to a previous budget. That's the only reason it's before you today. Should we procure Visit Wiltshire to undertake this piece of work when they are so self-evidently and obviously the best placed organisation to do it and to do it speedily and effectively so we can then get on with it?
Thank you.
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peter Wragg.
Well, welcome to the Cabinet Chamber. That's all I can say, the Council Chamber. This is a bit of an initiation for me. I've got to address a few things, obviously. I mean, first of all, I make no excuse about being chairman of Visit Wiltshire. It was Wiltshire Council, in fact, who asked me to set up the company some 13 years ago, and I did so. And it's been a very, very successful company, increasing the revenue in this county from something like 1 billion to 1.5 billion, increasing employment from 20,000 to 29,000. So it's been incredibly successful, and its focus is getting people from outside the county to come into the county. So let's take this issue about my involvement. Rather surprised on this one. I thought that I acted in good faith in all things I do. The first thing I did when I became a councillor was take legal advice about my position with Visit Wiltshire. And immediately I resigned. I resigned my directorships, I resigned all association with the company, and all my dealing with that company henceforth has been at arm's length in a position of portfolio holder and vice chairman now, or deputy chairman now, of the LEP. So I'll remind you again that it's the LEP requirement that we write a destination management plan, and that we have a time limit on writing of this plan, and the obvious people who are set up to do it are Visit Wiltshire. Of course we can go to find some other organisations. We might find them, we might not find them. We certainly wouldn't hit the time deadlines, and they certainly wouldn't have the insight into our county and to our market that Visit Wiltshire has. They wouldn't have the relationships necessarily with Visit England that Visit Wiltshire has. They wouldn't have the access to data that Visit Wiltshire has. So all in all, for me, it's the best option. And I'll just go back to, Richard was quoting some numbers earlier. Now, you know, he's right, and he says that a lot of statistics are indicative. You know, many statistics are, but here's some for you. We are 22% down, and I'll tell you where these came from, so I'm not making them up. These particular ones are the ones that Richard was quoting. We are 22% down on domestic overnight stays. We are 17% down on international overmarket stays. Now, this is the Office of National Statistics. I've not made this up.
Councillor Wragg, you've got 20 seconds. You've got 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. So we've got the data. We're down, and we can prove that we're down. We want to go back to a situation where Visit Wiltshire, Wiltshire in general, are punching above their weight and are highly regarded as we used to be before we started having the cuts 6 years ago.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis, Jane Davis.
Thank you, Chair.
Production of a destination management plan is a key requirement of Visit England for LVEEPs, and for very, very good reasons. It's a crucial piece of work which will describe how the local visitor economy partnership will manage, develop, market and invest in Wiltshire's visitor economy for the next 5 years. As others have observed, the world has changed remarkably from the old days. We use all sorts of different methods. I think we need to be forward-looking there. We're asked today to vote in support of giving the Commission for the plan directly to Visit Wiltshire without a competitive procurement process. My understanding is exemptions from the procurement rules are normally only ever given if there is no other supplier or there's a specific aspect that would prevent fair competition. Key principles for procurement include achieving value for money, acting with impartiality, considering social value and local business support. Wiltshire Council's processes emphasise transparency, fair competition and adherence to legal obligations. The report, a papers pack that we got today under this item, it's point 44. The report in our papers today states that an alternative option would be for the destination management plan to be procured by Wiltshire Council and produced by a third party. Now, there are other experts whose other authorities their LVEEPs have used. A very quick Google search took me to a company who wrote the management plan for Visit West, so Bristol, Bath, the DMP for the Tees Valley, and the tourism strategy for Edinburgh, amongst many others. My concern about this is that by not even looking at the broader market, not doing a market appraisal to see who is out there, we may be missing a big opportunity here. Tourism is important, and I applaud all the work that Visit Wiltshire has done in the past. However, I am concerned about Councillor Ragg's involvement. I got interested in this because I was asked by my local town clerk, along with my colleagues in Wiltshire, to comment on whether he should be lobbying Wiltshire councils to support this amendment. He was uncomfortable about that. I became uncomfortable. I asked Councillor Ragg about his involvement. The fact is, Companies House, he resigned on the 23rd of May. He became a portfolio holder on the 1st of May. His register of interest just says none, none, none to all the questions. This will lead to public concerns about the way we are conducting business at this council and in this chamber, whether we are really giving taxpayers value for the money and whether we are doing the best things in the interest of Wiltshire.
Just for clarification, Councillor Ragg could not have been made a portfolio holder on the 1st of May because the elections weren't. Apologies. Okay, 21st of May. Okay, thank you. Councillor George Jeans.
I decided to speak on this today because a few of the things I've heard, yes, ways have changed when we visit wherever, but I partly run a business now, my son does most of it. He's had to embrace the new world. He's had to use the internet. We travel vast distances, but as I pointed out to him, people don't go into the internet to look for us. They've got to see an advert somewhere for it. I picked up my phone just now in this chamber, and if I put visit Cornwall, visit Devon, visit Somerset, visit Dorset, they all come up. Well, therefore, to me, that you need a professional organisation at the moment. In my own town of Mere, the George is sat there waiting for a publican or a hotelier. We know the tourist trade is heavily impacted on, the high street's impacted on, that I hear about procurement. If I got this wrong, I apologise to you, but I've been here a long time, so I think I know a little bit about it. Procurement is a disaster to a degree. The Mere, in Mere, for instance, we were told for the centre, the funds were withdrawn. You could go for procurement. We were told it was a couple of sheets of paper. It's impossible for a small enterprise. Procurement drags things out. Therefore, so far as I'm concerned, that we want the public to see we've done something that will actually help. I'll be mirror-centric for my own town. I want to see something done to publicise that the George, for instance, has a tenant. We want to see an increase. The only way you're going to get this is by helping an established firm, I'll call them a firm, that knows what they're up to, with a lot of experience, which is Visit Wiltshire, because you go to visit this, visit Dorset, visit Devon. As far as I'm concerned, they're the right people for doing this, so I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Blair-Pilling.
Chair, thank you. I really will be brief. I don't think anybody's disputing the need for this piece of work. Where I worry is when I hear a particular company being its praises sung to the rafters in the chamber. And I did a quick Google looking at, I want a tourism strategy, please, and a whole list of companies have come back to me. The first one that came up actually had a picture of Stonehenge on it. I looked through it, etc. And so I honestly just can't see why this is not being done as an open procurement. Because the second worry I have with going to an internal company that knows so much about Wiltshire is, where's the experience that we want to learn from elsewhere? And I would much rather, personally, have a company that have done strategies and know all about this, and they've done it in lots of other places and learned from other places, and they bring that learning to Wiltshire. I worry about going straight to a company that is Wiltshire.
Thank you. Councillor Tamara Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As colleagues may know, I had a long career in the corporate world before becoming a Wiltshire councillor. This is essentially a procurement issue. We need to make sure that the purchases that this council makes on behalf of residents are the right ones. Did you know, if you go on to Visit Britain, there's a how-to guide on how to write a destination management plan. So, as other colleagues have said, there are absolutely many other organisations who could assist with this. I find it unthinkable that we would only go automatically, a no-brainer, I think it was said, to Visit Wiltshire. It is incumbent on us to ensure that we are getting absolutely the best value for money. I mean, even we're all involved in area boards, and we, make area board grants. Those organisations, for much smaller sums, we require them to have 3 quotations. This is balmy. Please, we must review the procurement of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker on this item is, someone's just got in under the wire, is Councillor Nick Holder, and then there's one more, and then that is it.
Thank you, Chair. I won't labour the point about procurement, you'll be pleased to know, but I would just remind members that we are governed by public sector procurement rules, and I believe we should actually go through that process properly and be transparent. We've heard a lot about transparency this morning from the administration around their plan. Why not be transparent here? If you think it's the right organisation, go through the procurement process and prove to us openly and transparently that it is the right organisation. The final point I wanted to make is addressed to Councillor Thorne, and it's slightly tongue-in-cheek. Councillor Thorne, you referenced many, but not all, of the fabulous amenities in Wiltshire. And unfortunately, you missed out the fantastic town of Melksham. There's great things to come and see in our town, and I believe you missed it out. However, worryingly, for me, you did mention MacArthur Glen, which I believe is in Swindon. My question is, how much is Swindon Borough Council contributing to writing a strategy that might benefit them as they are the people who have MacArthur Glen in their area? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Councillor Najjar.
Thank you, Chair. I remember being the portfolio holder for Art, Heritage and Tourism when this decision was first discussed, and I can understand what you're trying to do with this motion. I just think it's clumsily worded to the point where it creates confusion here in the chamber. Essentially, what you're trying to say is we want to run a transparent procurement process to procure the destination management plan, and we want to remove obstacles to Visit Wiltshire bidding for it. So why don't we just say that? So I'd like to propose an amendment, which, no, don't sigh. It's one which I hope you will consider to be friendly. It's one which would enable me to support what you're trying to do, and it's one which alleviates the very evident confusion sort of with the language of what we have. So would you like me to spell it out in the hopes that our colleagues on Cabinet...
You'll need to write it down.
I'll write it down, but it's very simple. It essentially says, instead of point 2 and point 3, we have point 2, which is to remove any barriers facing Visit Wiltshire in bidding openly for Wiltshire Council procurement opportunities. And then point 3 will be, as is on the screen, just removing the words through Visit Wiltshire. So you separate it into two parts. It enables them to bid, but it ensures that we have the transparent and fair approach to procurement which we require when spending public money.
Okay, can you come over and do that?
I am horribly situated for doing so, but I'll try.
Much debate is still ahead. So, but we have got that up our sleeves just in case everyone loses the will. Oh no, we're only just getting warmed up. Come on. Right, okay. If anyone can remember where we're at, it would be helpful. Right, we are still at the Local Visitor Economic Partnership. We have had an amendment proposed. Who seconded the motion? Councillor Kluwer, Richard Kluwer has seconded the motion.
The amendment.
Sorry, the amendment. Councillor Najjar, do you want to speak to it? Do I? Oh, right, sorry. Councillor Belcher, do you accept the amendment as a friend?
No, we don't accept the amendment. We appreciate Councillor Najjar's efforts in order to try and provide a collaborative solution through, but...
You need to stand up, sorry.
We appreciate Councillor Najjar's efforts to try and clarify things and create a compromise position, but sadly there are a couple of things within that amendment that we can't accept. So, no.
Councillor Najjar, do you want to withdraw your amendment?
No, I don't. I'd like to retain it.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. It's a shame because what is on the screen there is not that substantially different to what was initially proposed. What I've tried to do is remove any public perception or any risk of public misunderstanding that this is a foregone conclusion, that we are getting too chummy with Visit Wiltshire, because I think we've heard across this chamber there is a great deal of concern around us having too cozy a relationship with VW for various reasons, stemming from historic concerns around their performance and performance management through to some of the personnel and the names involved in this discussion. But I don't want to dwell on that because I did bring this with the intention and the hope that it would be seen as a friendly amendment, and I'd like the discourse around it to continue in that same spirit. So what I've essentially tried to do here is, first of all, remove any structural barriers towards Visit Wiltshire participating in Wiltshire Council procurement, both around this destination management plan, also more broadly, because, as I said, I know from my experience there will be several other pieces of work which will inevitably come to market over the next few years. What I have tried to do, however, is make sure that any spending or use of public money is done in a manner where we have due consideration and due scrutiny. And I don't like the idea of a motion rubber-stamped or mandated by full council which says we are giving money to a particular organisation, regardless of what it is. I wouldn't like to see it in any scenario because I believe in open and transparent approaches to spending public money. So we're going to hear probably a couple of things from the administration around this. Firstly, oh, we can't do it because we don't have time. And secondly, oh, we can't do it because there is only one qualified bidder. So to address the time issue first, I do not believe that a time delay is just cause to fast-track spending of public money, especially when it comes to an organisation that has been as historically controversial within this building and this chamber as Visit Wiltshire. On the open bidding and the lack of available bidders, well, fundamentally, this doesn't change that. If this goes to tender and it's found that Visit Wiltshire is the only compliant entity that can bid for this money, then they will win that bid. That will remain an open process. It will remain a legal process. The administration will get what it wants, but it will get it without mandating us or asking us as a council to approve spending for a particular organisation without taking the time to do our scrutiny. So I don't see anything wrong with this, and I would urge those across the chamber to take this in the spirit in which it's intended. It's not designed to block funding for Visit Wiltshire. It's not designed to complicate things for the sake of it. It's designed to just make a statement that as a council, we're not going to ban or prescribe any organisation from bidding. At the same time, we are going to uphold our commitment to open and legal procurement. That's all I'm trying to do with this motion. I think it makes sense. I would hope that had it been the other way around and we were in administration, we saw this motion come, we would see the merit behind it, we would accept it as a friendly one. Certainly that would be what I would do. However, it's on the table, it's open to, I hope, debate. It remains to be seen how the council wishes to take this forward. But that's my motion. I hope people will support it on the grounds that it makes common sense. Thank you.
Okay. So this motion has, this amendment has been proposed by Councillor Najjar and seconded by Councillor Cluer. I now ask group leaders if they'd like to comment.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm grateful for Councillor Najjar's contribution, but we'll stick with our guns, I think. Thank you.
Who speaks on this? Councillor Cluer or...
I'll speak as group leader on this. I think Nabil has summed this up. This is an attempt to make sure that we have an open, fair procurement process with no hint of anything going on with predetermination where anyone can put forward to bid in the way that other LVEPs have done. I really do not understand the administration's reluctance to open procurement and instead to look to close procurement, particularly given their own election manifesto has a line in there which could easily be interpreted as "we will fund Visit Wiltshire." I mean, honestly, in the case of open good government, I've tried through our monitoring officer, I've tried through officers to suggest this shouldn't be coming and needs handling in a different way. If the administration were to force this through, it's great press, but my goodness, it's not the right thing to do. Can we just do this process properly in accordance with open, fair procurement?
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you. Yeah, I was slightly on the fence before, but I think that this amendment means that I can support this because this amendment means that we've heard a lot about fairness today. I think this amendment makes it clear that the process is fair. And as has been said, if Visit Wiltshire are the only people who tender for it or the only viable people, then we'll go with them. But I can't see any legitimate reason why we wouldn't use the correct process. So I fully support this motion, this amendment, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Wright. No. Councillor Rogers. No. Okay, I open this up for debate. Anyone wanting to speak on this? No, I've had no one offer to speak, so we'll go straight to the vote. Sorry, does the mover of the motion want to add any more? No. Okay, so we're now moving straight to the vote.
Nothing to add.
Apologies. Councillor Belcher.
Okay, thank you, Chair. There's been a lot of discussion about procurement and the openness of it and the fairness of it. The guidance for LVEPs produced by Visit England says very clearly that the LVEP needs to lead the production of the destination management plan. It's very clear in black and white. Visit England consider Visit Wiltshire to be, as the leading organisation and the coordinating organisation within the LVEP, the accredited organisation, and therefore the only organisation who can produce that accredited destination management plan. So by saying that we need an open process with a field of one that is merely introducing delay and is not producing any openness in terms of fairness, those are the rules. That's what the information I've had is. Secondly, in terms of the procurement process, our legal officer, monitoring officer, has agreed that the process we have followed is legal, is fair, and proportionate for the amount of money that is being proposed to spend. So that is the reason why we would not accept the amendment, because by pushing for an open procurement policy for where there is only one bidder, which would lead us with anything which is legal, well, not legal, but sticking, and there's no point in doing that. So that's why we've rejected it, and that's why I would urge you to vote against this amendment. Even though I respect that it is moved with friendly intent, the actual impact of it is not. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can move straight to the vote now, please. The amendment. Vote on the amendment. So this is Councillor Najjar's amendment. So we have 48 who've agreed to the amendment, 44 against and 2 abstain. Okay, so that amendment's been approved. We now need to go back to the substantive motion.
Yeah, that's the substantive one now. So you effectively take another vote on that.
So this is now the motion. Does anyone else have anything that they want to say on this motion as it is written here, which includes Councillor Najjar's amendment? So, everyone happy for us to move to the vote? Okay, so we now move to the vote. So this motion has now been approved, including the amendment. So we are clear that this is, on item 9 of this agenda, this is the motion that has been approved by this full council. Thank you very much. Right, we move now to item 8, which is the annual update of the council's response to the climate emergency. So item number 8 is the annual update on the Council's response to the climate emergency. The reports for this item are on pages 117 to 220 of your summons. I call upon Councillor Paul Sample, Cabinet Member for Environment, Climate and Waste, to move the recommendations and then introduce this item. Can someone switch on Councillor Sample's microphone, please?
Aha, there we go. Well, that was worth waiting for, wasn't it? Thank you for staying for this item. As the Chair has said, this is very much something...
Councillor Sample, I just need you to move it, to move it, and then we'll get a seconder.
I formally move.
Thank you. And then, who's the seconder, please? Councillor Gordon King. Right, so now you may introduce your item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I start just by saying that I have a very short update. There's full details on in the agenda, lots of information in there. This is something that has been through the Environment Select Committee. It is also something which has been fully debated by Cabinet. Just a couple of headlines, really. First to say that as a council, we remain on track to be carbon neutral in our own operations by 2030. This is a huge milestone, but it is one that depends on us maintaining our commitment to green energy tariffs and contributing to invest in sustainable solutions. Across Wiltshire, emissions are falling at the same rate as the national trend. However, we must be honest that as a county, we are not yet on the modelled pathway to full carbon neutrality. And that means that the work we do now, both in the council and in partnership with communities, must go even further and faster. Our property decarbonisation programme shows what is possible. All Five Rivers Leisure Centre in Salisbury, at Five Rivers, it is now completely free from fossil fuels, powered instead by solar panels and a heat pump. Despite switching to electrical heating, the centre has cut overall electricity use and saved over £1 million in bills in just 1 year. And that's proof that decarbonisation is not just about the environment, it is also about resilience and saving money. We're also making real progress on fleet decarbonisation. Half of our fleet miles now at Wiltshire Council are zero carbon, with a £114,000 saved in running costs because the EV fleet is less prone to maintenance and repair problems. Cleaner vehicles also mean cleaner air for our residents. On the housing front, the Home Upgrade Grant Scheme has transformed 83 households, saving families an average of £600 a year on bills, while preventing over 250 tonnes of carbon emissions annually. And our home energy efficiency programme is improving hundreds of council homes, moving us closer to goals of ensuring that 5,300 homes meet the higher standards. Schools and businesses are also part of the picture. A solar project at Leon Garsden School, which I visited a couple of weeks ago, is already lowering costs and freeing up more resources for children's education, and we are working to expand this model. Meanwhile, support for over 200 Wiltshire businesses has led to £1.4 million invested in renewable measures, cutting emissions and delivering savings. Finally, I want to highlight the Wiltshire and Swindon Climate Environment Summit held in this building earlier in the year, where leaders from business and communities came together to share knowledge and accelerate action. And this spirit of partnership with parish and town councillors is at the heart of our climate strategy. We can only meet our targets if we lead as a council by example, working together and maintaining our momentum to build a greener, cleaner, more resilient Wiltshire. I'd be very happy to answer any questions which members may have. Hope very much that you will approve this document.
Thank you, Councillor Sample. Do we have members of the public who want to speak? I have Mr. Andrew Nicholson. He already spoke earlier. And Mr. Adrian Temple-Brown, just to remind you, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. To recap, because the poles are melting today in 2025 and the poles drive our weather, it's obvious that achieving net zero will not stop the weather getting worse every year. To stop the weather getting worse every year, we must stop the poles from melting, meaning we must clean the atmosphere and sequester the carbon that's up there down here. The standard refrain we hear time and again is, where will we get the money? This refrain was written long ago by Big Oil, then sung in harmony with Big Ag, then amplified and now repeated incessantly by the right-wing climate ignorati. We have plenty of money, it's just in the wrong place. It's really that simple. And if that's not enough money, we print more. That's what we always do. But I want to make this really clear. We have to zero emissions as soon as possible. That's net zero, and there is no choice. But in parallel, we also have to clean the atmosphere. These are two separate activities, and both need to be done together. To clean the atmosphere, we need to draw down 50 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide each and every year for 50 years. And we need to process it and store it long term. This task requires so much energy that it cannot be achieved with technology. Furthermore, 50 billion tonnes of any material in a capitalist economy is a glut, most especially when the material, CO2, is already a waste product, literally dumped because it has no value. Therefore, money cannot be the drive behind the work needed to address the problem we have. It has to be dealt with for a reason other than getting rich or acquiring wealth. And that reason is to secure a future, because currently, complex society, everything we've discussed today, has no future. As a group, you could correct your carbon accounting delusion, rewrite your core policies, and make a difference nationally, even globally. So in the next report, can you please use a relevant 20-year time horizon, include all of the emissions you've set to zero, and add in all of the upstream fuel emissions which our energy use drives, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any other members of the public who want to speak, so I now move to group leaders. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Sample for his report. Thank you to the officers for their, I think, very passionate commitment in terms of climate change and carbon reduction. Of course, this document is the result of the original debate in 2019, where this council voted a climate emergency and to commit to this council becoming carbon neutral by 2030. And I pay tribute to Richard and Richard's colleagues for the commitment and the energy that they have put into achieving, I think, some phenomenal results. Of course, our position as a council in terms of our climate neutrality was confirmed at the last council meeting in terms of rejecting the motion that was put to us, and of course in supporting and approving our Wiltshire Council plan this morning, which again has at its heart an absolute objective in terms of delivering climate neutrality for Wiltshire Council by 2030. We've confirmed our position yet again. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind in terms of the policy context, in terms of the desire to achieve change. And my comment, and it's always my comment around these reports, is that there is excellent work within Wiltshire Council. The real challenge, of course, comes when we are seeking to achieve change across Wiltshire, which is a much, 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 much greater challenge. And I always use the example of the teenagers that live in my house, relatively bright individuals. I spend half my time fishing recyclables out of non-recyclable bins and vice versa. So I think there are huge opportunities within education, within our communities, with our business partners, with our statutory and voluntary sector partners to do more. And I think we must be doing more. But I think this, again, this document indicates the tremendous progress we've made. I congratulate all those who have helped deliver it. It absolutely sits in the core of the previous administration's policies and this administration's policies too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Cluer.
Thank you. And following on from Ian's comments, yeah, I mean, I absolutely, I was delighted to read this. I think it demonstrates what really careful, evidence-based policy can deliver in terms of not only achieving an objective to reduce carbon emissions, but also to achieve an objective of saving money. And that's when we make progress on this issue. It's when it becomes contested. It's when it becomes people put forward programmes that are costing money without delivering the benefits, that this becomes a contested space. And at that point, we are all, I think, worse off for it and in trouble. So I thought it was a really good report. I felt very good to me reading it, to think, well, these are policies we've put in place. They are now, we're now seeing clear evidence of their delivery. I really hope that you're able to continue that. You are going to be moving as a new administration into more challenging areas around decarbonisation. We will be debating an amendment later which is one of those challenging areas. There are other areas around biogas that will also be challenging, but there was a broad outline when this was first put in place as to how to achieve it. That will need adjusting as we go. The broader issues around Wiltshire, I think, are going to need more work. Discussions around heat pumps that I have had through my role, particularly with UK 100 recently. I know I don't get to mentor you two, I'm mentoring other people on the course. It's just as well, probably, I'm not mentoring you two, but I'm mentoring other people on the UK 100 leadership course, having very interesting conversations there about the challenges of heat pumps just on a personal level, on the way that residents are finding the costs of them, for example. We have got to find ways to keep this moving forward in a sensible way that actually delivers value, delivers cost savings, costs people less. Otherwise, we won't make headway on it. And I think that's the most important thing I take away from here. We've demonstrated we can do it. We actually need to shout about that a bit. We need to demonstrate to the LGA what can be done. Lizzie, if we could get that breakdown of how much money sorry, I know you can't respond back, but how much money we've actually saved, because it's significant, and we really do need that evidence to continue this work.
Thank you. Councillor Edrimmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I echo what was just said in that I'm in support of anything that saves money, and if we can see figures that really do show actual savings, then I'm all for it. I've said before, and I'll say again, that I'm never going to support the Wiltshire-wide 2030 net zero target, because I don't support any target that is not achievable, and it is not achievable. And even though we are using all the levers available to us to try to get it to happen, as is said in this report, it is not going to happen because it's not achievable. And therefore, I will never support that, and I will only ever support councils having targets that are something we can actually work towards. And I just wanted to also come back on what was said from the Wiltshire Climate Alliance, that it's all well and good to say, things about the planet, but the point is we're 0.8% of the world in the UK. Wiltshire is 0.9%, I believe, of the UK. You start to get a lot of zeros there. And when you're talking to people who are struggling to make ends meet at the end of every month, I don't want to be saying to them, I want to charge you more money to make absolutely no difference, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, I'm going to ask you to speak on behalf of the Independents, but also as Chair of the Climate Emergency Task Group.
Do you want me to do that at the same time?
All at the same time, please.
I was about to say that the Independents were going to leave it to our very good learning friend who is the chair of the task group, but of course that's me as well. So shall I do my brief and then we'll go? Is that okay? Because we haven't had the other lead.
I hope Councillor Rogers won't
be
mind
okay
you
with that? Okay.
jumping the queue. I was trying to be efficient.
No, that's fine. Let's do that. Right. So the Climate Emergency Task Group, which is obviously run or part of Environment Select, let's make that clear, discussed the climate emergency on the 3rd of October. Members were reassured that the Council is on track to meet its own commitments by 2030, but there is a lot of work that must be done to support our wider community in reducing emissions. Most of our questions were therefore about what we can do to support the county, for example, by promoting energy efficiency and low carbon heating, improving public transport links and creating better local resilience to extreme weather. The task group is keen to input into the development of the climate delivery plans for 2026 and to do more to help support the county to bring down its emissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Ricky.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. It's one of those subjects that we do have a varying degree of opinions on. I've been lobbied this past fortnight by those who feel we're not going fast enough, you're not doing it quick enough, to the other extreme of it's all a waste of money, what are you bothering for? And to then that middle group who think we're doing probably about the right thing in a sensible way, in an affordable way, and everything we are doing seems to be positive. I think my hope and my inspiration is for my punishment, I had to look after my 14-year-old granddaughter for a couple of weeks. And I'm really impressed on how young people are knowledgeable on this subject. I was lectured about having an oil-fired boiler, about driving a diesel car, about not changing my light bulbs at home. And I think that gave me inspiration that this is a subject which is there and we've got to tackle it, because if we don't, the people that come behind us will. So that was encouraging. I think the other bit which is so frustrating is
only this week, and Chris Taylor will probably echo this, we have a great news in Salisbury Red's new electric fleet of buses. Wonderful news, fantastic. Then we find they can't get under the bridges that the current route serves. And that disruption for our elderly residents who now have to cross one busy road and then another busy road to get to a new relocated bus stop, which will cost the public purse money to put the infrastructure in place. It's just so frustrating. And that's the downside of it. It seems that with every positive step, there's some negative element to it. But I'm happy to note the report, and let's keep plugging away, because we've got to.
Thank you. There's nothing like the young to tell you how to do it, really, is there? Brilliant. Thank you. So we now open it for debate. Anyone wishing to speak, please press their buttons now. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank our leader for spending half of his time sorting his recyclables out in his own personal. Maybe there's a better use of your time, but for now, carry on with it.
Great. Proving that democracy can also be entertaining. Well done. Councillor Ian Blair-Pilling.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always pleased to hear people promoting what's been achieved at Five Rivers. I'm immensely proud of what the Council has achieved there. But I do think we need to put a little bit of clarification on it, and I have mentioned this before. When people take away the impression that because the gas has gone and there's a heat pump there and there are lots of solar panels, the solar panels are doing it all. I'm afraid they're not. When I left this, I was briefed that the solar panels, the whole set there, everything that's been done there is producing 25% of what is needed. Now, I may be out of date, it may be more than that now. But that means the other 75% is coming from the grid. Therefore, it's only carbon-free because we choose to pay a green tariff. And it's also, all that heat pump and everything there is only there because of substantial government grants. And the reason I'm mentioning this is just be careful when you are learning lessons or when you're trying to set lessons to others, especially when you're talking to others beyond the council and expecting them, because who's going to be giving them the grant? Who's paying their extra green tariff when you're kind of telling them that they should be following us? I'm immensely proud of what we've done between us all and everybody, but just be careful that you understand the detail behind it.
Thank you. Councillor Holder.
Thank you, Chair. It's days like these that I miss my erstwhile sparring partner from across the chamber, Councillor Budden. Those of you will remember that we had many, many conversations in this chamber and at the Environment Select meeting about Scope 3 emissions. So I'm going to address that question to Councillor Sample in my comments. But I would like to maybe lighten the proceedings somewhat. I will say Councillor Budden and I have one thing in common, is that we both have season tickets at Bath Rugby. But I will say it is the only time that you can find me to the left of Councillor Budden when we're sat in the West Stand watching Bath play rugby. Councillor Sample, picking up Councillor Budden's theme, he was quite right to ask myself as Cabinet Member and my colleague Councillor Munns, when he took over as Cabinet Member, what we are doing to fully analyse Scope 3 emissions, which you refer to, if I may say so very briefly, in the report. There's one line in there. And I would say, I think probably, with the greatest of respect, that one line is probably the same that it's been for 2 or 3 reports that have come to this council. Given the ambition to have significant influence over the rest of the county, and I appreciate Councillor Rimmer's comments that there may be many parts of the county that we can't influence. It does say in the report that we have significant influence over some of our contractors with Scope 3 emissions. I'd really like to understand, if not in the chamber today, but with respect to the chair of the Environment Select Committee, maybe we could have a report that comes to Environment Select to understand exactly what we are trying to do, or what you are trying to do as administration, to influence our contractors to get on top of the Scope 3 emissions, to understand the level of those emissions, and what action this council is taking with its contractor base to actually reduce those emissions, because that is a crucial part of our ability to achieve the targets that the previous administration gladly accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wayman.
Thank you, Chairman. Tomorrow is bin day for me at home, and I doubt I'm going to get home in time, and I've had to leave my husband a message to get all the recycling out, and he's absolutely useless at it. So perhaps Ian could come and teach him a few lessons. As you know, probably most people know, I am deeply cynical about achieving net zero and the climate change. So I was very tempted to go through the whole report and tear it apart, but it would take me a month of Sundays to do it. So I just want to concentrate on a couple of issues. Now, page 123 on paragraph 30, it talks about our scope 2 emissions. And I know we have got a motion coming later on. I want to ask, though, whether the additional cost of £230,000 per annum is worth it to pay for our green tariff, just to say that our scope 2 emissions are zero. We have got serious budget considerations to come for next year, as everybody knows, and it just bothers me that this is a bit of virtue signalling just so that we can say that our scope 2 emissions are zero. The following paragraph, paragraph 31, talks about council contracts and asking new or existing contractors for carbon plans or supporting a wider sustainability commitment. Is it just adding to contractor costs and therefore to Wiltshire Council costs? We have to be more pragmatic, I think, when it comes to these, just to assess, in assessing our budget and the cost to our taxpayers. And further on in the PowerPoint, which is on the particular page, is on page 141, it says that 54% of schools have opted into our energy contract. Therefore, 54% of our schools are paying an excess amount for so-called green electricity. Now, we all know that schools' budgets are severely compromised. Why are they paying this additional amount when they should be concentrating on paying that money for children's education? I don't consider that that is a good use of money. And as for Councillor Blair-Pilling, we had a Dunkelflaute last week, so I doubt very much whether 25% of power to the Five Brothers Leisure Centre was achievable.
Thank you.
I've finished.
Oh, right. Thank you. Right. The last speaker now is Councillor Sven Hocking. Then I'm closing it. So thank you.
Chair, thank you. See, the charge to net zero continues, ensuring that we will continue to have the most expensive electricity on the planet. I'm listening to carbon neutrality by 2030. I'm listening to zero emissions. But to do that, there's some things that we have to do. And one of those is build the infrastructure or let someone do it. So if we're going to head that way, and this administration is going to continue heading that way, how are they going to do that when applications for solar farms turn up and they come to this council with motions that we should reject them, lime down? So if we're going to go down this road, that's the stuff that you guys are going to have to approve. You cannot have one without the other, or do we think you can have one as long as the other's not in my division? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Everyone who has wished to speak has spoken, so I now ask Councillor Sample if you have any questions before we move to the vote. Any comments, even?
Chairman, yes, I'll keep them very short. First of all, thank you very much for the question from the member of the public. Yes, your comments are noted, and I'd like to thank you for all of the work that you've done on the Solar for Schools project. In terms of Richard's comments, wherever we go, Ian and I, we are frequently subjected to a large photograph in full colour of our former leader as a sign of climate change advocacy within local governments, and his work will continue in that. And what I like about this particular subject is just how much agreement there's been around the room, quite frankly. You know, lots and lots of very, very positive comments from members of all political parties and none. And that's the way we want the debate to be, really. As far as Councillor Rimmer is concerned, yeah, pretty much all of the savings which we want to see as an administration are obviously great in terms of carbon emission reduction, but often there are significant co-benefits, and those will often be around electricity savings and, as I've said, things like the reduction in the vehicle fleet costs. So it's not just costing us less to run those vehicles, but they're not breaking down, quite frankly. They're not spending as much time in maintenance, being repaired, and I think that's a terrific plus. As far as Graham Wright, thank you very much, Graham, to all of the people who were responsible for doing that piece of scrutiny work. I very much enjoy going along to the Environment Select Committees. There's always a really good exchange of views and good questioning, and I'm delighted that you've been able to give this the clean bill of health. Ricky, on the buses issues, thank you very much for raising the buses. I went very early to see the bus transportation depot at Salisbury in Castle Street and saw the wonderful work they were in putting in the new electricity systems there. I would like to tell you that, fingers crossed, but we are hopeful as an administration to land a really significant improvement funding from central government in bus stop infrastructure. That's one of the big issues which has been previous governments have swayed away from, but I believe that there's a really significant chunk of money, up to 9 million, available, I think, to Wiltshire, and we hope very much that we'll be successful in securing some of that. Councillor Chuck Berry, thank you very much for the shortness of your response. Ian Blair-Pilling, Councillor, as far as the solar panels are concerned, the answer is, I use solar panels. I had 14 installed as part of the Wiltshire Solar Together project, which I commend to everyone. It's really good. No one is more aware than me of what happens during the winter. There's a significant decrease in solar production through the winter months. December is almost zero. But I don't have the actual figures for you to hand, and it's an important question. So what I'll do is I'll ask the officers to provide you with a report on what the current figures are for sustainable electricity production at Five Rivers, if we can pull that out, and I'll get it to be shared. I hope it will be shared by other members. Councillor Holder on the Scope 3 emissions. Again, on that, can't see him. On that issue, I will ask the officers to bring you up to date with what the figure is right now. I haven't got it to hand. I don't want to give you the wrong figure, so I'm going to ask again the officers to give you a written answer on that. And that's, and in terms of the Scope 3 emissions, I'll ask them. Councillor Wayman, I understand where you're coming from. You are utterly consistent in your opposition to climate change. Nothing's going to change there. You ask some serious questions again about the green tariff. And what I'll do is leave the rest of us to have that debate. Hopefully you'll contribute to it, because there's going to be a motion, I believe, on that today if we get to it. And the same really to Sven Hocking on the green energy tariff. It's all a matter really of your perspective. There'll be people here who think that the green tariff is a great statement for Wiltshire Council to make. We're leading the debate. We're ensuring that as many people as possible, invest wisely as far as sustainable energy is concerned and electricity. But we can't force people to do it. And there's no way that we can do that. But I think the argument needs to be had here in the chamber later on, and I'll I'll defer to my colleague Mel Jacob to answer the questions that have been raised on the green tariff. I commend the motion to you, Madam Chairman. It is to note the report, and in doing so, can I thank all of the excellent officers who work within the climate change team. They are absolutely fabulous, enthusiastic, deeply knowledgeable about this subject, and they have produced an absolutely great report, and I commend it to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now move to the vote on this paper. All those who are in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Any abstentions? One abstention. Well done, Councillor Wayman. So this is passed. We've been having a bit of debate up here on timings. Kieran may kill me now. There are some urgent items that we have to do, and so I'm proposing that we now move into the part 2 section of the meeting. We then will have the exceptional meeting. We will then go back to the body of the meeting here, plus the motions. So please, can any members of the public or press please leave for the part 2? Oh, sorry. All right. I need to move that as a resolution.
I do apologise. I wish to make a point of order relating to the entire section of the Constitution on the information available to members and to Cabinet. I understand the position the monitoring officer has taken, but this is a really complex issue that members have had a very short period of time to assess a very complex paper. I do not see how we can make a good judgment on the basis of having this information with this short a notice. It is not good, open, transparent or fair process for any form of democratic decision-making involving the spending of this council spending money.
Okay, I understand your view, but the item stands on the agenda. I can't stop the meeting to... I mean, we've got no powers to withdraw it from the agenda. Where is it? Okay. I have to read out this statement. Item 17, exclusion of the press and public. As noted towards the start of the meeting, the next item on the agenda includes information which has been classified as exempt in accordance with the provisions for the Local Government Act 1972. If we resolve to discuss the item in part 2 private session, then the information contained in the report and discussed during the meeting may not be circulated publicly at this time. I therefore move the following resolution: to agree that in accordance with section 100A (4) of the Local Government Act 1972, to exclude the public from the meeting for the business specified in item number 18, because it is likely that if members of the public were present, there would be disclosure to them of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A to the Act, and the public interest in withholding the information outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information to the public. Do I have a seconder? I will now move to the vote. Are those people content that we move to part 2? All those? Aye. Any against? So we now move to item 11, which is the air quality supplementary planning document. Sorry, I'm trying to find my own notes now. Apologies. Yeah, so here we go. So we're on item 11, air quality supplementary planning document. The reports for this items are on page 265 to 308 of your summons. I call upon Councillor Paul Sample, Cabinet Member for the Environment, to move the recommendations and then introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to very quickly to say that this document has gone through the scrutiny process, where I understand it's been given pretty much a clean bill of health, but obviously the chair of that committee will confirm that. It's also been through Cabinet. We've had a very robust conversation about that within Cabinet, and lots of questions have been answered.
Sorry, Councillor Somper, I realise I haven't used my own discipline, which is you're meant to move it and then we get another...
May I move it, Madam Chair?
Yeah, who will second it? Councillor King. Right, sorry, do your introduction. Carry on.
Thank you. Very quickly, Chair. There is no formal guidance provided by DEFRA on development and its impact on air quality. This is a significant gap in policy as it has been probably delayed compliance with air quality objectives. This SPD is an important policy in supporting the implementation of the Air Quality Action Plan for Wiltshire. The SPD supports implementation of Core Policy 55 in the current Wiltshire Core Strategy and Policy 101 in the emerging local plan, Madam Chairman. So how does it work? The document sets out when public protection will generally not object to an application and when it likely will object. In the case of the latter, this is most likely if the application fails to adequately identify and address pollutant emissions, or if it is likely to cause unacceptable local concentration impacts, or if it proves an unacceptable risk in terms of public exposure, or it contravenes measures or aspirations contained in the Wiltshire Air Quality Action Plan. The outcome will be where good design and appropriate mitigation have been applied, sites will likely require no further actions, but where necessary, especially within areas of existing poor air quality, further mitigation measures may be required. Madam Chairman, in moving this, can I thank all of the staff who've been involved in the creation of this document across several departments. A lot of hard work's gone into this. It's an excellent document, and I crave that the Council approve this proposal tonight.
Thank you very much. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak on this item? No. So we now hear from group leaders. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on Paul's point about what the importance of this document. As members will be aware, we are just about to head into the next stage of the examination of our local plan, and clearly the importance of having our policies in position to provide us with the best possible defence and the best possible position to argue our case is critically important. I think as members will be aware, a paper came to Cabinet setting out some of the successes that we've seen in terms of improving air quality in areas of the county, including in my hometown of Cairn, where there have been historic challenges with air quality, where there have been significant improvements. And so this policy document just allows us to focus on that. So I would urge colleagues to support it, echoing Paul's comments about thanking officers who, as you can imagine, are extraordinarily busy at the moment as part of the examination process. So please do support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kluwer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, as has been pointed out, this is a document that's been a long time in development. We need it from a planning perspective. I would agree that there is no reason for us not to be taking it forward. I mean, I think the only concern I have more broadly with this is the ability to actually do anything with it. It's great to have supplementary planning documents, but our ability to act on air quality is heavily constrained, primarily by national legislation or by things outside our control. And I do think that makes it really important to note the need, basically, in all of this for better data. If we are going to address air quality, we've got to have better data. That is why the Purple Air Programme, the sensor network that we've been looking at for particulate matter is so important. That is already providing very interesting data. We need more of it. It's not actionable from a government point of view, but it's indicative. Carl, I'm quite obsessed with it, having come up there during an air quality conference in York many years ago. But looking at Carl in particular, the air quality issues in Carl, from what I can see, the one that's constantly showing issues is not the one that I've consistently been told in Carl is the problem. It's one of the other ones. But we need more of those sensors. We need to be able to get data, because then we can actually take steps to do something to try and address air quality in a more localised basis. So this document is great, but let's not think it's going to solve the issue. It's a statutory planning document we are required to have. What's needed to actually address and solve this is if wherever we can get it much more granular data to enable us to actually find those changes, the areas where we've got a problem, those changes on the ground that will actually have an impact on them.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. I did have some amendments to this, but you will be pleased to hear that I've decided not to put those forward. Thanks. Mainly because of the fact that, as Councillor Sample has stated, it's a document we have to have, and there's a time element to it. And my main worry about the document is it adding an extra level of bureaucracy that stops anyone building anything. However, if we put my amendments in and it takes longer to debate, it makes it even worse from that point of view. So I think that at this point I support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just take this opportunity as Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee to just point out to members that scrutiny is about robust scrutiny. It's not about giving anything a clean bill of health or ticking a box. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ricky Rogers? No, thank you. So before going into general debate, I'll now call upon Councillor Dr Nick Murray, Chairman of the Environment Select Committee, to comment.
Mr. President, no, it's coming on. Thank you, Chair. So the draft air quality SPD and the annual status report was presented to the Environment Select Committee on the 9th of September. It welcomed Wiltshire's air quality monitoring areas now meeting national standards, but highlighted the importance of continuing to measure and improve air quality, which often adversely affects specific locations and impacts particular sections of the population and can't always be captured by annual averages, which are used to trigger measuring NOx, for example. The issue of increased domestic air pollution, for example, from wood-burning devices, was also raised, which is becoming an issue in many areas. And the proposed SPD was welcomed and questions asked about how it will be measured and monitored in terms of meeting its objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will now open the item to general debate. Any member wishing to speak, press your button now. Okay, no one has requested to speak. So does Councillor Sample have any comments you want to make before you move to the vote?
No, Madam. Move to the vote.
Okay, in accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote on this item. Do we have the results? Yes. Okay, so that has been passed. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 12, which is the Stonehenge and Avebury World Heritage Site Setting Study Supplementary Planning Document. The reports for this item are on pages 309 to 556 of your summons. I call upon Councillor Adrian Foster, Cabinet Member with responsibility for planning, to move the recommendations and then introduce this item.
Chair, I'm going to ask my colleague Adrian but I will deal with the presentation.
So, Councillor Foster, you're going to move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Wiltshire Council has produced a draft setting study for the...
No, you just need to move it.
I
move it. Okay, who do we have a second? Yeah. So seconded by Councillor Sample. So now Councillor Foster to introduce the item. Apologies. But no, Councillor Sample's going to do it.
There we are.
So that's great.
It's the way it works. Chair, thank you very much. Again, this is a document which we are required to have in place in order that the inspection can take place, which is a formal part of the process. Wiltshire Council has produced a draft setting study for the Stonehenge and Avebury World Heritage Site, which, once adopted, will be used to ensure that developments in Wiltshire do not adversely impact the internationally significant monuments within the World Heritage Site and their setting. The draft World Heritage Site setting study is proposed for adoption as a supplementary planning document If adopted as an SBD, it will become a material consideration in the determination of planning applications. The preparation of this SBD followed a prescribed process set out in legislation, including a 6-week consultation. The comments and feedbacks from the publication consultation have been assessed and considered and set out in the consultation report, and the setting study amended accordingly. The purpose of the setting study is to help safeguard the outstanding universal values of the World Heritage Site by supporting planning decisions for development in and around the World Heritage Site. The setting study will ensure consistency in assessment and decision-making by providing guidance to support decision-makers, developers and designers, applicants and consultees, and integrates UNESCO guidance and advice from Historic England with the national planning policy framework and the local plan requirements. The setting study falls into 2 parts. Part 1 outlines a structured and phased assessment process to be followed by planning applications and their advisors when considering applying for planning consent for a development in or around the boundary of the World Heritage Site. It also provides advice to decision makers on the type and level of assessment that is required to make a decision on different types of planning application. Part 2 of the setting study also contains an illustrated, structured and thematic description of the Stonehenge and Avebury World Heritage Site intended to support assessments of the impact. It describes and illustrates the key viewpoints and views shed in each part of the WH, as well as setting out the key existing visual detractors in each part of the World Heritage Site. Again, Madam Chairman, this is a document which has had a considerable amount of work put in over a number of years. We have arrived at a position which I think everyone is very proud of. There's been extremely good feedback from all of the consultees involved and a huge amount of work done by members and particularly, as I say, by staff from a number of departments. It is important that we approve this tonight again in order that it can go forward and form part of our policy. And I hope very much that members will give it their full support. Thank you, as I said, to the staff involved in this document.
Thank you. So there is no public participation, so we now move to group leaders. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support Councillor Sample's proposal. I think what really struck me about this was, I think, Core Policy 59, which is described as outstanding universal value, which is the description of Stonehenge. And I don't think I could think of a better description for Stonehenge and indeed Avebury. And of course what this document is all about is providing within the law, within planning policy and planning guidance, the very best protections that we can, given, and we were touching on this earlier, of course, the absolutely critical standing that those sites have, not just in Wiltshire, of course, not just across the UK, but across the world. So again, let me encourage colleagues and members to support this paper because, again, it becomes and will be another important part of our armoury in terms of protecting, preserving some of the most extraordinary achievements of human existence. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer.
Thank you. A little concerned we're getting on to good evening. We're nowhere near our record for a full council yet. We've got hours yet to go. I'm sure we can get through our business before we get close to that. Coming to this topic, it is, let's be honest, it's quite a dry document. Supplementary planning documents are, World Heritage documents are. Combine the two together, my goodness, you do get a document that is technical in nature. For those of you who have read it, well done. For those who haven't, if you are not feeling sleepy at the end of this, it'll be a good way to get off to sleep tonight. I agree, we've got to have it. It is a good document. It does what it needs to do, but it is very dry and technical. I'm very happy to support it.
Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you. Agreed that it's extremely dry and technical, and it's another level of bureaucracy that I'd be quite happy if we didn't have to deal with. But given where we are currently, I think that I agree with it and approve it.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? No. Councillor Rogers? No. So before going into general debate, I now call upon Councillor Dr Nick Murray, Chairman of the Environment Select Committee, to comment.
Thank you, Chair. So the Chair and Vice Chair of the Environment Select Committee received a briefing on the 3rd of October. Questions were asked about why an SPD was needed and how it could work in practice to influence proposals for development and/or national infrastructure projects. It was made clear by officers that the SPD would play an essential role in bringing the various existing protections and the planning requirements together into one place to guide proposals that might impact these sites and therefore result in much better outcomes. The SPD is welcomed, and it was requested that the Environment Select Committee be kept informed on its effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. So I now open it for debate. Any members wishing to speak, please press the button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. So I start with Councillor Jane Davis.
Thank you, Chair. It would be remiss of me as the member representing Avebury, which sometimes gets put behind Stonehenge as being, you know, not as exciting, not as famous. However, it is most definitely the most interesting and exciting. It's the largest stone circle in Europe. It has centuries of housing and people living in it. It is still a living village. It's the most magical place. Although this may be a technical paper, and people may think it's dry and people may think it's bureaucratic, it is actually essential to protect it. Avebury and the environs do have development pressure. People are wanting to put up houses. They use the loophole of having to have someone close to animals on agricultural land. Lo and behold, after a couple of years, it becomes, you know, another house, and then that house gets bigger. It's a great pity, I think. So I'm really hoping that by bringing together all the different planning documents, we'll have a robust way of protecting these most extraordinary, magical places. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just talking on behalf of Stonehenge Area Board. That's Ian Blair, Pilling and myself, took it upon ourselves to go to the public consultation in the library in Amesbury, and we were amazed at the positive response to people who had actually looked at the document and the information process that was there. So just a very well done on that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No one else has indicated to speak. So, Councillor Foster, do you have any comments before we move to the vote?
Just a very short one, thank you. Sorry, my legs are not behaving today. These are two very precious properties. We are very proud to have them. We're very fortunate to have them. They're world-renowned. And this paper means that anybody who does think about building or doing anything in the area knows well in advance what conditions they have to meet and what they have to do. So it gives clarity to everybody, and so therefore I move that we vote for the paper.
Thank you. So in accordance with the Constitution, there'll be a recorded vote on this item. Okay, so, someone slipped out. Okay, thank you. Before we move on to item 13, I understand Councillor Brian Dalton would like to make a comment.
Chair, thank you. Just to say, in the heat of debate earlier on, I think using the words that I used, I've clearly upset somebody opposite, which is not my intention. I've been here a long time, and it's never my intention to upset anybody in this chamber. I like the debate. I certainly don't want to upset anybody, and I withdraw the words that I used. I didn't quite use the sentence that I've been quoted at me, but I will listen back later on to convince myself, but I do apologise.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we now move on to item 13, which is the local nature recovery strategy for Wiltshire and Swindon. The reports for this item are on pages 557 to 762 of your summons. I call upon Councillor Sample, Cabinet Member with Responsibility for the Environment, to move the recommendations and then introduce them. Councillor Sample, do you move your recommendation?
Chair, yes.
Thank you.
I move the recommendation.
Who is going to second you? Councillor Grant. Thank you. Any public participation on this item? No. Oh, I've jumped a bit. Right, Councillor Sample, you may introduce your item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I just want to highlight an important milestone in our environmental work, and that's the development of the Wiltshire and Swindon Local Nature Recovery Strategy, or LNRS. This is a fully funded statutory initiative created under the Environment Act 2021, and it aligns directly with key national and international commitments, including COP15 target to protect 30% of land and sea for biodiversity by 2030. The strategy is made up of two parts, a written document and an interactive map. Together, these provide a powerful tool for identifying the priority habitats and ecological networks across Wiltshire by showing where nature recovery efforts such as expanding, improving and reconnecting habitats will be most effective. The LNRS gives us a clear evidence-based framework for action. Crucially, this strategy is not about restricting development. On the contrary, it provides a framework to help developers meet biodiversity and net gain requirements, ensuring that new housing and infrastructure can sit alongside high-value habitats. It turns biodiversity from constraint into an opportunity, integrating nature recovery into the planning process in a constructive and transparent way. For landowners too, this strategy enables rather than restricts. It does not impose obligations, but instead offers guidance and practical information on how to integrate nature recovery into existing land uses, including farming and forestry. This approach promotes diversification, resilience, and long-term cost savings through nature-based solutions. And these nature-based solutions are not just about wildlife. They provide benefits for our communities, reducing flood and drought risk, mitigating urban heat, and improving access to green space. These outcomes link directly to Wiltshire Council's business plan, just approved, particularly the priority of delivering a sustainable environment. The LNRS has not been developed in isolation. Over the past 2 years, it has been shaped through extensive consultation with stakeholders, communities, residents and experts. This collaborative process means it reflects local priorities while delivering on national policy. It is both a technical tool and a shared vision for nature recovery across our county. Now, with the strategy complete, we are ready to move into delivery. We hope this will be supported by further funding from DEFRA and the establishment of a new local nature partnership, providing governance and collaboration to turn ambitions into actions. The Local Nature Recovery Strategy represents a major step forward. It is statutory, fully funded and ready for immediate implementation. Most importantly, it gives us the framework to restore biodiversity, strengthen resilience and create a healthier environment for Wiltshire and its residents. Madam Chairman, can I again just remind members, this is something that we really need to approve tonight in order to meet the timetable of the local examination in public of our local plan. This is a piece of work that has been done over a period of several years. It has been something which was started off under a Conservative administration. I'm pleased to say that it's completed under a Liberal Democrat administration and with local independent support. And for the Labour Party, there's a cross-party support for it, I believe, in the room. And importantly, I think, when it came to Cabinet, it was endorsed by everyone. The members of staff who were present, I think they didn't quite get a standing ovation, but it was close to it. This is not just a practical document, Madam Chairman. It's a truly beautiful document. Every page of it is a work of art, but practical as well. And I just want to thank all of the people who poured an enormous amount of time and energy in this, including councillors, but most importantly, our very talented, skilled and professional support team. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think there are no members of the public who want to speak, so I now move to group leaders. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm very happy to support Councillor Sample's proposal. It is an extraordinary document, a huge document, a labour of love, I think, in many ways. And I absolutely love the snakehead fritillary. They're on the front cover of the document. So it's an important piece, again, in our armoury. It'll be an important part of the examination. It's an important part of our policy. And I've just urged colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer.
Thank you. This is essentially another byproduct of the Environment Act, which, as you'll have heard me say before, is one of the best intentioned acts, I think, that the last government put through, but one of the ones that is a little bit fraught when it comes to delivery, or the detail of delivery, as we're finding with various issues around waste. And here, I think the report is great. I think we've got a really good document. My frustration with it is that if we are looking at the restoration of nature, we shouldn't be trying to restore nature around arbitrary administrative boundaries created at the very latest from our perspective, or very earliest in our perspective by the Saxons. We should be looking at river catchment areas, which is basically what nature actually uses itself to function and work along. So I've no argument. I think it's a really good piece of work. I'm very happy that we adopt it. I do think we need to make sure in its implementation that we're not just cognizant of this, but we are working with the other authorities that are basically downstream of us, because pretty much all our rivers actually start inside Wiltshire, to make sure that nature recovery is being properly delivered in as wide a footprint as possible, if this is going to be meaningful. The issue about biodiversity net gain, I would agree. I am very much of the view that we need to see biodiversity net gain delivered at scale and off-site wherever possible. This is the framework for doing that. And in that regard, I think it's really important, and we need to be acknowledging and understanding that fact as well. I could go on and on about this. It really is critical stuff, but it's getting a tad late, not very late yet. So.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's another important document and another one that's quite heavy going, but I think it's important that we adopt it. I do have a few doubts about it, but I wouldn't want to again add to the level of bureaucracy on it. Although I would say to Councillor Sample, if it's a work of art, remind me not to look at his personal art gallery.
Thank you. Anything from Councillor Wright? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, just to say I've got a very active nature reserve group in my ward who have lobbied me, bent my ear, and will kick my backside if I don't support this.
Thank you very much. So before going to general debate, I now call upon Councillor Dr Nick Murray, Chairman of the Environmental Select Committee, to comment.
Thank you, Chair. So the local nature recovery strategy was discussed at Environmental Select Committee on its meeting on the 9th of September. The committee asked questions about the percentage of Wiltshire which is currently protected for biodiversity, the development of the marketplace for biodiversity net gain, and how funding can be directed to where it will have the greatest value and impact. The collaboration being undertaken with neighbouring authorities, which will partly determine the success of Wiltshire's strategy, the extent of the Council's influence over agricultural land use activities through farm organisations, local groups, green finance, which will be important to the strategy's overall success, the cost of developing the document and how future reviews are going to be funded, and how progress will be monitored and success measured. The Select Committee welcomed the strategy and praised officers for the strategy document's content and engaging design. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the item to general debate. Anyone wishing to speak, please press your button. So I have Councillor Jackie Lay.
Wow, first, I have to agree it's a beautiful document. Not sure if it's a work of art. I would recommend people click on the interactive map because you can go and look in your area to see what there is. The bit that I would like to know is that hopefully this is going to be a living document that will keep being updated, because certainly there must be gaps in the data that we've got that's not in, you know, I'm looking in my area, I can see that there's things that aren't in there. And the very sad thing is that we've got two large areas of nature on our doorstep where we're getting 61 houses on both bits. So I'm not quite sure how that works. So like all our strategies, we have many wonderful strategies in this council. I feel we really need to know and understand how it sits with how we develop this county in the future, or protect this county in the future from not only development but also help nature.
Thank you, Councillor Lay. Councillor Bridget Wayman.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I was fulsome in my praise of this document. I thought it was the most wonderful document. I only wanted just to stand up and say that I'm not sure I completely agree with Councillor Richard Cluer about it should be all on the river valleys. There is a massive project across the whole of the South East, extending into the South West, called the Big Chalk, which is aimed at linking up all the chalk areas that we have that are so valuable in this country. We are blessed to have these chalk landscapes, and we should be working to connecting all of them up and improving our nature across the whole of the area. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other speakers. So, Councillor Sample, do you have any comments before we move to the vote? Hang on, microphone.
I do apologise, Madam Chairman. So just to bring people up to date, so is this a live document? The answer to that one is that it is. And there will be, it is intended there will be regular updates. As far as at the time of writing, DEFRA's intention is to ask for a new iteration every 3 to 10 years, at the discretion, it says here, of the Secretary of State. However, it's more likely to be 5 years. We did not remove areas of development, as this allows developers to deliver high-value BNG within their red line, and we would not take a single fair approach to all developments, so only remove those specifically requested. As far as this document is concerned, Madam Chairman, the idea really of this document is to provide a detailed picture of the county's biosphere in a way which people can see online. Everyone can see it. That's part of the beauty of it. And it enables us, actually, in response to Councillor Wayman, it does enable us to look at every single square metre, pretty much, and work out, you know, whether it's, let's say, grassland, or whether it's green sand valley, or whether it's perhaps chalk downland or arable meadow or forestry. And it enables our skilled and professional team to provide solutions for developers to follow if indeed they do get planning permission. So there will be a number of examples where developments are due to take place but are likely to damage a habitat. And the whole point of this really is that we are then able to say to those developers, yeah, okay, you can have planning permission, but in return, what we want is to have, let's say, a little bit more green sand environment, or someone pointed out to me, railway bank environment, which is very distinct and different from the others. So, you know, different landscape, different biosphere, different animals, insects, etc. That's the whole point of it. It enables us to give confidence to developers and the community as a whole that we are making up, you know, for any developments that may damage the environment that we're responsible for. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. So, in accordance to the Constitution, there'll be a recorded vote on this item. Please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for, against, or abstaining. Okay, so that is carried. So we now move on to item 14, which is the Independent Remuneration Panel, Indexing of Allowances. The reports of this item are at page 763 to 768 of your summons. I'll call upon Councillor Mel Jacob, Cabinet Member with responsibility for corporate services, to move the recommendations and then introduce the item. Councillor Jacob, do you move the recommendation?
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation.
And who's seconding it? Councillor Smith. So, Councillor Jacob, please introduce your item.
Thank you very much. So I'll just be very brief because I'm conscious of the time. Hopefully people have had a chance to read the report. So just drawing a few points to people's attention. We can only amend members' allowances scheme after having regard for the recommendations of an independent remuneration panel, which is the report that you have. We don't have to follow the recommendation, but obviously they do make a recommendation, and it is maybe, you know, not the right thing to ask for an independent report if we're going to ignore it, but that's obviously everybody's personal choice. Historically, members' allowances have been linked to staff increases, which this year were 3.2%. And that has to be agreed, this indexing has to be agreed every 4 years, so we've reached the end of that period of time. So what you're being asked to today is to decide whether you're happy to go with an increase that is linked to the same increase that we gave to staff, which is 3.2%, which would be backdated to April for all members' allowances. I'm happy to take any questions, but hopefully most of the items are covered in the report.
Thank you very much. Any members of the public here wish to speak? No. So I'll now move to group leaders. Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mel, for that report. As Mel said, this is a process that we go through every 4 years in terms of reflecting the increase, and the panel will return, I think, in the new year to look right across members' allowances, special responsibility allowances, and there'll be a whole series of meetings and interviews and discussions with members, leaders, and so forth. I think from my point of view, this is about recognising the contribution that members make. It's about recognising that members have bills to pay. None of us come into politics to make any money, quite frankly, but nonetheless, giving up an awful lot of our time should be, and rightly so, be recompensed to a certain degree in terms of recognising the costs that are committed. And I think it's really important that local government isn't simply the domain of, and I say this as somebody who walked into his hairdresser on Sunday, discovering there's actually a pensioner's price, and as I went out to pay, I was offered the pensioner's price rather than the general gentleman's price. So that was a little bit disappointing. So I say this with all due respect, but this shouldn't be about simply people who are retired or have a private income. We want young, dynamic, committed individuals who can spend some of their week, on occasions much of their week, working for their communities, but they have bills to pay as well. So I'm happy to support the proposal that we have in front of us, and I would ask members, this is normally something that doesn't have a party political edge. There's a degree of consensus across the chamber, so I would urge and ask members to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer.
Yes, thank you. I always find it a bit unedifying and frustrating that we're required to vote on our own remuneration. I really do think the government, as is done in I believe, Wales, and I think Scotland now as well, possibly not Scotland, I think it's Scotland now as well, set the remuneration for councils. Perhaps when we're all unitarised, they will be able to do so, and we'll be able to avoid this moving forward. We've had some unedifying debates over the history of Wiltshire Council on this topic. It's not been particularly, I think, useful or helpful. We settled on what I think is a really good format in terms of uplifting councillor allowances in line with staff allowances. That makes sense to me. If staff pay goes up by a certain amount, councillors should follow by the same amount. I think that takes the heat out of it. It's a simple formula that is it's as equitable a formula as I think we can come up with. It's also simple, and I think simplicity in dealing with councillor allowances and remuneration is also important. So I'm very happy to support this. I think it's the right approach. At some point in the new year, we will have a report back from the panel. Who knows what they will suggest, and we will have whatever comes out of that. There may be some adjustments that are needed, there may not. This is relatively simple. But I do hope, as government has now said, apparently councillors will be getting pensions when they pass legislation, they might take that opportunity to also set simpler standards across the board from a councillor perspective. I strongly suspect they won't, because it'll be too much trouble. But hey, you can wish.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you. I do respect what colleagues have said, and I do think that they make very good points. But I also have to say that I find it very difficult in the current financial climate that residents find themselves in to vote for us to increase our allowances. So we really support freezing councillors' allowances for the remainder of this term, showing we're committed to putting public service above personal gain. And the body, the IRP, can obviously make recommendations, but it's for us to consider affordability. And I think given the difficult decisions that council is going to have to take in the future, I think that one way we can slightly ease the pressure is to freeze our allowances. So that's what I would recommend. So I'm afraid I can't vote for this.
Thank you. Councillor Wright. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chairman. This always becomes awkward, doesn't it, when we discuss this. I don't know why it is, really. All of us do a job of work. Some do far more than others and give up their time freely. I support the proposal, and I think we shouldn't be frightened to let the Independent Remuneration Panel do their job of work and accept their recommendations. That's what they're there for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll now open the item to general debate. Anyone wishing to speak, please press the button. Councillor Lay.
Twice. I'm first. I'd just like to say that obviously I've been around quite a long time on this council. Not everyone does take their allowances, and I hear what Councillor Thorne was saying, that there are some people who perhaps are struggling to do the job, because it is a job, and carry on doing perhaps a full-time job as well, without getting sufficient pay. But a lot of people in the past, and I know many councillors in the past, have said to me they haven't taken all of their allowance, they haven't applied and taken their travelling allowance. So you can help, and you only have to look at the public documents that are out there to see what we all take. So you can see those who perhaps take what they need and those who take what is available.
Thank you, Councillor Lay. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Chair. I would say this council, I feel, is facing a financial crisis. And as members, we are elected and supposed to lead by example. And so I feel that we really should freeze our allowances at the current rates, because we're going to be making some really difficult decisions over the next few months and a few years. And I think this is a way of showing that we're all in it together and we feel the pain that some of our residents are feeling as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one else has indicated to speak, so I'll ask Councillor Jacob if you've got any comments before we move to the vote.
I understand what people are saying. It is difficult and a weird situation to be voting on your own pay increase. So I totally sympathise with everybody, and everybody's made some really good points about how difficult that is and the financial situation we're in. And I don't feel it's my place to say to you, you should or shouldn't vote in a particular way. I think I agree with the point that if we have an independent panel, we should take their recommendation. So on that basis, I will vote with the recommendation of the panel, but everybody has to vote in the way they feel most comfortable.
Okay, thank you very much. So in accordance with the Constitution, there'll be a recorded vote for this item. Please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for, against or abstaining. Okay, so that motion is passed. Right. I'm now saying we're going to go to item 15, which is membership of committees, and then we will move to item 10, which is the motions. So number 15, membership of committees. This item is to allow group leaders to propose changes to the members and substitutes of committees. Before asking for their views, I also note that in relation to the Wiltshire Pension Fund Committee, which is a joint committee with Swindon Borough Council, that Swindon have nominated Councillors Jane Milner-Barry and Lawrence Elliott to be substitutes for the committee. and that Maurice Talon has been appointed as an employer representative to the committee in accordance with the Constitution. I move that these changes be noted. Vice Chairman to second. Thank you. I will now ask the group leaders to confirm any changes to membership of committees which will be added to the motion. Oh, weirdly, I've got Councillor Richard Cluer first. No, I'll let you go first, Ian. Sorry.
Thank you. I think I've communicated to Kieran all of our changes. So, yes,
why don't you do that, Kieran? Kieran's going to read them all out so we can hear it in one go. Well done, Kieran.
Thank you, Chairman. My moment to shine, obviously. Let me just pull through. So,
remember, you've only got 3 minutes.
Hoisted by my own petard. So there are quite a large number of changes from the Liberal Democrat group. So for strategic planning, Martin Smith to be taken off and to become a sub, with Nick Baker to become a full member. Northern Area Planning, Councillor Smith to become a sub, and Councillor Bragg to be a full member, and also to add as substitutes Andrew Matthews, Leanna Koenig, Phil Chamberlain, Peter Ragg, Catherine McDermott, Liz Alstrom and Ross Henning. As a reminder to members, you can have more than 4 substitutes on planning committees. For Eastern Area Planning Committee, no changes. For Southern, no changes. For Western, to add Jenny Westbrook, Trevor Carbin, George Simmons and Denise Bates as substitutes. For Staffing Policy, Councillor Claire Cape to be added as a substitute. Councillor for Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee, Councillor John Atkey to be a substitute. For Health Select Committee, Councillor Jerry Murray to be added as a substitute and Councillor George Simmons to be a substitute. Children Select, Councillor Ben Reid to be a substitute, and Environment Select Committee, Kim Marie Cleesby to be a sub. I should have also mentioned that Councillor Ross Henning would be added as a sub to Northern, Eastern, Western and Southern. Obviously going to be busy. And then moving on, Councillor Cluer, on behalf of the Conservative Group, has provided that for Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee, Councillor Nabil Najjar to come off as a full member and Councillor Laura Mays to be added as a full member. Audit and Governance Committee, Councillor Philip Whitehead to be a full member, Councillor Ashley O'Neill to be a substitute member. Officer Appointments Committee, Councillor Dominic Munns to be a full member and Councillor Laura Mays to be a substitute member. And for Strategic Planning, Councillor Philip Alford to be added as a substitute. Councillor Clark, before he left the meeting, provided me with the details that for the Licensing Committee, Councillor John Hubbard to be removed and Councillor George Jeans to be added, but with Councillor Hubbard to be added to the substitutes for that committee. And Councillor Rimmer sent me some details with Northern Area Planning Committee, Councillor Mike Sankey to be taken off as a full member and to become a substitute, Councillor Augusta Urquhart-Nichols to be added as a full member, Children's Select Committee, Councillor Mike Sankey to be removed and Councillor Rob Smith to be added. I just need to check on the substitutes on those. And Audit and Governance Committee, Augusta Urquhart-Nichols not to be taken off as a full member and Councillor Chris Broughtigam to be added as a full member. And I will just double check the substitutes.
Nearly.
Yes, so whoever was taken off of the main committee will become a substitute, except in the case of Audit and Governance Committee, because there are already 4 substitutes. So Councillor Urquhart-Nichols would not be a substitute on that committee. I believe that's everything.
Well done, Kieran. 1 minute and 15. Nick Holder, do you want to make a comment?
In the spirit of the comments that Councillor Dalton made earlier, I'd just like to make a couple of comments, if I may, which I've written down. I appreciate what I said earlier on might have given a suggestion that I was saying that the leak of the confidential papers was from an officer. I don't want to clarify what my position is. What I said is there was no evidence that it was a member. It could have been an officer. It does not mean I think it was an officer, as we have no evidence either way. It's really sad that we've come to this position on confidentiality, and it causes all of us, both officers and elected members, an issue with the ability to discuss confidential papers If that has caused offence to officers, I apologise. That was not my intention.
Thank you. Right, we now, in our random way of doing this agenda tonight, we are now moving on to item 10. Oh, apparently we didn't vote on the membership changes. Is everyone happy? Say aye. Aye. Brilliant. They voted, so it's good. All right, thank you. Anyone against? No. Okay, cool. Right, number 10. We will now considering the 10 notices of motion received for this meeting. I remind members that after the motion is presented and then responded to, I will then move one of the following. One, we debate and vote on the motion. 2, that we refer the motion to the leader with or without debate. Or 3, that we refer the motion to an appropriate member body with or without debate. I see that as about 7 options, but there we go. If the meeting consents, we may also move directly to the vote on a motion. So I will now move to the first motion. Item number 10A, notice of motion to 2509, council housing. This motion is from Richard Clure and Councillor Richard Rogers and is on page 243 of your summons. I will invite Councillor Clure to move the motion.
I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Rogers. Councillor Clure, would you like to speak to your motion? You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's really sad, in my view, that I have to be bringing this motion today. We have, in this council, for a very long time, sought to build council houses and not to see a reduction through anything other than right to buy, and even then I find that frustrating. And it's the same approach we've taken in our dealings with various housing associations, particularly when it comes to rural council housing. It is really, really important. And I think it was really deeply regrettable that we came to a point with the new administration where suddenly we were seeing council houses being proposed to be sold off. I understand the reasons, but I don't accept the logic. They are council houses. They are there to support the most vulnerable people in our society, those who cannot sustain themselves. And experience has shown across the country across everywhere in the country, you do not see council housing rebuilt in rural areas. When it's sold, it ends up in nearest urban areas. You don't get enough money in to replace the rural stock. Now, I appreciate that there may have been issues around the costs, around the cost of refurbishment. Those are costs we should be finding a way to bear, because keeping hold of rural council housing means keeping families together in a rural context where people need to downsize, where you have children who are seeking to remain with their parents or in the same vicinity of their parents. Why is that important? We've discussed social care and the complexity of it. The provision of that social care comes from having mothers and daughters and grandmothers and other relatives in the same village, in the same community, to be able to support each other. And by selling off council housing, we undermine that. And we should not be doing it. Simply should not. We should find ways to refurbish and make sure that housing remains in use for the social purpose for which it was built. Not only does it save the council money in terms of the social impacts, it's also morally the right thing to do. Now, we can't compel the administration. We work under the strong leader and cabinet model, but we can at least give them a very strong steer as a council about what we would expect, and that is what this motion seeks to do, and also to make sure that where council housing is being authorised for disposal, it's reported back to this council. If I could prevent us from doing it, I would. I've discussed it with the monitoring officer, and with Kieran, and this is as far as I can go. But you'll have heard me talk about this for decades. I passionately believe we should not be selling council housing unless we are compelled to by government policy, and that instead we should be investing in it. So I very much hope you will all support this motion.
Thank you. And thank you for not talking for decades. Thank you. In accordance with procedure, the relevant Cabinet member has the opportunity to respond to the motion. I will therefore ask Councillor Adrian Foster, as relevant Cabinet member, if he wishes to respond to the motion at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wiltshire Council recognises the vital importance of council housing in supporting the cohesion and suitability of our communities, particularly in rural areas. Affordable, secure housing enables families to remain close support one another, and contribute to the long-term health of our villages and smaller settlements. We are committed to building new council homes in rural areas, despite the well-known challenges such as the land availability, infrastructural limitations, and the higher development costs. These challenges make it more important that we continue to invest in our rural housing, rather than retreat from it. However, alongside our commitment to growth, we must also recognise our duty to manage public resources responsibly. The money we invest in housing is paid for by our tenants and our residents. We have a responsibility to ensure that every pound is spent wisely, and that our housing stock is managed efficiently and sustainably. Good asset management and sensible investment decisions are central to that responsibility. Asset disposals are normal and necessary as a part of responsible housing management. All registered providers, including local authorities, must occasionally dispose of properties to maintain a healthy, high-performing housing portfolio. Disposals allow us to reinvest in better quality, more energy-efficient homes, replace stock that is no longer viable or cost-effective to maintain, improve the overall value and sustainability of our housing assets. Disposals are only considered in exceptional and clearly defined circumstances, such as where a property is in poor condition and uneconomical to repair, where the location represents ongoing management or lettability challenges, where the disposal would enable investment into higher need areas or more suitable housing. Each case is subject to a robust options appraisal, including financial analysis, social impact, and alignment with our strategic housing objectives. Where appropriate, local consultation is also undertaken. Crucially, any home sold will be replaced. Our council home building programme is actively increasing the supply of affordable homes across Wiltshire, with a clear commitment to ensuring that rural areas benefit from this investment. We are not reducing our stock. We are reshaping and growing it to meet the current and future needs. In summary, while asset disposals are necessary, part of a good asset management, they are used sparingly and strategically. Our overarching commitment remains to deliver high-quality, affordable homes in all parts of Wiltshire, while managing public funds with care and responsibility. Our residents rightly expect. And Richard, I know that you're passionate about social housing, and I don't disagree with you on many things. But things have changed, and things have changed dramatically. We had 5 years of the Tories making sure we had affordable, not social housing being developed in developments. And during that time, they also had very generous contributions towards right to buy, up to £130,000 discount on some homes. When the government changed, the present Labour government brought in rules that those being built should be social, not affordable. So we're now in a position where we can spend our money more wisely. They also put £29 billion into Homes England, which means that when we have asset sales, we can match those funds and we can buy more properties and better quality ones. We also have the opportunity of a lifetime at the present moment, and it might not be here forever. And that's to increase the stock we've got at a much faster pace than we ever have had before. Please don't tie our hands with motions like this. Give us the freedom. We know where the houses are needed. We know where there's a social responsibility, and we will spend more in those areas if we need to.
Councillor Foster, can I ask you to wind up, please, because we've had over 5 minutes.
So I passionately ask you to give us the freedom to do this job well, and we will build more homes during this administration than any previous administration at this council.
Thank you. Do we have any public participation? No. Okay, so I now move that we debate this motion. Do I have Vice Chair to second that? Thank you. All those in support of debating this motion, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Okay, so we've approved to debate. So I now move to group leaders. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just perusing the last business plan, the one that our debate this morning, of course, has now superseded. And there are two elements which I think are particularly important. It's a line and a message that we hear over and over again. It's absolutely right. And that is that we will ensure decisions are evidence-based. So we will look at the evidence, we'll look at the circumstances, and we'll make a judgment based on the evidence that's set before us. And the second point that appears in the former business plan is that the objective will be to build the highest quality housing with the lowest viable carbon footprint. And again, nobody would disagree with that point either. So the debate here is really between a dogma which says you will never ever sell a council house under any circumstances, which seems to me to be an extraordinarily dangerous thing to suggest, in the same way as almost any other dogma is dangerous and unhelpful, when in fact we should be looking at every instance, at the evidence and the facts that are put in front of us. Now, I don't doubt for a minute Richard's commitment to social housing, and I don't doubt for a minute Councillor Foster's commitment to building more council houses over this 4-year term than we've seen in any, and certainly building and providing more council houses over this 4-year term than any 4-year term, certainly in recent memory. So I think the debate here is about saying you will never ever sell a council house under any circumstances, or we look at the evidence, evidence-based decision making. In the last business plan from the last administration, we make a judgment. Now, what's brought this to the council, of course, were the sale or proposed sales of 2 council houses. I think both of them were voided. So part of the evidence is, can we actually put anybody in those properties? And if we can't, that does seem to be a problem. I think in one, if not both of the cases, the objective of is seeking to ensure there's a reduced or minimal carbon footprint was just about impossible. The idea, we were talking about money earlier, and we'll come back to this many, many times between now and February, the idea that regardless of the amount of money that's required, that money would be put into improving and bringing that property online, when in fact in exceptional circumstances, which is where we are in these situations, in exceptional circumstances, we will consider and go through what is a very, very, and quite rightly so, significant process for decision making, and we will sell a property in order to provide 2 or maybe 3 more council houses. So I just finished, Chair, by saying this is really a very interesting debate. It's whether we want an evidence-based policy around our housing stock or whether we want a dogma-based policy around our housing stock, and I know exactly what I would want. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rimmer. Oh, sorry, apologies. Sorry, Councillor Munns. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. We've been investing in the development of social housing stock for a number of years, and rightly so. To do that, to build new stock and yet let stock drop off the other end is nonsensical. That doesn't make any sense. We need to increase the size of that stock for residents that rely on it. So that you come at that both ends. Building new stuff, maintaining existing stuff so that you don't lose it. So this is exactly this point. The other really important thing is that this council some time ago voted to challenge housing associations when they were seeking to do exactly the same thing, to get rid of their stock that would negatively impact Wiltshire residents. And I don't have the voting records in front of me, but I think most of the chamber supported that motion, supported that drive to say to housing associations, no, this stock is really valuable for our residents and it must be maintained. So it seems bizarre that we're having this debate now when we own the stock that we're talking about disposing.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we support this motion and we think that council housing is extremely important and, you know, it'd be unsurprising given our party's goals of family, community and country. These council houses really prop that up, and especially in rural areas. And I do find it quite surprising to hear wanting more council houses or wanting council houses to be maintained to be described as a dogma, but wanting council houses to be disposed of because of them not meeting climate targets, not as being a dogma, does seem fairly absurd to me. You know, if someone is in need of a council house, to say to them, you know, we're reducing our council house stock because they don't meet climate change targets is not something that's going to be met with a very positive response, I don't think. So I urge people to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The first para of this, surely, is where we are now, because does it not say wherever possible? The council commits not to sell any Wiltshire council-owned council housing wherever possible. And I think that the suggestion of selling the two houses was wherever possible. They wouldn't have done it, but they needed to. Irrespective of where I personally stand on this particular motion, I don't understand para 1. Para 2 is straightforward. That changes the norm. So from an independent perspective, that's where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers has left. So I'll now open the item to debate. Any member wishing to speak, please press the button on your microphone console to be added to the queue of speakers. So I'll start with Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. This motion doesn't preclude anybody from improving the densification of houses, should that be necessary, because you wouldn't necessarily need to sell to rebuild. So ultimately, if you wanted to improve stock, increase the amount of stock on the existing footprint, you could do that. You simply wouldn't be selling anything. You'd be replacing it with 1, 2, 3, 4 units accordingly. There are opportunities across the estate we have, and I was involved in housing, I don't know, seems like a million years ago on Cabinet, and there were some opportunities at that point, and they're probably still there. But listen, Adrian, don't worry. I think you can still do what you want to do. This just means that you've got to come to us if you want to do something that we don't want you to do. And I say we being the larger council. Bless you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleasby.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just clarify a few points, and I'm sure Cabinet colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong. Firstly, I agree with Councillor Kluwer. We absolutely don't want housing associations selling houses and then putting the money somewhere else, which we know they're doing all the time, and I absolutely deplore that. And in my area, it's a really big problem, as I think it is in other members' areas. But that isn't what we're talking about here, unless I've got something wrong. We're talking about disposing of houses that are uneconomic to repair in order to reinvest in housing stock and have more houses available. So therefore increasing the housing stock. And I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but that was my understanding of what we're doing in selling these houses. So I just wanted to make sure that I got that out there. This is not the same as the housing associations who I know some members from my area came to this very chamber and stood up. My friend Councillor Farrell from Marlborough Town Council and others have spoken about this in this chamber about the housing associations. This is not the same situation at all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Richard Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Council housing, especially in our rural areas, is vital to the cohesion of Wiltshire's communities. These homes are more than bricks and mortar. They are lifelines for local families. Once sold, they are gone from the community forever.
This council recognised this fact only last year when it unanimously backed a motion opposing housing associations' plans to sell off social housing, warning that such sales would undermine the social fabric of those communities. It is therefore very pleasing to note that recent announcement from Green Square Accord reversed the decision to sell off some of its social housing stock, confirming that residents in Biddestone will now be able to remain in their homes. That decision shows what can be achieved when communities, councillors and common sense come together to protect affordable housing. It is equally disappointing, therefore, that one of the first decisions of the current administration has been to endorse the sale of 2 council houses, one in Wilton and one in Barford St Martin, and purely on the basis, as we've been told, that they are considered too difficult to bring up to standard. In our communities, the need for genuinely affordable housing has never been greater. Selling social housing only displaces young families, carers and key workers, the very people who sustain our communities, the people this council should be supporting. When we were in administration, we committed to building 1,000 new affordable homes and protecting the ones we already had. That remains the right approach, to invest and not to sell. This motion is therefore about safeguarding our communities, ensuring transparency and keeping local people in the places they call home. And I urge all members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Councillor Cleesby, you have it absolutely spot on. That is precisely the differential here. I don't like dogma-based decision-making, which takes no account of reality. And that was a position that we found ourselves inheriting here. This is not about these houses being too difficult, Councillor Rogers. It's about economics and the value base of those properties as to spending public money on them or allowing private developers to do what they need to do. That's their money, that's their choice. This is about taxpayers' money in this council, and I take my responsibilities to the taxpayers of Wiltshire extremely seriously. And to Councillor Rimmer, no, this is not about the dogma of climate change, as you would put it. This is about the affordability of families living in those homes if they're operating at a highly inefficient manner. It's a simple statement of fact that to heat those properties will cost those families more. And by definition, the families who occupy those homes are those who can least afford to do that. I came home in my parents' arms from Wellington Hospital in Somerset to a council house in Somerset. And I grew up in a council house in London. I'm absolutely passionate about the provision of proper, truly affordable, high-quality housing to the residents of Wiltshire who cannot afford the so-called affordable homes that are increasingly being built across the countryside of this land. The reality of the situation is you are quite right, Councillor Graham, right, where it seems to have popped out. You're right. This administration is not going to be willy-nilly flogging off council housing, or if it decides to do that, I'll find myself sitting somewhere else in this council chamber. It's not going to be doing that. But it will take a rational, evidence-based approach to what is the best use of this particular asset. And I say asset, but there's a simple question which perhaps one of the administration previous administration colleagues could answer, which were, why were these 2 houses sitting empty for so long? If there was such an opportunity to house families in them, why were they empty for so long? And the answer, of course, is because of the costs of putting them back into a fit state for families to occupy. That is the simple truth of it. So they sat there deteriorating as liabilities rather than assets. I have no problem with the opening line of this resolution. I have the problem with what's sitting behind it. Please don't pass it.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I find myself slightly bemused by this debate, quite honestly. And as others have stated, last year in July, we had a discussion on this very issue, a motion that was put forward. And I just looked at the voting record, and every single member of the Cabinet in front of us voted to support that motion. And I quote some of the wording from that motion: selling social and affordable homes in our towns and villages will undermine the social fabric of the area. We therefore call on these housing associations to invest in their older stock in Wiltshire and not be disposing of it on the housing market, and it goes on. So my question is to the Liberal Democrat administration, if you were happy to support that motion, back in July last year, and Councillor Grant, you've made that commitment, why won't you back the motion? It seems like hypocrisy to me.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. You'll have to excuse my momentary lapse there. I spotted Kieran coming in with those boxes. Oh, pizza. But tragically not. Seriously, Chair, I find myself also confused by this debate. Richard, we've not always agreed on things, but I've actually had an incredible respect for you as a politician, because I've always thought you took a very pragmatic approach to things. And I've sat down with you at conference, and we've shared beer, we've had conversations, and we've been able to debate things and have sensible discussions. What I don't understand on this issue is that one of your, and I won't use the word dogma, but I mean it positively, is you've always talked about best value for money. We've got to make sure we get best value for money. You were very proud of you to say that your administration was always make sure we got the economics right. When I saw the case on these properties, as along with other colleagues, and yes, Ashley, I voted for that motion last year as well, but when I saw the case for these properties, I saw properties that nobody was living in. They were void. We couldn't put anyone to live in those properties because the condition of them was such that we wouldn't be allowed to. The cost to bring them up to the minimum standard that meant that someone could live in them, was just prohibitive. So we had two choices. We could either spend the cost of several homes for each one of these to bring them up to standard, or dispose of them and build several homes. Now, I'm not a mathematician in Gavin's league, but to me, I think that 2 or 3 homes is better than 1 home. And I absolutely get the argument about rural communities. I was brought up in a village, I lived in a village. I understand there's a real difference between villages and towns. But it doesn't preclude building those homes in other villages. And I would far rather see people homed in quality standard homes somewhere than nowhere.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Vaughan.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is very difficult, but I think broadly that I am on board with it. I think we should try, but I do support it with just a friendly warning that, and if it doesn't apply here, I do apologise, but if EPC thresholds rise to C, that will make houses very expensive and difficult to renovate and get them up to that standard. So I do support it, but with a warning that if that changes, it will make things a little bit more difficult.
Thank you. Councillor Jane David.
Thank you, Chair. I'm prompted to stand up because my colleague, esteemed colleague, Councillor Cleesby, and I work quite hard on housing in Marlborough. We are constantly being told by housing associations that the house is uneconomic to repair. They get left empty, which makes them less economic to repair. And then, lo and behold, I'm hearing the same arguments from you. What housing associations do is they say, we can buy 2 houses in Devizes. The point that I am hearing from Richard is in small towns like Marlborough, it's not just about villages. The word rural doesn't mean just villages, it means small towns. Marlborough is being eviscerated. The social fabric for people who need to live in social housing, because we don't have the benefit of any council housing. Kennet District Council, in their wisdom, flogged it all off. We have a terrible situation where every week we will have casework coming to us, tragic stories of single parents, perhaps with the disabled children, no longer being able to live with their mum because lo and behold, the housing associations have said, we can buy 2 houses in Devizes. Devizes isn't that far away. So really my question to you is about location, location, location. Are you telling me that if you do sell a council house on economic grounds, that you will be reinvesting in the fabric of that community that it is taken out of? Because if you can guarantee me that, I will be in full support. But I think this is what's motivated Richard to bring the motion, because it is about location. It's about keeping families together. It's about not eviscerating communities and having people commute into work. Thank you.
So for those of you who are standing up, there's only 2 more people to speak, so you might want to be near your monitor soon. So Councillor Helen Belcher.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a process for the potential disposal of assets. The disposals as an HRA go to Cabinet and are subjected to overview and scrutiny. That is an exercise we did. And then councillors, local councillors, are informed when the process of disposal gets to a certain stage, and that stage is before the actual disposal. And to repeat what Councillor Grant said, the disposal funds go back into the housing revenue account so that we can invest again. And that means either construction or acquisition. So there's actually nothing to stop the council using those funds to buy other properties in the villages and in other rural locations. We should be very, very careful not to condemn our tenants to poor quality housing. Rental standards require levels of energy efficiency as well as livability. So we have a duty to our tenants to ensure that those standards are met. The 2 houses which were being recommended for disposal, as been said already, were empty. They'd been empty for some time, which is very different from the behaviour that was being reported by housing associations, where tenants were being given notice to leave. And that is not what we want to do at all. And indeed, looking at the minutes of that meeting in July, Councillor Phil Alford, Cabinet Member for Housing, endorsed the motion and accepted that some stock would need to be sold from housing associations. So if he accepts that some stock might need to be sold by them, why not by us as well? So that's where I would leave it. The motion comes, as Councillor Thorne says, from a dogmatic position that we should under no circumstances sell housing, revenue account housing, that we should invest unlimited amounts in money in terms of repairs and energy efficiency. That is not a position which is sound financially for this council.
Thank you. Right, I have 2 more people to speak, and then that is it. I'm not accepting any more speakers on this. So I have Councillor John Atke, and then the final speaker will be Councillor Mike Sankey.
Thank you. Okay, you good? You good? Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate this administration's commitment to protecting social housing, just to pick up on a point that was referred to earlier and clarify the position for the record about the situation at Biddeston, the social housing there. That was a fantastic change of policy that has been agreed. It was announced by the CEO of Green Square Accord when Dr. Rod Savage and myself met with the chair of the parish council there and also the CEO of Green Square Accord. After a long campaign by the residents there, the tenants in the social housing there, that had gone on for a long, long time, many years, and we were delighted to bring it to a conclusion. This meeting took place on the 10th of September, and when we pressed the Chief Executive further, we were very pleased that she announced that this new policy would apply to all GSA, Green Square Accord properties that they hold, not just to the ones in Biddeston. And the actual change of policy was that no houses will be sold while there are tenants in them, which is very different to what happened previously, where people were asked to move because the houses were unaffordable to be upgraded. So that, just to put that on record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Final speaker, Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Chair. If, as we've just heard, that there is a process of disposing of houses where appropriate, can somebody please explain to me why there are still Wiltshire Council-owned houses on Lackham campus and an ex-school caretaker's bungalow next to a school in Cairn that I brought to Cabinet's attention some months ago, which are still sat empty, falling into a state of dilapidation when they could be brought back into use as a family home? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have no more speakers. So for the conclusion of the debate, Councillor Foster, as Cabinet Member, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote? Yeah, you do as well.
Thank you. Can I answer Councillor Sankey's question first? I don't know the answer to those particular properties. If you could send me the email and the details, I will find the answer out for you and appreciate that. I'd like to conclude by saying I have been humbled and I'm privileged to be given the opportunity to manage the 5,500 stock of social housing we have. And to come back to a comment that was made earlier, it's not the councils that sold the council houses, it was the tenants that voted to become housing associations. And we are fortunate that the tenants in our block didn't vote that way, and that's why we have them. That's just a point of fact. So, new rules have come in, and I'm not sure, and I take on board everything everybody said, because I think we're all passionate about social housing, and in particular rural. We're a rural county, so they are very important to us. But now, the new laws since the new government came in, all houses must meet the new home standard. So that is the insulation and the making it a good quality home. We've had Ahab's law come in, where you can't have mould and you can't have air and spores in the atmosphere. And that is a very high level to reach and very expensive to reach. And in answer to your question, Chris, because you're right on the ball there, all housing associations, regulated authorities, by 2030 have to have all their social housing up to EPC-C. And that is what is driving this problem that you're all getting with your housing associations. And we're in that same position. And we have some stock that are well below the standard. So we have a lot of work to do. The two properties in question that have been brought up by members here, it is anticipated that we may raise £750,000 from two empty, unsuitable houses, which will cost a lot of money. And I'm not even going to try and guess how much money. If we get 750,000, we can go to Homes England for a 25% towards the cost of those houses. That will give us £1 million. With £1 million, we as a council could buy 3 modern, 3-bedroom houses fit for purpose and providing the standard of housing we should have been providing all the years we haven't. We are determined across the country, with everybody's help, to make our social housing, our most vulnerable people, live in the best quality homes we can, with the very limited funds we have. And so, yes, Helen is absolutely right. We have to manage and use these assets as appropriately as deemed by the people of Wiltshire and the government. Councillor Rimmer, you mentioned about the houses and the importance, and they must be suitable and appropriate. I hope I've addressed that. Yes, said.
Councillor Foster, can I get you
Yeah,
to
no,
wind
I've
up?
only got a few more. things in it. Right. Yes, and again, Jane, thank you for your comments. I agree entirely. With the one particular house, the three-bedroom one that was on a large plot, it was in the notes when that was sold that it was deemed there was sufficient housing, and this is why one of the reasons it was empty, there's sufficient housing in that local area. Where there isn't, we will bust a gut to either keep that property and do it up and not take economics into consideration, or we will find an alternative property in that geographical area. But it is most important we spend the money we have in the areas it is most needed. And that is part of our policy as well.
Okay, Councillor Foss, I'm going to ask you to finish now.
That's my final statement.
Okay,
so
thank you very much.
Please, we are doing the right things. Please let us carry on doing the right things.
I'm going to make a general point now that I want everyone just to speak for 3 minutes, no matter what the order is of the debate. I think people, if they can't say it in 3 minutes at this stage of the night, then really we're not in the right place. Right, Councillor Clure, as mover of the motion, do you have any final comments before we move to the vote?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've heard a lot of words, a lot of waffle. Words are wind. Actions are real. Actions are what you should be judged by. My administration and previous administrations, Conservative administrations, didn't sell council housing. We invested in it. All this talk about being able to rebuild somewhere else, you won't rebuild where the housing is, or you won't buy in a village. It is far too expensive. You just won't do it. Unless we already own the land, and if we own the land, we should be developing it through other means. You talk about Homes England. Yes, we can go to Homes England with our own funding to get grant from Homes England to build more houses and yet maintain these. All we're doing by selling them off is playing a game moving funding around. To call them assets, they're not assets, these are homes. These are places where vulnerable people should be able to build their lives in the communities they live in, not be forced to move to the nearest town. And from Barford St Martin, how on earth are you going to get to see relatives if you're on in council housing and on tax credits, if your family is still living in Barford St Martin and you have to move to Salisbury or somewhere like that? This is serious. This is a moral issue. It is dogma. Absolutely. Very seldom do I become dogmatic, but on this is a critical moral point. And all this talk about, oh, it's a little too expensive, we need to find ways to do both. You've inherited a massive council house build programme because we've put it in place. Yes, you will build more houses than we did in the last 4 years because you've got a programme already developing them. It's there and it needs building on. It doesn't need pulling apart. You've heard the comments. If it's one thing for housing associations, the same logic should apply to us. We shouldn't have that double standard. And I'm really concerned that we do seem to have that double standard. In terms of the wording, Graham, I wanted harder wording than this. This is the best I could get to with officers. I've tried. This is the tightest I can make it. I cannot believe what I have just heard about the excuses, oh, it's too hard to develop them. If they're empty and void, get them renovated and get families in who can support the rest of their family groups around them. This is a moral imperative to my mind, and I urge all of you to back this motion.
Thank you. In accordance with the Constitution, there will be a recorded vote in this item. Please indicate on your microphone console whether you're voting for, against or abstaining. Have we got the results, please? So 47 for the motion, 43 against and 1 abstain, so that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, and now move on to item 10B, notice of motion 2510, LGBTQI+. This motion is from Councillor Liz Alstrom and Councillor Ian Thorne and is on page 245 of your summons. I invite Councillor Alstrom to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the motion.
And seconded by Councillor Thorne. Thank you. Councillor Alstrom, I'm going to allow you up to 5 minutes. I think anyone introducing their motion can have 5 minutes. Anyone speaking on it from now on is 3 minutes only. Thank you, including Cabinet members summing up.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'm introducing this motion today as I feel it's important that under the new administration, Wiltshire Council affirms that it remains fully committed to fostering an inclusive, respectful and supportive environment for all members of our community. Last week was National Hate Crime Awareness Week, a vital reminder of the need to stand firmly against all forms of discrimination and prejudice. In recent months, there's been a rise in xenophobia, and over the past 5 years, we've seen a rise in intolerance against the LGBTQIA+ communities. This acronym stands for those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgendered, queer, intersex, and asexual, and the plus stands for all other identities that are not encompassed within the acronym. Both nationally and in Wiltshire, there have been rises in discrimination and hate crimes against both, and there are political wheels in motion today in the UK and internationally that set to threaten the rights of these groups in our communities. At a time when other councils under new administrations may be less inclined to do so, it is vital that Wiltshire Council makes a clear and public commitment to recognising the contributions of our diverse communities. That as a council, we'll continue to promote respect for all residents, because this is essential to building a thriving, united and compassionate community for everyone who calls Wiltshire home. I'd like to invite all present in the chamber now, and at home watching if they'd like to take part in a little exercise. Please take a moment to think about those in your families who may identify as members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Now, think about your friends or work colleagues who also may identify as a member of the LGBTQIA+ community. And finally, think of those in your community who identify as members of the LGBTQIA+ community. I invite my colleagues to acknowledge that discrimination doesn't just affect the direct victims of discrimination and harassment. It affects all of us in some capacity. It affects members of your family, your friends, your colleagues and acquaintances. It undermines social cohesion, creating division, social unrest and instability, making our communities, our towns and a country a far less safer place to live. This week, I received an email from one of my residents in response to the motion that I'm presenting to you today. Alice has given me permission for her statement to be read out to you. I'm writing in support of the motion being proposed. Everyone deserves to live in a place that is welcoming and inclusive, where our differences are celebrated and where our needs can be met fairly. It is imperative that the Council, its staff and elected members are cognizant, through training and awareness, of the needs of others, potentially those different to ourselves, to ensure that policies, practices and services are inclusive to the needs of all. Whilst I cannot attend the meeting, I fully support the motion, both for the rights and needs of the LGBTQIA+ community, but also for the rights and needs of all the differing communities in Wiltshire. Everyone deserves to live without discrimination, and the motion will facilitate the Council in achieving that. So, colleagues, I ask you all please to support the motion that you see on the screen, as it reaffirms our commitment to Wiltshire being an inclusive and welcoming county for all. That as a council we ensure our policies, practices and services are inclusive and responsive to the needs of all its residents. And that as a council we continue to oppose all forms of discrimination, including homophobia, biphobia, transphobia and xenophobia, promoting a culture of respect and inclusion across our council and the wider community. Thank you.
So, thank you. In accordance with the procedure, the relevant Cabinet member has the opportunity to respond to the motion. I therefore ask Councillor Mel Jacobs, as relevant Cabinet maker, if she wishes to respond to this motion at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Liz. I'm really pleased to be able to support this motion, which reaffirms Wiltshire Council's commitment to equality, diversity and inclusion. And it is a time when some councils under new administrations might be stepping back from these values, and it's really even more important that we make our position clear. Wiltshire Council stands proudly with our LGBTQIA+ communities and celebrates the rich diversity of our county. Inclusion isn't a standalone initiative, it's part of who we are and how we work for our communities. If people are in minority groups, we should support them and recognise the challenges that we have. And we had some powerful speakers earlier on today that talked about how important it was to be recognised by their council and their community. However, it doesn't mean that it diminishes the right or support for other groups. To quote Aggie from earlier, Wiltshire should be a place where all people are cared for and live without fear. And that doesn't mean by supporting the LGBTQIA+ community, we don't support women and we don't support any other groups in our community. So this motion fully aligns with the Council's internal inclusion strategy, which provides a clear framework for how we embed inclusive practices across all areas of our work. It reflects our belief that everyone in Wiltshire should be able to live openly, safely and with dignity, free from discrimination and prejudice. We're committed to ensuring that our workforce and our elected members have the skills and knowledge to support that vision, and we do support and offer a wide range of equality, diversity and inclusion e-learning resources, including some training about inclusion and rights, and we ask our staff to complete that training every 3 years. By supporting this motion, and it says we, but I'm going to say you, will be reaffirming the values and commitment to inclusive policies and services for all our residents and our workforce. It's not mutually exclusive. We continue to support all groups and we want all residents to feel safe in Wiltshire regardless of who they are, whether they are Aggie, Catherine, Annabelle, Arwood, Kelly or Ellen. They should all feel safe in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jacob. So, have we got any members of the public who want to speak now? We obviously had the speakers earlier, so I now move that we debate this motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you very much. For all those in support of debating this, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Thank you very much. So we will now hear from group leaders before opening up the debate to other members. Councillor Thorne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to touch back on something that Mel said a moment ago about the presentations that we heard this morning, which reflected on the needs of a particular community, and we can define communities in a raft of different ways. We heard a number of contributions in the public participation session earlier this morning, very, very contrasting views around many of these issues. I just think that if you were to look at the impact on the lives of very many of the people who are represented in this motion, then again, rather like those people with blue badges, and there is some degree of comparison, I think there's a really important point to be made about recognising the challenges that those, I know those is the wrong phrase, but the people that we're referring to, those people face. And I'm just always aware in these discussions and these debates of a desire to broaden the discussion. I know there'll be an amendment from our friends in the Conservatives, and they've got some very nifty badges they've been wearing all day, so I congratulate them on their nifty badges. But I really do think that this is about a group of people who arguably have been so massively maligned over years and decades and centuries. And I'm just very aware of somebody who's a personal hero of mine, a guy called Alan Turing, of course, who was gay, played a central role in bringing the war several years earlier to a close, possibly saving millions and millions of lives. Somebody who, of course, was at the very beginnings of development around computers, and therefore has had an impact on, well, everybody's lives, frankly, just about everybody's lives. And of course, here is somebody who we should be building statues to, and I think in some cases we have, who, of course, being gay, at the time he was, it was illegal. He was required to be chemically castrated, and he committed suicide, one could argue, very likely in response to that. And so what I don't want to do with this debate,
20 seconds.
I beg your pardon, is to diminish the importance of the people we're talking about, because it's important that we do and we recognise that those people, there are lots of opportunities for debates to come in council meetings where we reflect on other groups, but this group, I think, has particular challenges to face, I'll be finished in a moment, face particular absolutely horrendous challenges.
I have to be fair, Ian, and say everyone's
I'm going to
3
sit
minutes.
down, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So, Councillor Kluwer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I find this a bit of a tricky motion. I think there's an awful lot here that I think is right. I think is good. My problem comes actually, and I've had my moment of being dogmatic, and I'm trying to be rational and analytical again. So I had a look at the Equality Act, and I had a look in particular at what that meant for us as an authority. And the bit that I struggle with here is in particular, and we heard this in the debate earlier today, the issue about needing to foster good relations between different groups. And we have groups that are protected, who are protected characteristics, who are almost diametrically opposed. And as a council, I am really worried that we are singling out one protected characteristic over others in this motion. I think we need to be protecting all protected characteristics. I think we need to be taking our duty under the Equality Act really seriously. And I think to do that, we shouldn't be picking one group or another. We should be looking to make the same approach and the same statement for all groups. And that's the only way I can find to make sure that this, to my mind, if we approve this now, we'd actually be in breach of the Equality Act in doing so. Now, I appreciate that's not the advice. I have discussed it with the monitoring officer, but I think we would. I really think we would be. And so I do have an amendment that I'm intending on moving. My understanding is we have to wait till all group leaders have spoken before we move that. Is that correct? Fine. So if I can come back in and move that then. Kieran does already have the text, and I've shared it with Ian. But to try and come up with a way forward that will enable us to ensure that we are referencing everyone, all of those those groups with protected characteristics. Because it just feels wrong to me to single one out ahead of any other. And particularly with reference to this requirement under the public sector equality duty to foster good relations between different groups. So I will be moving an amendment. As it stands, I find this problematic. I think there's an amended version that would address that, but the rest of members may or may not agree with that when I move it.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you very much. I think to summarise our position on it, we really think that in the current climate with growing political polarisation, this motion's intentionally divisive, and we believe that this approach is irresponsible and inflammatory. And I think that can be seen from the public participation that we had earlier on. It invited both sides of the argument to give very inflammatory and arguments on this. Our position is very straightforward. Every one of us has already signed a declaration to treat residents with respect and follow the code of conduct. That's the binding standard, and we won't engage in identity politics motions or give any oxygen to this sort of virtue signalling. Our focus is value for money and equal service to all, whichever group one fits into. Members will be aware of ill-advised comments made by the Deputy Leader in a YouTube video discussing single-sex spaces, where she was unable to confirm basic protections for women and girls, and was seemingly sidelining the Supreme Court's landmark ruling. Sadly, this motion further entrenches that position. Accordingly, we'll take no lectures from the Liberal Democrats, and we'll take no further part in this performative motion.
Thank you. No and no. Okay, so I will now open the item to general debate.
If I can move the motion as on the screen at the moment, please, and
Okay.
seek a seconder.
Right. Have you got a seconder? Okay, so we have an amendment on the screen behind me, which I can't read. So do I have a seconder? Councillor Wheeler. So, Is the mover, is the mover of the original motion happy to accept this amendment? Councillor Alstrom, are you happy to accept this amendment?
I'm not, Chair, no.
Okay, so I now ask group leaders what their view is on this amendment.
I enjoyed that. Thank you. This is a segue. Thank you, Richard. No, I would personally, as a group leader and leader of the council, will reject outright the proposed amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kluwer, do you want to speak on your amendment?
I guess I will very briefly speak on it. What I've done here is try to take out references to any specific protected group, protected characteristic, and make this a motion that addresses all protected characteristics, all people, all groups. And at that point, I believe it does comply with our duties under the Equality Act, and particularly under the public sector equality duty. Therefore, I would recommend this as a way forward to address this point, and equally to make the point that we are standing up for all groups, all protected characteristics.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer. Yes.
There you go. Thank you. So under Article 4 of the Constitution, in terms of subsection 20.6, it says, so long as the effect of the amendments is not to negate the motion. This motion is clearly about LGBTQIA plus rights, and the amendment is negating the motion. So I move that it should be struck. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I have already taken advice from the monitoring officer, and I'm content that this is a valid amendment. So we will continue. I'm now lost my place. Councillor Rimmer, have you spoken?
No, I haven't. I think that this amendment makes the motion fit with what we would be happy with, because it fits with the declaration to treat all residents with respect and follow the code of conduct that we already have. LGBTQIA plus are included within all communities, as are women who were absent from the previous version. So we support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
What we already do? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers has left. Okay. So we are now debating the amendment. Would anyone like to speak on this amendment? So, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the amendment does cover everything, literally, but there is a level of our community which has to get up and be brave every day. They have a huge current against them from the rest of our community. And I think we as stalwarts of our community should make sure we recognize that. Now, I understand why we've crossed out an element of the community specifically mentioned there, but we ought to perhaps include neurodiverse individuals, people who are off the norm effectively, who when they walk out in the street clearly have to face a deal of courage. And I want to take the courage out of that. I would love us to be an all-encompassing community that loves everyone, regardless of what their behaviors are, within reason, provided they're legal. And I think we need to be very careful about generalizing something like that when there's a huge amount of emotion. And I mean, there are people in this, even in this chamber,
who suffer that on a regular basis, and I think we need to recognise that too. It's not easy to be different, however that difference is exposed. And I think we need to take that and think about it, because really we're not talking about everybody, we're talking about people who are different, who expose themselves and need courage just to walk out the door. So before we generalise it and make it simple and make it comply with the law and all of the above, think about the individuals and the communities and how we can best protect them. So I'm not comfortable with it because it's too general. I would love it to be more encompassing and specifically say those challenged members of our community rather than perhaps specifically LGBTQIA, although they are significantly more challenged than most. So think about it, team. It's not the best thing in the world to make it, shall we say, white bread. It's just a bit bland and not strong, whereas ultimately we perhaps ought to be protecting the challenged.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Sample.
Chair, I wasn't going to speak on this, but I will. And I'll tell you why. And that's because I spent the last 20 years of my life on the adult bench in Wiltshire. I'm someone who is used to seeing offences coming forward where there is a degree of violence inflicted upon victims of this community which is totally unacceptable by any standard. And within the legal system, when we hear a case, we hear from, if we can, the victims themselves in a victim impact statement. Some of those impact statements are so traumatic that some of us have found it very difficult to continue to be members of the bench. Life-changing injuries of a physical and mental sort. And thank God that government, Parliament, has given us, as justices, the authority to punish those who commit those offences against gay people an increased tariff. When we find someone guilty of an offence, they will hear about what we would have imposed as a sentence, and then we are able to state by what proportion, percentage, we will increase that sentence because of the circumstances of the offence. I want to tell you all that Wiltshire should have no truck with violence caused against this community by such people. You need to send them a clear and unequivocal message. 277 people have been, in all likelihood, it's difficult because they're English figures, have been assaulted in Wiltshire, in all likelihood because of their sexual orientation in the year ended 2024. As I said, they're national figures. We have to look at that and divide it up. 58 because they have come from transgender backgrounds. We need to send a clear message to the criminals that they are not welcome in our county. Support the motion unamended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sample. I've just agreed with the Vice-Chairman now that we are going to allow people to speak for 2 minutes, and I think people need to be succinct in their message. So I will allow people to speak, but please can you limit it to 2 minutes now? It's getting late. Thank you. Councillor Munn.
Thank you, Chair. I was brought up to live and let live. I'm pleased that the badges that many of us are wearing today were noticed. I'm pleased with this amendment as well because it makes a motion that is can encompass all residents. The statistics that Councillor Sample were reading were absolutely horrific. absolutely horrific. And there are members of the LGBTQIA+ community who no doubt do go about their days with additional struggles and additional fears. But it is not unique to that community, to that protected characteristic. It happens all over Wiltshire for all types of groups, for all types of residents. This amended motion protects all of those people. And if you go back to the original motion, it doesn't. It just focuses on one group. So again, our job here is to represent our communities properly, to represent their interests, to seek to protect them in various ways. So we should be looking at an amended motion like this that allows it to do it for most people. And, you know, whilst we sit in this chamber and we talk to each other through the chair, it's also an important point to remember that the outside world is watching as well. So I will take this opportunity to speak to residents in my division and say that regardless of your life experience, your characteristics, whatever group you may be put in or put yourselves in, I will stand up for your rights. I will work to protect you and your interests, and the amended motion there says exactly that. I will be supporting that amended motion.
Thank you. Councillor Westbrook.
Thank you, Chair. I was originally going to speak on the original motion, but this is the second time in 2 days where last night we were in a council meeting discussing violence against women and girls, and I was asked, but what about men? And today we're talking about LGBTQIA+ people, and we're being asked to think about, well, what about everybody else? If my house was on fire, I wouldn't put out the house 3 doors down, would I? Because their house might be on fire later on. I put out my fire. The LGBTQIA+ community are living in fear at the moment. I'm going to tell you a little story. I got a phone call 3 years ago from my best friend lying in a hospital bed, having been beaten up because he was gay. I lived with him. I was the person that had to go into his bedroom and cuddle him at night so he could resettle because of the trauma that he lived. These are not people who are living easy lives. They are not people who at the moment are having an easy time. We're not saying that we don't want to protect everybody else, but right at this moment in time, the LGBTQIA+ community are living in fear. I'm getting daily emails of people who are terrified to leave their houses. The spirit of the original motion here was to protect a singular community. I understand that might not have felt fair to everybody, but at this moment in time, that is the community that feels like it is being really persecuted in every single way. And to be called polarised by Reform is hilarious. I've got to be honest. We are not...
You have 10 seconds.
Thank you. I just want to say that I don't believe that we should be supporting any amendment to this motion.
Thank you. Councillor John Hubbard, 2 minutes.
I stand before you today as someone who freely admits I cannot comprehend the daily reality of fear faced by many in our LGBTQIA community. I have never feared walking down the street because of who I am. I've never had my existence debated in public forums. I've never been told that who I am is someone wrong or dangerous. But I have worked with an awful lot of young people, some of whom were terrified simply because of who they believed themselves to be. Young people who couldn't sleep at night, who felt isolated and alone, who seriously considered that the world might be better off without them. But because they'd been told, not because there was anything wrong with them, but because they had been told repeatedly that they were somehow less valid, less worthy, less deserving of dignity and respect. Every single person in our community is a unique and precious individual. Every one of them deserves to be treated, treasured, supported and loved, not marginalised, othered or made to feel their existence is up for debate. We have a choice today. We can choose to stand with those who face discrimination and prejudice every single day. We can choose to say clearly, you belong here, you are valued, you are safe in Wiltshire. Or we can create more reasons for division, more reasons for young people, precious young people, to feel
15
afraid.
seconds.
More reasons for hate to flourish. Please, don't support this amendment. We need to send a strong message.
Okay. I still have a lot of people to speak, so I'm going to cut it now. No more speakers, and I ask you to stick to 2 minutes. Next person is Councillor Robert Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Can I remind everybody in the House, we're all human beings. We're all the same. Whatever colour skin you are, whoever you are, wherever you come from, we're all exactly the same. We've spent far too much time in the last few years creating labels for groups of people. This is another indication of just something else, and the reason why the prejudice is there is because of the labels that have been created for people. This must stop. This motion that's going through now simply cuts out all of that. Let's get rid of the labels, people. We're all human beings. Please, let's just be human beings. Thank you.
Councillor Najjar. Councillor Najjar.
Thank you, Chair. Those of my colleagues on this side of the room who know me know I'm not a big one for identity politics, but this amendment is something I do want to talk about, just because I've heard what quite a few people in this room have been saying. They've been sharing stories they've heard from other people. I want to take a moment to share a couple of stories of my own, if you'll indulge me. Now, I'm not a member of the LGBTQIA+ community, but I tick a few protected characteristic boxes. I'm Arab, I'm Catholic, I'm the grandson of refugees, and in some people's eyes, the worst thing about me is I'm a conservative. So I have faced my share of abuse growing up. I've had it at school, I've had it at university, I've had it in my community. I know what it's like to be the only person who looks and sounds like me who lives in one of our Wiltshire villages. So I want to take the spirit of this motion and just look a little bit more broadly. We talk about some of the persecution and the abuse faced by this community, and none of us are going to pretend that's not happening. It happens, it's abhorrent, it shouldn't do. But by the same token, there are other communities facing this. I look at some of our religious groups, whether it's Muslims or Jews at the moment, suffering because of the actions happening in countries far, far away from ours. I look at our wider community. I look at people suffering with disabilities, both visible and invisible, mental and physical. And I look at what we've done as a council over the past 4 years, sort of grounded in the work of the Equalities Act, but also more broadly. I think we have a proud and a strong record here in Wiltshire of saying, it doesn't matter who you are, where you've come to Wiltshire from, what you look like, we are on the side of all of our residents. I remember in the past the slogan when I was first elected was Wiltshire Council where everybody matters. And I think that's changed into something else, into something frankly less impactful in recent years. But the reality
15 seconds.
I wish I could keep going, but this is a chance to send a message to the LGBTQIA+ community. It's also a chance to send a message to everybody who needs a bit of support right now. So let's take this motion in the same way we have previous ones, in the spirit it's intended, and let's tell all of our residents in Wiltshire we're on your side.
Thank you. Councillor Hagger.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to support the amendment. I can't support the amendment because it takes takes an important motion and it makes it meaningless. And I think that possibly could have been the intention. I mean, I spoke, Councillor Alstrom.
Hey, one speaker, please.
Invited us all earlier to think about people in our lives, people in our communities, people in our families who fall under this category. And I did, and I thought of a friend of mine who is transgender, and I watched this friend of mine go through the entire process all the way through, which was very long, very difficult, and very painful for her. And I see the impact upon her when there's anti-transgender stories in the news, when there's a wave of abuse aimed at people who are transgender. And I thought that if this original motion is passed, how much that would mean to her. But
when I think of the amendment, it wouldn't mean anything to her. And in fact, I don't think it would mean anything to anybody. And that's why I don't think I could support it.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Belcher.
Thank you. I wasn't actually going to speak on this motion with a declaration of interest. It's not pecuniary, but I am trans, and therefore I'm one of the T in the LGBT people. We heard some very eloquent speeches this morning from other LGBTQIA people talking about their fears, talking about their experiences. I'm one of the very, very few trans people who's had a voice in mainstream British media over the last 3 or 4 years. We've had a narrative around trans people, trans women particularly, and you heard some of that again this morning, inferring that we are dangerous, we should be restricted, that I am a man, goes to the core of my identity every day. Chuck, I feel seen. It is not easy holding a position in public life being trans, because you shut down social media, you don't read any of the comments, because they hurt, they sting, because that's exactly what they're designed to do. I don't get attacked because I'm a human being. I get attacked because I'm trans, because people don't think I should exist or live the way that I do. And what people in the LGBTQIA+ communities will hear when you strike out specific references to us is that you don't care. You're not on our side. I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Thank you. I have 2 more speakers, Councillor Mel Jacob, and then the last speaker will be Eric Wakeman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Helen, for speaking. I have to say I was extremely moved by the speakers this morning and very moved by what you've just said. I'm just wondering what we're all afraid of, that we need to cross out LGBTQIA+. Why are we afraid to say that we support a minority group? We don't feel afraid to support other minority groups. What is it that makes you worried? It doesn't say we're going to stop supporting other groups or the rest of our residents. It just says we know there are a group of people who live in fear, who have difficult lives, like the people who have blue badges or all sorts of other things. We didn't sit in the blue badge argument and say, oh, these people haven't really got anything that makes their life more difficult. And so crossing out reference to LGBTQIA is hugely offensive. We heard from residents it matters whether the council supports you. And yes, we can bring another motion to say we support women or any other groups, but today is about something different, and we shouldn't be afraid to say we care about these people, they're part of our community, and we support them. And this is your way as a councillor of showing Councillor Munns or anyone else who wants to support their residents, this is your way of showing your residents that you really care about them. So you should support it, and we should be brave, and we should stand up and support people who are disadvantaged and having a difficult life.
Thank you. The final speaker is Councillor Wakeman.
I'm conscious we've gone on quite a while, so I'll keep this brief. I find it sad that the original motion's necessary. I find it even sadder that an amendment has been presented to gut the motion. This is a specific motion for a specific purpose. I feel that the amendment has a specific purpose. I find it frustrating that we might be too scared of popularist views to protect those in need of our protection within our county. I ask that we reject the amendment and support the original motion.
I'm going to move that we go straight to the vote on this motion now, please. So we have the amended motion behind us, or behind me. So please, can people vote on this amendment? Oh, apologies, I was given the wrong advice. Right apply. Is this to the... Apologies. Councillor Clure, do you want to speak further?
I think if we are, we'll need to reset the vote, but I'm sure that's being done. We've had some rather emotive language used, which I find quite concerning. I'm not trying to do this to belittle or remove anyone. I am trying to look at the responsibility of this council to all of those who have a protected characteristic and face the challenges we have heard discussed today. And to suggest that it's some sort of attempt to belittle or delete is nonsense. And honestly, people should be ashamed that they're saying that. That is not why I'm putting this forward. I'm trying to find a way forward that covers everyone, that covers all the groups that suffer. And it's, yeah, Paul, you make a good point about the hatred that specific groups suffer, but it isn't restricted to specific groups. And as a council, under the Equality Act and under our public sector equality duty, we should be seeking to provide that same support for all of those groups facing that issue. You try and list them all in a motion, it'll take forever. The way to do that is to say that we back everyone in this area, not that we are looking at putting one group ahead of any other, because that is not fostering good relations between different groups, it's fostering division, and we've heard the division. I'm trying to find a way around that division. That's why I'm putting this forward. I urge you to back it.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Alstrom.
Thank you, Chair. While the original motion specifically highlights support for the LGBT+ communities, it is already intentionally inclusive in its language. It is not putting one group above another. It is acknowledging that we have members of our community who are facing persecution and are fearful. It states, Wiltshire Council remains dedicated to fostering a community where everyone can live openly, safely and with dignity, being firmly of the belief that we are one Wiltshire where everyone matters. By removing reference to the LGBTQI+ community, you would be ignoring the rise in discrimination against these groups, which alongside the rise in xenophobia, which is also referred to in the motion, is on the rise. In the last 5 years, hate crimes based on sexual orientation have risen. This trend has been exacerbated by factors like negative rhetoric in the media and online. But I think it's also important to share that only 1 in 8 hate crimes have been officially reported because the community is fearful. Removing LGBTQIA+ from the motion belittles those who are being persecuted. It is reminiscent of the responses like All Lives Matter in response to the statement Black Lives Matter, or Not All Men in discussions about sexism and male-based violence. These kind of replies deflects from the larger systematic issues. So with that in mind, I feel an amendment is not appropriate, and I hope you can understand and appreciate my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move to the vote on the amended motion. Sorry, on the amendment.
No.
Okay, so the amendment has passed. Thank you very much. So we now move on to item 10C.
Does anybody want to speak on the
Which is now, this is? Okay, this is now the substantive motion because it has just been approved. Does anyone want to speak any more on this substantive, or do we go straight to the vote? Everyone in favour of doing that? I'm afraid the ayes have it tonight. So we will now vote.
The Constitution gives the mover of the original amendment the right to reply at the end of the debate.
Okay, I apologise. I am learning this as I go along. There is an agreement that we will go straight to the vote, but in doing that, Councillor Alstrom has an opportunity to speak as the original mover of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Given the number of councillors tonight who are seem to be in support of protecting those who have protected characteristics, I suggest we amend the amended motion to include specifically those of protected characteristics in there, so at least people do feel like they are actually covered by the motion and it is not simply a complete dilution of what was originally intended. Thank you.
So what would your contribution, what would be your wording, Councillor Alstrom?
Chair, just as a point of order on this, I thought we had moved to the vote and we were having the final right of reply. We'd finished debate. Motion amendments can only be moved during debate.
I apologise, Councillor Alstrom. Because we agreed to go to the vote, it is no longer possible to put in an amendment. So we are now moving to the vote. Well, she had... Okay, people may now go to the vote. We are voting on what is written behind us. Okay. Yeah, okay. There's some debate as to whether we should carry on because people are getting tired, but I think everyone is keen to go. Okay, so I now move on to item 10C, which is the notice of motion, a street furniture graffiti. This motion is from Councillor Phil Alford and Councillor Richard Clure and is on page... Are people content to move to the vote on this motion?
Give the opportunity for the movement to speak to it, the government to respond, and then...
Okay, right. I'm getting a lot of advice here. So, free advice, as a friend of mine calls it. Right, Councillor Alford, do you want to move the motion?
Yes.
And have you a seconder? Councillor Alford, would you like to speak to your motion? Or would you like to go straight to the vote?
Can I have a couple of minutes? I promise it won't be long.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thanks.
You asked for it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so hopefully this one's not quite so controversial as a few of the others we've seen, but I'm sure anybody, in fact, anyone driving here today would have had to been subject to those numerous green cabinets we see scattered around, all the pink Wales and West units, or the grey Virgin ones, and you would have noticed there's graffiti on every one of them. I drive into work every day in Chippenham, I drive through Melksham where I live. Every one of those cabinets is sprayed with graffiti, and I've reported them, and I don't know if any of you have, but it's a nightmare reporting them. Getting through to anyone's difficult, getting the issues resolved is difficult, getting them to accept responsibility is difficult, and they will not allow, these utility companies do not allow anyone else to maintain the cabinets, I understand, but they don't do it themselves. And we can't do it, the parishes can't do it, residents can't do it. The only decent ones I've seen have been actually where residents have gone out and painted over the cabinets, which they're not allowed to do. So this motion is just an effort to get them to get on board, because at the moment, when I'm shouting alone, and they're not interested. I want the council to step up and help us out, because this is something we can really try and make a difference on. Thanks.
Thank you for being so succinct, Councillor Orford. In accordance with the procedure, the relevant...
Thank you, Chair. Under Constitution Article 20.19.3, I move to adjourn the meeting.
On what grounds?
I'm very happy to explain. It does say without comment, but my ground is just we've got to the point we can't possibly cover the whole agenda, and I think our ability to make good decisions is actually being affected. We can't give this motions and all the rest of the motions on the paper justice at this time. I would love to debate everyone properly. I don't think we can do that. We will be here past midnight and we will not make good decisions or be fair to our constituents. So I move adjournment.
I'm going to put that to the vote. Do people want to adjourn the meeting? Okay, right, we're going to have a recorded vote on whether we're going to adjourn the meeting or not.
Chair, can we speak to the request?
No, without debate. So please, can we have a recorded vote as to whether we want to adjourn this meeting or not? I can't hear what you're saying.
Is yes for continuing or yes for not continuing? Thank you.
So you vote no if you want to carry on with the meeting, and yes if you want to adjourn. Okay, so we're going to carry on with the meeting. Councillor Smith, do you want to respond to this?
Thank you, Chair. So I don't have a problem with the principle of this. I understand the frustrations locally that the issue causes. I do have concerns about whether we actually have enough influence to do much about it, though. The officers I have consulted on this have the same concerns. The reality is that the cabinets are owned by the utility companies. If they don't give permission to others to paint them, then bodies like the parish councils or whoever, for example, will, strictly speaking, be committing an offence. We can support this on a best endeavours basis, but I would caution members that we do not have the authority to insist on these measures. We can only request, coerce and cajole these companies to do better. So I'm happy to support this.
Okay, so I would like to propose that we go straight to a vote. Okay. So please can you indicate if you support this motion by voting yes, and obviously no if not. Okay, so this motion is passed. Well done. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. So we now move on to item 10D, which is notice of motion ready to use screen wash. This motion is from Philip Whitehead and Councillor Chris Williams. Is on page 249 of your summons. I invite Councillor Whitehead to move the motion.
I move.
Is it seconded? Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Whitehead?
I'll just take a very quick 2 minutes. I was pleased with what the leader said earlier on about the fact that we should be all-encompassing and our climate change and our energy and all the rest. We should talk beyond Wiltshire Council. It's something I didn't agree with in 2019 when I said we should restrict the net zero just to Wiltshire Council because we couldn't control the rest, but I appreciate you've got a different view. Over the last 6 years, I've noticed very, very clearly that concentrated screen wash gets harder and harder to buy in the big 5-litre plastic containers. This in reality means the following, and I'll be very quick. It means there are 7 times more journeys on HGVs burning up miles because each one dilutes, they vary about 1 to 7. So for every one concentrated, you've got 7 lorries with diluted. Every trip for you, you've got 7 times more trips to the DIY place to get your diluted stuff. It actually costs you about £40 more money, which is why they do it. You spend £40 more getting the diluted for the same amount. There are 7 times the plastic containers. By itself, that should be enough not to allow it to happen. Plastic containers all over the place, 7 times the amount of plastic containers. I'll stress two or three things. This is a free vote, no groups in this. Do what you want, all right? And secondly, I'm not stopping ready diluted stuff. That can still be sold. I just want to be able to pick the concentrated stuff because it's one thing I've found out in Wiltshire over the last 20-odd years or so.
Philip, your time's up.
Every house I've gone to has got a tap. Buy the concentrated,
Thanks very much.
Use it.
Philip, thank you very much. So, in accordance with procedure, the relevant Cabinet member has the opportunity to respond to the motion. I therefore ask Councillor Paul Sample, as relevant Cabinet member, if he wishes to respond to the motion at this time.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, the great thing about this time of night is that actually we get an opportunity as backbenchers to talk about really what matters to us most of all. And clearly, as far as the member is concerned, this is right at the top of his list of priorities. And I admire the fact that members of the council can bring forward motions which can be debated like this. I think, Madam Chairman, that there is the possibility here that Philip might have got caught the issue of the moment. I also think that there are other people in the room, probably, and it may be a few officers as well, who might disagree with him. So my offer to him is this. I think what we ought to do is put it to the Environment Scrutiny Committee, if they will, give them an opportunity to have a look at it, to come get some officers' advice, to see whether we're on the right side of history or the wrong side of history, and then come back to us in due course with a recommendation. And that's what my offer is. So, Madam Chairman, through you, I would like to put that as an amendment, which this goes to Environment Select Committee for determination. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to move that this motion is... I'd like to refer this motion to the Environmental Select Committee.
Point of information, you've already said we will take the speaking and go straight to the vote. You said that before I spoke.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that on this occasion. I said I would like to agree today that we refer this motion to Environmental Select. Do I have a seconder for that? Please, can I have a vote on that? Can we do a recorded vote? Please, can we do a recorded vote that this motion is referred to the Environmental Select Committee for consideration?
Can I speak on that?
No. Okay, we have agreement that that will go to Environmental Select. Thank you very much. Okay, have I jumped one? A, B, C, D, E. I've got to learn my alphabet. Okay, item 10E is the notice of motion trusted bill poster scheme. This motion is from Councillor Alison Bucknell and Councillor Jane Davis and is on pages 251 to 52 of your summons. I invite Councillor Bucknell to move the motion.
I so move.
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Davis? Thank you very much. Councillor Bucknell, you have 2.5 minutes.
I don't think I'm going to need that. The decision by Wiltshire Council to get tough on fly posters has brought about additional work for our already stretched volunteers and small family businesses, as well as our council officers. Whilst I agree that the blight of fly posting needs to be dealt with, the law of unintended consequences has prevailed, with many describing the measures taken by our officers as draconian. We have ended up with extra bureaucracy for the organisers of our local village fairs and charity fundraising events, people who had been quite happily putting up and taking down their promotional advertising now have to apply year on year to carry out functions which hitherto have caused no problems. The local fun fair is now expected to scope out in detail where they are planning on advertising and seek agreement beforehand, an additional workload for an already struggling business. My motion proposes that we adopt a lighter touch with organisations who can be trusted to not only place their advertising in safe positions, but also, importantly, to collect in a timely manner after the event. My suggestion is that the organisation submits a plan which, once agreed, they can be repeated year after year. If they fail to remove the advertising after the event, then of course their permission should be reviewed or revoked. I'm suggesting a pragmatic, common sense approach to the problem that these organisations face, and I seek your support in taking this forward. For clarification, this motion would include remembrance posters and poppies, but not the ad hoc flying of flags on council-owned property. I would also suggest, in the interest of efficiency, members don't speak about individual situations where their local fate's been impacted, rather look at the bigger picture of what is being proposed. And I'm quite happy for this to be referred to Environment Select. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to respond, Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's interesting that the current no-tolerance policy of signage and bill posting on the highway is the one that was put in place by the previous administration. It was a priority of theirs. I'm sort of curious as to why this motion didn't come up last year. Was it that councillors were too fearful of the consequences of criticising the previous administration? But anyhow, officers have told me that we could not legally allow a billboard scheme as the Highway Act 1980 does not permit the delegation of this authority. Hence, an event organiser needs to speak to highways and then would need to repeat that the following year as well. However, I'm not a legal expert, so rather than argue about the legalities here at full council, where I don't think many of us are qualified to do so, I would agree and I would happily suggest that we refer this matter to overview scrutiny if you're happy to accept it.
Thank you. So we have no public participation, so I now move that we refer this motion to the Environmental Select Committee. Do I have a seconder? Can we do a recorded vote on this, please? Or do we? Is everyone content with that? Aye? Aye. Any noes? No. And any abstentions? Bad luck. Okay. Can we record the one no, please? Thank you. Okay, item 10F, notice of motion, road diversions. This motion is from Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Christopher Williams. It's on page 253 of your summons. I invite Councillor Whitehead to move the motion. Do you move the motion, Councillor Whitehead?
I move.
And seconded by Councillor Williams. Okay, Councillor Whitehead, you have 2.5 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, it won't be worth speaking if you're going to refer it to Environmental Select, but we had a recent thing where they closed the southern-bound A361 into Devizes. We've known about it for months. Our highways people set up diversions. We talked to them. We got an HGV ban through the village. Didn't work very well. We did all of that. What we also did, several months before the diversion took place, was remind highways of a number of maintenance issues on the roads through Bishop's Cannings. Because we knew that we'd be diverting about 6,000 cars a day through a tiny village with no pavements, and children whose school's over there and the car park's over there, and they have to cross the main road just to get to school. And we were diverting 6,000 cars a day through there, and our villagers have to accept that. That's how it goes. What they weren't happy with was that the 30 signs at the start of the village, with 6,000 cars coming through, weren't even visible, because the maintenance request 3-4 months earlier hadn't been carried out and the trees hadn't been trimmed. The school sign saying walking children was so bleached it is completely white. And further down there was a hedge that was so overhanging the road. When the 6,000 cars came through, 4 old age pensioners' cars got damaged and scratched and wing mirrors hit because the road's too narrow. So this motion is very simple, and I would have expected it, and I'm surprised I have to bring it. I would expect our Highways Department, if they're doing a major diversion, and I've agreed the words with the Highways Department, they've agreed all the words, and I've talked it through with them, and they're happy with that, as the monitoring officer will confirm. I want...
You have 15 seconds.
If we do a big diversion, I want our maintenance people, our highways maintenance, to make sure the maintenance bits are done before we send 6,000 cars through.
Thank you very much.
It's obvious.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I know that your preamble to this motion says that this is not an operational matter, but it absolutely is. The motion is an example of best practice which highways already aspire to, but like any large organisation, don't always meet. I can assure members that in situations like these, defect repairs along the proposed diversion route will be looked at beforehand. The example that triggered this motion needed some sign cleaning and hedge cutting on the devotion route, as Councillor Whitehead has suggested. I'm happy that this motion describes highways best practice, which they already try to achieve. I therefore have no problem supporting the motion.
Thank you. If that's the case, then I propose we go straight to the vote. Is everyone content to do that? Okay, we go straight to the vote. Thank you. My Vice Chair has just seconded that. Okay, that motion is passed. So we move on to item 10G, which is notice of motion council press releases. This motion is from Councillor Richard Clue and Dominic Councillor Munns, and is on 255 of your summons. I invite Councillor Clue to move the motion.
I so move.
Seconded. Thank you. Councillor Clue, you have 2.5 minutes.
I will be very brief. I brought this motion after a lot of consideration because we've seen... I appreciate it. Administration needs to put out its own press releases, and after an election, you need to bite your cheek, take your lumps a bit if you're not sitting up there. We had a number of releases taking credit for things that have been done by the previous administration, okay, but there was a particular press release around potholes, talking about the wonderful achievement of reduction of 44% in potholes, being put out by cabinet members who'd even voted against the funding that I'd put forward to deliver that. And at that point, I think we were well into areas of honesty and Nolan principles and bluntly, a rather undemocratic approach. So at that stage, I thought I would bring this motion. Now, we've had a long day. I'm very happy if this wants to be referred to Constitution Focus Group, if it's something to take away and look at in a less heated and charged environment. But I do think that we need to be having a proper assessment of how we handle press releases when there's been a change of administration, particularly when an administration, or previous administration, or when members from a new administration have opposed something and at that point have come forward and are suddenly trying to take credit for it. It just doesn't sit right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jacob, do you want to respond, or Councillor Thorne? Councillor Thorne's going to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've been a councillor on Wiltshire Council now for, well, it seems like 150 years, but it's actually only 12. I think this is, without question, the most self-serving motion I've ever come across in my entire life as a councillor, or indeed in any other aspect of my life. What Richard's saying is that he wants, and his administration, past administration, wants credits for what they did in the past. Well, that's not how it works, Richard. If I'm commenting on the potholes, I'm commenting as the leader of the council. I didn't take any credit. I did pay tribute to the staff. I did pay tribute to the contractors. And indeed, on BBC Radio Wiltshire, I paid tribute to Richard Kluwer because I thought it was the appropriate thing to do. So I've made a point at other council meetings that I don't take credit for stuff. But if we have an important announcement, and I think and felt that that pothole performance was important, it would be bizarre for the council to say nothing through some sort of fear that we'd be taking credit from somebody else. So that's my starting point on this. I do think, Richard, that if you want credit for the good stuff, then you're going to have to accept the knocks on the bad stuff. So whenever we issue arguably a press release about the budget, we will be referring to the 4.8 million overspend from the last administration. And of course, when it comes to credit, of course, in almost every endeavour, there are many, many people that should take credit, whether they are the senior staff, whether they be the junior staff who are delivering on the ground, the contractors, our partners in the towns and parishes. We will end up with press releases rather like the credits of Star Wars, if you can remember those credits which disappear into the background. And I have to say this is also unworkable. I'm not sure whether Richard wants to turn up to the comms department and stand over our shoulders while these press releases are being written. And I'm not sure what happens if we don't do it, whether I should be taken out and shot at dawn outside the building. So I think it's a ridiculous idea. I think it has no merit whatsoever. It's special pleading.
Ian, can you wind up?
It's completely inappropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There's no public participation. Are people content to go straight to the vote on this? Okay. So please, can we go straight to the vote? Okay, that motion is carried. We move on to item 10H, which is the notice of motion defending the independent voice of Health Watch in Wiltshire. This motion is from Councillor Ian Thorne and Councillor Claire Cape, is on page 257. I invite Councillor Thorne to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to move it. I move the motion.
Councillor Thorne, would you like to speak to your motion?
If I may, please, Chair. This motion came out of a meeting of the Health and Wellbeing Board that I chaired a few weeks ago. And those of us that were there will remember an impassioned speech by the Chief Executive of Health Watch Wiltshire, who reflected on the fact that this government had decided to strip away the National Health Watch service, if I can call it that, and potentially we would see the end, not immediately, but over time, of the local Health Watch groups. And of course, what's very important about Health Watch is the independent voice they provide for patients, the remarkable amount of research they do, the engagement they do, the surveying they do, and critically, as I say, they are the independent body. I think what government's proposing is that they be replaced by an organisation within the NHS. Now, I have to say, and some of you will understand why, I'm an extraordinary fan. I wouldn't be here, frankly, if it wasn't for the NHS, but they shouldn't be marking their own homework. So I think this is a retrograde step. I think it's important that we speak out as our community representatives, because this will affect just about anybody engaging with the NHS across Wiltshire. And I know that the hour is late, and therefore I'm simply going to encourage, if I may, colleagues, I don't think this ought to be in any way controversial. I'm hoping you will support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see Councillor Cape is not in the room, so can I suggest if there's... Okay, it's seconded. Well, it's already been seconded. Are people content to go straight to the vote on this? Aye. Okay, let's go straight to the vote. That motion is unanimously passed. We now move on to item 10L, notice of motion of green tariffs. This motion is from Councillor Mike Sankey and Councillor Bose Barry and is on page 261 of your summons. I invite Councillor Sankey to move the motion.
Move, Chair.
Do you have seconded by?
Seconded. It's Boaz, by the way.
Boaz. I apologise. I apologise. So in accordance with the procedure, I have that Councillor Mel Jacobs will respond to this. Okay, Councillor Jacob. Oh, apologies. We need it up on the screen.
Okay. Are you happy for me to go? Yeah, okay. Right.
Point of order. Doesn't he speak to the motion first?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I do apologise. Sorry, I need Councillor Sankey. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Only if you reset the clock for me.
We will reset the clock. Right, we're 2 minutes, but...
Right. Thank you, Chair. We must manage finances efficiently and effectively. That's a quote recently attributed to Councillor Grant, and one with which I'm sure we would all agree. This is why we must reconsider our position on the green tariff. There are many areas of deprivation in Wiltshire, with residents concerned not so much by how their energy is generated, but how they're going to pay for it. Those same residents are paying for the energy that this council uses through that which we collect from them in council tax. Are we really representing their wishes and their views by paying an extra £230k a year that makes no real difference to the actual carbon emissions generated by this county? We are spending their money in an attempt to buy our way to net zero by purchasing nothing more than a tick in a box. Whilst paying these extra thousands on the green tariff, we have a massive debt, a budget overspend, and the runaway train of the direct schools grant overspend thundering down the tracks towards us, with a further potential impact of £120 million. So let's save the hundreds of thousands of pounds we're giving away each year, and if we must, spend it on blue badge parking, Visit Wiltshire, and ending our current recruitment freeze. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. So now, Councillor Jacob.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, the council is currently in a contract under a green tariff, which was fixed in 2023. We pay a premium per kilowatt of 1.154 pence per kilowatt. However, this is a programme of climate action that's been started in 2019, and as we heard earlier, the report about our climate emergency from Paul, there's lots of great progress being made. In 2024-25 year, we did spend £240,000 of the 6.25 million spent on electricity. But if we had not taken up renewables and alongside that has been our green tariff, we would have spent more like 7.2 million. So the climate emergency actions are saving us money, are meaning that we spend less for our residents and our taxpayers are getting more by us investing in green energy. And that is a combination of the green tariff and the renewables. It's also an issue for you whether you believe in trying to support being carbon neutral and working towards the climate emergency. We've heard that there are varying views, but if you believe that the climate is changing and we need to take action, then this is part of the action that we're taking. And I don't think that the green tariff means nothing. What it means is that the energy is coming as a green tariff. We're relying on the suppliers of that, who are WME, to provide us with something that makes a better contribution to society.
Can you start to wind up, please, Councillor Jacob?
Sorry?
Can you start to wind up? Thank you.
Oh, yes, of course. So exiting, if we did decide not to stay with the tariff, we would have to pay. We've already bought into that contract, so we would have to pay to get out of it, which we could do, but that obviously would reduce our savings next year if we decided to do that. So I would recommend that we continue to try and be carbon neutral. We continue to save money by investing in renewables, and the green tariff goes alongside that hand in hand.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jacob. Have we got any public participation? We had someone who spoke earlier, but no. I now move that we debate this motion. Are people content to debate the motion? Okay. I can't get my vice chair to second that. Okay, she seconded it. Okay. So we then proceed to debate. So we now hear from the group leaders.
I'm on? Come on, thank you.
Just a reminder, with 2 minutes now.
I'll be very quick. Huge respect for Mike. He's absolutely right. The numbers for February look very difficult indeed. I think, in my opinion, we need to look at all these issues because I think we'd be foolish not to. My understanding, though, is if we were to break out of this mid-contract, we could be looking, and these are the figures I've been given, at something like £180,000 to actually buy our way out of the contract. So my view would be that we shouldn't do something mid-year, but that we should consider this as part of the overall package of savings potentially for next year, and make that the conversation. So I'm not in favour of changing horses now because the savings would be very small indeed. Arguably, you'd wait until the end of the contract, of course, wouldn't you? So my point is not about climate on this occasion. Mel's made that point. My point is about how we most effectively use the resources of this council, and the cost of getting out of the contract would be substantial. But I wouldn't disagree with a view or a proposal that once we get to the end of the contract, that's something we would have to look at very, very seriously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cluer.
Thank you, Chair. It's frustrating we haven't had the some sort of briefing from officers on the costs of this. That would have been helpful in advance. Personally, I agree with you, Mike. When we brought this in, it made sense. It was a very minimal cost, and it was a significant benefit. Now the cost is far outweighing the benefit. I take the point about coming out of contracts mid-year, but if this contract runs to 27 and it will cost 180,000 to come out now and save us 200,000 a year for the next 2 years, it would actually save the council money still at that point. And if that's the position we're in, given the state of the budget, it strikes me as probably the sensible thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Rimmer.
Thank you. I'm just going to start with a couple of quotes. Councillor Gavin Grant, we have to live within our means. We're committed to reducing our carbon footprint while also ensuring we deliver value for money. Councillor Paul Sample, one of the principal benefits is we can report council's emissions as zero. Notice emphasis on report. If we didn't pay the tariff, the reported emissions would more than double. Councillor Grant, I have a lot of respect for you, and your colleagues are going to have an unenviable task come budget setting. We're actually trying to do you a favour here. Let's do, as you said, let's live within our means and ensure we deliver value for money. At a time when residents' electricity bills are already the highest in the entire world, Can we really look them in the eye and tell them that we are charging them an extra £250,000 so we can change how we report council emissions and pat ourselves on the back? I'm just going to finish with saying, they say you never move from no to yes without a maybe in between. So I'm hoping that Councillor Sample will move from abstain last time to yes this time. Although I dread to think what he's going to shave if he does that.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? No. Okay, so I'll now open this item for debate. So anyone wishing to speak? There's a lot of people who want to speak. Okay, Councillor Barry, can I remind everyone 2 minutes, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is not a debate about ideology. It is a question of responsibility. We are being asked to pay extra for a green energy tariff. It costs far above standard tariff rates at a time where our council's finances are under immense strain and black holes are appearing. We must be honest about our priorities. Every pound spent on a token gesture is a pound denied to essential services and infrastructure that truly serve Wiltshire's residents. People in our communities are already stretched. With bills rising, they expect us to make sensible, practical choices, not ones that come with higher price tags. If this council is in the business of paying vast sums to offload car parks in the name of saving money, then surely it should start by cutting unnecessary costs like a premium on a green energy tariff. It cannot be right to make residents pay more for less whilst choosing to spend extra on something that delivers no visible nor practical benefits to local people. This is not radical, it is logical. But some may say this view lacks vision, that it doesn't consider the bigger picture. But for most of our residents, the bigger picture isn't measured in global temperatures, international targets, or just ticking boxes, Paul. It's measured in council tax bills, in their quality of local services, and if they can afford to make ends meet each month. We must focus on what matters most: value for money, financial prudence, and delivering for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barry. You will notice that I've changed places with Laura. She'll be back shortly. So next on line is Councillor Olstrom, please.
Thank you, Chair. This Council formally recognised the urgency of the climate crisis by declaring a climate emergency. In so doing, we committed to taking meaningful, measurable steps to reduce our carbon footprint and lead by example in the transition to low-carbon future. Removing our green energy tariff would directly contradict that commitment. While it is true that green tariffs may carry a modest premium, they represent a vital investment in renewable energy sector. These tariffs help fund the development of clean energy infrastructure, support innovation, and send a clear signal to the market that there is demand for sustainable energy solutions. Moreover, the cost of inaction on climate change far outweighs the additional fees associated with green tariffs. Extreme weather events, raising energy costs due to fossil fuel volatility, and the long-term economic impacts of environmental degradation are all risks that we must actively mitigate. As a local authority, we have a responsibility not only to manage our finances prudently, but also to act in the best interest of our residents and future generations. Supporting green energy is not just an environmental imperative, it is a moral and strategic one. I therefore oppose the motion and reaffirm our commitment to sustainability and the continued support for renewable energy through our green tariff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Asplin, please.
I waited 11 hours for this. Wiltshire Council as a public body pays climate change levies on all of its energy requirements. This accounts for approximately 3% on cost, so around 200k on just 2024 in electricity. So we're already paying huge green taxes without paying an additional 230k green levy on top. Wiltshire Council's CO2 emissions in 2024 were 2,662 tonnes. That's your figure. If the green levy was removed, this figure would more than double, according to Councillor Sample. So we can assume that the Wiltshire Council electricity need accounts for around 3,000 tonnes CO2 equivalent. The UK emissions in 2024 were 385 million tonnes of CO2e, And the world emissions in 2024 were 37.4 billion tonnes of COE. Hence, the Wiltshire Council energy emissions make up an equivalent of 4 minutes of the UK annual emissions, or 2.5 seconds of the annual global figure. That's 1, 2, that's a lot. £230,000 over the next year. This, of course, is just annual emissions. The amount of CO2 in the atmosphere is estimated at 3.341 billion tonnes. So our emissions make up less than 1/billionth of that amount. The point here is not that there isn't climate change, it is that paying vast amounts of money to make less than microscopic changes to the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere is ludicrous, arrogant and totally unmeasurable. It is folly. What is worse still...
I have 10 seconds left.
...is that you signed up 138 schemes to do the same.
Thank you. We now have over 10 people wanting to speak, so I'm going to say no more signs up now, please. Thank you very much. And if you feel something has already been said and you would like to withdraw speaking, then you are very welcome to do that. Councillor Andrew Griffin.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate that the motion here extends to one sentence and 2 lines on the screen without any supporting paperwork or documentation as to regards the numbers involved. We've heard from the leader of our current administration, who's been agreed by the leader of the previous administration, that to follow the steps proposed by the motion in terminating contracts with immediate effect would cost us a significant amount of money. It is gratifying that the leader of the previous administration has accepted the credit for these additional costs.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm delighted we get to such an important resolution at 12 hours after the start of this Council meeting, and it is an important resolution. And I'm also flattered and thrilled that my Reform colleagues are taking notes on everything I'm saying to them. So it is an interesting reflection that something which was a brilliant contract when entered into by the previous administration becomes a catastrophe just after they lose the election, but we'll just let that one pass by. We'll probably draft a press release on it at some point, I dare say. To be serious for a moment, this matter does need to be examined. You're absolutely right. But that examination needs to be a thorough and rigorous one of understanding all of the cost implications of making any such change and the wider impacts on the policies that the Council already has. And that will then need to be weighed in the balance as to good value for money and good value for the commitments that this Council has. That is not the position that we're in tonight, and we can't get ourselves into that position tonight because, frankly, other than our excellent officers who are with us at the front here, everybody else who works for the Council has gone home and either gone down the pub or, quite, if we go on much longer, has gone to bed already. So, on that basis, I'm afraid I can't support the resolution. If you were willing to have it referred to Finance and Procurement Select for an examination, that might be a useful thing to do, if you were willing to do that. But doing something with immediate effect of this sort, I don't think is, and without understanding the impacts and the consequences, I don't think is good governance.
Can I ask the motion proposer if you'd be prepared to do that? Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Smith.
I think it's me.
Oh, apologies. It's gone a bit strange on my computer. Sorry, Councillor Wayman next. Sorry, then Councillor Smith.
Thank
apologies.
You.
You're both on at the same
time. I was interested to hear Councillor Jacobs say that we have entered into a contract, and also who else mentioned it? Was it Councillor Sample? Councillor Grant. No one seems to be able to tell me when this contract is going to expire. So I don't feel that I can make a value judgment on this right at this moment. But I do want to just say the fact that I think that we are paying a premium which councillors say goes to support renewable energies, is ridiculous, because as general taxpayers, general bill payers for our electricity, we are already paying massive subsidies for wind, solar, and also actually for gas-fired electricity. So it's double counting in a way. So I really want to see a proper examination of this, all the subsidies that are being paid for renewable energy, taking into account that we need to make some savings for our budget. And also, I think I mentioned earlier on that it mentions in the climate report that schools have also entered into this contract, so they are paying a premium for their electricity. And I just think we've got to be extremely prudent these days and be very, very careful of what we are. Well, we shouldn't be frittering money away. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. You might remember at the last full council meeting, can you just hang on? I need to concentrate.
One conversation, please.
Yeah, last full council meeting, we reaffirmed our commitment to reducing our carbon footprint. And you've heard about the good progress on this from my colleague, Councillor Sample. Moving off this green tariff will wreck that progress completely. We will go backwards against our mission to get to net zero. I'm amazed, quite frankly, that Councillor Kluwer is not supportive of this. As part of his membership of UK 100, I thought he was supposed to be a leading advocate of carbon reductions in local authorities. How can he reconcile these two positions? And talking about subsidies for renewables, it's a general point. In this country, we pay through our energy bills twice the subsidies on fossil fuels as we do on renewables. So just look at the detail as how the energy market in this country works. But the real gainers from this, from our energy bills, are fossil fuel companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Nick Baker.
Colleagues, we've heard a lot about value for money, and I think I just want to focus in my 2 minutes, or hopefully less, just on that topic. I think there are two sides to value for money. We do need to think about the costs of carbon as well as the cost to us of paying for a zero carbon tariff. But I think as decision makers today, we cannot support this motion in this form just because we don't know what it's going to cost. I understand entirely at my colleagues here wanting to get good value for money. You may decide that the cost of this doesn't outweigh the benefits to society of going for carbon-free tariff. But equally, the cost of cancelling this could be more than the savings we're going to make. We could actually be signing up at the moment because no one has given a clear answer on how much this will cost. I must say, despite my great respect for Councillor Wayman's experience, and I agree with her on lots of other things, I don't usually agree with her on the environment, but on this case I do absolutely, because Councillor Wayman raised all of the unknowns here. So for that reason, I would like...
Order. Can we just have some quiet in the chambers, please, while somebody's speaking?
Yes, sorry, can you... Yeah.
So for that reason, I would like to propose an amendment to say that we refer this to Finance Select so we actually understand the costs of what we're voting for.
I have already offered that to Councillor Sankey. I don't know if there's a further debate that they want to have on that between themselves quickly. In the meantime... Okay, but you're putting it forward as an amendment, so we now have to put this... No, it's not an amendment. What is it? It's an amendment, okay. Yeah, so it's a valid amendment. So second by Councillor Grant. Can we go straight to the vote? Is there agreement to go straight to the vote that on the amendment? Okay, so we want to debate the amendment? No, can someone let Councillor Sankey speak, please?
I am content for it to go to scrutiny.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye!
Any against? Thank you. Thank you. Apologies, we now need to make that a recorded vote that we are happy with the amendment that this motion goes to the Finance Committee. So please can we put that to the vote? Can we do a recorded vote on that, please?
Yes. This is to go to finance.
There we go.
Yes.
So you are voting that this is going to the Finance Committee? Okay, I just want to check people know what they're voting for. It's quite late. Have we got the results now? Okay, right. Okay, thank you very much for that intervention. Right, we now go to item 10J. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright.
Well, there's a resource issue if everything that we can't make our minds up on goes to scrutiny. That's the only point I'm making. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I now move to item 10.
Point of motion. We could not hear any of that. For the noise, we could not hear any of what you said on the last vote.
Sorry, what was it that you did not? I did have my microphone on. I said, I was very clear that we are voting on the amendment that was made by Councillor Baker, that this motion be referred to the Finance Committee. That's what everyone's voted on. I don't know why you, on that side, you were unable to hear. It didn't happen? Your voting didn't come up on your screen? Okay, I will rerun the vote for those who say they were unable to vote. So please can we rerun the vote?
Say it again very clearly.
You are voting that this motion 10I be referred to the Finance Committee. Finance and Procurement Committee. Select Committee. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we now move on to item 10J, which is, can we have order, please? I'm going to stand up in a minute and you'll all have to sit down. Right, okay, notice of motion, planning prior approvals notification. This motion is from Councillor Ashley O'Neill and Councillor Bill Parks. This is on page 263 and 264 of your summons. I invite Councillor O'Neill to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I so move.
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Neil, do you want to introduce your motion? Sorry, it was seconded by Bill Parks. Apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd almost forgotten that I had
2 minutes
on the agenda. With all the excitement that's been going on here today, I really do hope that this won't be remotely controversial. This is not in any way, shape or form political. This really relates to a problem that I've certainly identified over the last few months, particularly in my own division, and speaking to other members, I've heard that they're also having the same issue, which is when there is a prior approval application submitted to this council, in many cases, division members and city, town and parish councils are not notified of those applications. Now, what's happening when there is no notification is that we get inquiries, our city, towns and parish councils, they get residents going to them saying, where has this building come from? We don't understand. There'll be requests going to enforcement. So this is a practical solution, I think, to a problem I've identified. I have specifically worded it so that we can approve the principle of it here today. I really don't want it just to be referred to the Constitution Focus Group, separately. The motion actually says that Council agrees the principle that we make changes to make sure that we receive those notifications, but that the actual specific wording is done by the Constitution Focus Group. So hopefully it's not controversial. I hope you can all support the motion. That's probably all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Foster, would you like to respond?
I'd like to say a big thank you to Ashley O'Neill, Councillor Ashley O'Neill and Councillor Bill Park for bringing this motion. This was brought to my attention by a case in Malmesbury in the last week, which was quite distressing. And so a big thank you. The Council notes that under Part 3 of Section D3 of the Constitution, Scheme of Delegation and Planning, prior approval applications are decided under delegated powers and not eligible for proposal calling. Protocol 4 explains that a weekly list of applications registered by the Council is sent to members, but the Constitution contains no requirement to notify parish or town councils, city councils or division members of any prior approval application. A simple information-only notification with a link to the case file would materially improve transparency, reduce unnecessary enforcement reports and inquiries, and help divisional members and parish and town councils manage community concerns effectively. That was missed out of the city. Sorry? Oh, is it? Sorry. So you'll see on there that the council recognises and resolves this. Sorry, this wasn't in the pack. That's why I thought nobody had had it or seen it. No,
okay.
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 So I'd like to move the response that the council is giving, which answers, hopefully, Ashley, your requirements.
Okay. Are we content to go straight to the vote on this? We need to do a recorded vote, so please can you all vote on your consoles now? If you support this motion, it's a yes. If not, it's a no.
I see. Yes, sorry.
Oh my God, where are we?
It's not what he's...
Actually, it is. No, it is. That is.
Right.
That is what he's put.
I wonder.
Yeah. But it doesn't, it's not laid out very helpfully, is it?
Okay, that motion is carried. Now, we only have one more item on the agenda, and that is item 16, which is questions from members of the council. 7 questions were received from the meeting. They're available in Appendix 1. I will remind members that there is no debate on questions. I'm losing my voice. Councillor Philip Whitehead to Ian Thorne. A written answer has been provided on question 8. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Whitehead?
Yes, Chair. Just very quickly, it won't take very long. I was quite interested in this, that Gavin Grant's obviously come up with a new concept here, that as long as we use officers during the working day, they don't cost anything. It's written in the answer that we're working during the day anyway, so they don't cost anything. Well, no, it works the other way around. When they're not working, they don't cost anything. When they're working, they cost. But apart from that, I've been a big fan of consultation. I think it's essential and all the rest. Which begs me the second question, which is the supplementary question, which is, why don't you care what Devizes residents think? Because you didn't hold a consultation at all in Devizes or anywhere near it, and it's the 4th largest town with lots of villages. So why do you not care
Thank you
what
for the
Devizes
question.
residents think?
Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Philip. I wanted to praise you for your earlier motion on the screen wash, so I'll take the opportunity to do that now. The answer to your question is about money. Frankly, that there is a limited resource, and we've heard this time and time again, and so we decided to reach out to a number of communities in terms of the consultation around the council plan. I was in Devizes, was it last week, talking to residents about the budget, so we've chosen to go to Devizes to talk about the budget. I would personally love to have gone to every town, but you would then, or somebody would tell me, what would that be costing us? So we have to do what we can within the resources that we've got, and that's exactly what we've done, Philip.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Baker, questions to John Hubbard and Adrian Foster. Sorry, my notes don't make quite sense here. No. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Baker?
Thank you. Would the Cabinet members concerned agree with me that at a time when less than 50% of children meet the government standards for physical activity, it's not acceptable for 600 Wiltshire children at St Joseph's Catholic School in Laverstock to have only the equivalent of one badminton court as their indoor physical recreational space? And if they do, will they work with the school to find creative solutions to fill the funding gap needed to build that much needed sporting facility?
Councillor Hubbard, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. Of course, Councillor, as you are aware, the Council has been working with the school to try and provide the resources for an additional hall. This, of course, is a voluntary aided school. It's not a council property. The property is owned by the diocese. It is the responsibility of the diocese actually to provide the buildings there. As I understand it, there have been offers made of assistance with a certain amount of funding, but obviously this is not enough to complete the cost of a complete hall. I do suggest that you take up the offers that the council has made in terms of funding that it can provide help with, and that the diocese does look to the church's ample resources to be able to perhaps contribute something themselves.
Thank you. Councillor John Wells has left the chamber, so sorry, he was happy with your answer. That's good. Oh, sorry, I think I've jumped. Councillor Whitehead, the question on the National Grid works, I think you've had that answered by, well, it's up to you. What do you want to say on that?
I do have a supplementary. The answer is inaccurate, but obviously it's come from highways. So my supplementary question is, the next time you get a question, will you answer it rather than highways? This was a question not about what highways did, it was about how highways think. And if they don't think as one unit, and they didn't, they won't act as one unit.
Philip, thank you very much for that. I think my only response would be, I think the first line of your question is about One Wiltshire. I wouldn't disagree with that point of view at all. I had, as you may all be aware, a very long conversation with the chair of the parish, which I found absolutely fascinating but challenging at the same time. And the next time I get a chance to visit Bishop's Cannings, I will obviously make sure I come and see you, Philip, but I'll come and see the chair as well. So the One Wiltshire is the key, I think the key part of your question, and we have no disagreement over that whatsoever.
Thank you. The next question I have here is from Councillor Clure to Councillor Thorne about the data on tourism on Visit Wiltshire.
We've covered it.
Thank you. Sven Hocking to the leader about the draft local plan. You've had an answer. Do you have a supplementary? Yes, I do. Can you stick to a question, please?
So I read the response and had a bit of a chuckle. I can only imagine what would have been said if it had been Councillor Hocking, the Conservative, Councillor Hocking, on the board of a chair of a planning company that's lobbying for planning applications that are going off in our ward. So what I'd like to know from the leader of the council is, we talk about the Nolan principles, standards in public life. Selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. And I'm afraid those answers that I've had fail almost all of those. What do I tell my residents and all the other Wiltshire residents who responded to the local plan consultation around Site 8 and Site 9, or anybody else, when they ask me why their taxes are paying for the leader of this council who is supposed to represent their interests when he is also receiving payment for actively lobbying against them? Thank you.
Well, Sven, Councillor Hocking, all I can say is that if you're suggesting I'm actively lobbying against residents of Wiltshire, I take that as an extremely offensive challenge because it's absolutely incorrect. I've been a councillor on 3 local authorities for 18 years. I've never once had an issue with anybody that's raised a matter in terms of my appropriate behaviour, and I don't expect that to happen. So the suggestion that I would use my position as leader of the council to influence other members in relation to the planning process, or indeed officers, I think is scurrilous and inappropriate. I think you're edging towards accusing me of being corrupt, and I think you ought to think very carefully before you take that conversation any further. So you can tell your residents that my primary objective is I'm a Wiltshire councillor in Cairn, so I fight for my residents in Cairn. I'm a Wiltshire councillor responsible for Wiltshire as the leader, and that's exactly what I do as leader, and I will take absolute offence from anybody, including you, Councillor Hocking, that suggests otherwise.
Thank you.
Chair.
No, you have no answer. No, please. You cannot come back. I'm sorry, you cannot come back. Thank you. So the final question is from Councillor Wayman to Councillor Sample about HRCs. Do you have a supplementary? Can I please ask you to stick to a question?
Press the button. Yes. I do have a supplementary. Who said that? Thank you, Chuck. I think the response is particularly unhelpful. I don't believe it accords with the principles of our Wiltshire plan, which are together, fair and open. The response is actually a bit dismissive, uncaring and totally lacking in understanding. What Wiltshire Council has unofficially benefited from...
Please, can we have a question?
I'm just getting to it. I'm getting there. What Wiltshire Council has unofficially benefited from is, by residents using the Shaftesbury Household Recycling Centre is Wiltshire Council not having to bear the costs of processing that recycling. Of course, Wiltshire residents from my division, Councillor Najjar's division...
Councillor Wayman, please get to your question. I want you to do it now, please.
And Councillor Murray's division could take their recycling to Salisbury or Warminster. But as I keep saying, they go to Shaftesbury, which is their nearest town for shopping or business. And
Councillor Wayman, get to the question. What is your question?
Why cannot a special arrangement be made with Dorset right now, one which would be cost neutral, because Wiltshire Council either bears the cost of the additional recycling through its own household recycling centres, or it pays Dorset to do it for them. It's quite simple.
Thank you, Chair. And with respect to Councillor Wayman, thank you very much for raising the issue. And the answer is that at the moment, what we're doing as a council is looking at all of the HRCs in the round. We begin that process. Very soon. I and other cabinet members will be meeting with officers to discuss the issues of HRC and charging as a policy or potential policy to come forward to a future council. What we can't really do, and I'm sure she understands this, is take in isolation the problems that are being experienced by residents in South West Wiltshire in isolation for the rest of the council, because there are members from the east, north, west and south who are having problems with the same sort of issue in place with if they're neighbouring Somerset or Baines or Gloucester or West Berkshire or Hampshire. So if I could ask her to bear with us, have a little patience. It is definitely on the agenda, and I will endeavour to ensure that her views are properly represented back to all of those involved in that process, including the officers and my other cabinet members, and I thank her for her question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You will be pleased to hear that that concludes the business for today.
Can we go home?
Thank you, everybody. I missed the bake-off. I'm so disappointed.